Hello. Oh, you're here? Alright. Wait, hold on. Is it really 11:58? Oh my gosh. Okay, fine. Hmm. Mhm. Hello. We're so back, locking in. Thank you. Thank you for locking in. I've decided to do something that I have not done in ages, and that is animation on stream. I blocked out this little thing in about, well, not super long. This is going to be a thing that will appear on screen when people donate. It's gonna be like my little thank you gift. It's not gonna be super complicated, but like I've got a couple of keyframes and I have to clean them up. I have to make them look a little bit prettier, and then I'm gonna make it fluent with in-betweens. That's basically the idea. And then color, etc. What do you think? Frame number 1. So, but yes, thank you for locking in. Thank you for the lock in. Zanderhall would be proud. I'm for bullshit? Wait, what? What do you mean? What happened, Zoshalix? Are you referring to my stream as bullshit? I'll be napping. What? What do you mean? Oh, are you not watching the Awful Hour video? Oh, not yet. I'm doing animation on stream. What was that? What was that creator's name anyway? Oh my god, I already forgot that creator's name. Oh god, do you remember that person's name? Oh, that content creators. If you can remember the content creator's name, then maybe we will react to it. Only know the part. No. There was this American conservative, Jack Don't Do It, that told me that Poland is much more conservative than he thought. And then he said that Poland is basically two conservative parties fighting each other. And I was like, okay, no, that's just stupid. And he gave me a name of a creator that sounded very, well, conservative. But I don't remember the name. What was that content creator's name? If only I could remember. Seka Ide. What? Ninja Cat 23rd. Sekai. Hello. I definitely have not seen you here before, Sekai Ninja Cat. So we have one frame, second frame, scratch. Hello. Welcome. What brought you to this stream? Is it the love for animation? If the love for animation brought you here, then I'll be very happy. Poland is very conservative. Yeah, no shit genius moment. Yeah, but I know that Poland is overall conservative, but it is definitely not true that Poland just has two conservative parties fighting, okay? That the current political situation is two conservative parties fighting. And unfortunately, I would have to check the VOD from last stream and check that the person's name. Hello, Glitchmaster. Yeah, I'm trying to do this stupid head turn animation. It's a simplified Lumi's head. Oh, you're an animator yourself? You know what? You know what I found when it comes to doing turn head animation? Instead of just doing a flat turn, like, you know, like a ball, make your character raise their head a little bit, and then make your character do a little bit of an arc while turning their head, like, you know, instead of just try to make them do this a little bit of an upward movement while turning their head. It will make it easier. Do conservative parties mean like in the US? I mean, as someone has pointed out, the current coalition is closer to the left than the Democratic Party, definitely. Right, so we are... oh. I'm basically trying to animate an asset for the stream. I did the side profiles and filling in the between angles. You should do keyframes. You should start by, like, I did this animation. I'm doing this animation right now. I did the keyframes, you know, that gives me the rough idea. And then I'm filling in the in-between stuff. So I think you should have all of your keyframes handled first. Man, I'm not that well versed in politics. I think I'll just stick to the spinning boxes for now. Well, I'm doing animation, it's not a super politics stream. Actually, Lucy, here's breaking news for you. Ukraine has accepted the new peace talks again in Turkey. Yeah. We'll see if anything comes out of it. Do conservative parties you mean like in the... Oh, I guess the chat got quiet. I don't mind the chat being super quiet today, right now, because I'm doing animation. I think we can make it more visible. So what do you think of the animation so far? How do you like? To all of you who are still watching right now. This will be my way of thanking you. Again, I can make it a little bit more visible. I'm afraid that watching animation is like watching the grass grow. I don't like this. This is not well drawn. Anybody still here? 5 people. Excellent. I hope you're enjoying yourselves. I'm afraid this stream will be like watching the grass grow, quite literally. My apologies. The keyframes have to be somewhat good. Like the ears, we'll have to do the movement of the ears. That's better. That's a little bit better. Yeah, that's better. That's definitely better. I can see this will be pretty okay. Anybody still here watching? Hello, Malaki. How are you? Sorry if I'm a little bit, if I seem a little bit not super responsive, but as you can see, I'm doing a thing that I have not done in a long while. Animation. I keep saying that I fancy myself a little bit of an animator, but at the end of the day, if I don't animate, then what is my title worth, right? Ah, yes. Yes, I did get new glasses. And now I'm gathering funds to be able to go to Ukraine. Thank you for being here. How do you like the animation so far? I always talk about criticize, discuss animation, and I keep saying I am a little bit of an animator myself, and then I never really showcase much animation, so I decided I need assets. I need animated assets, so I might as well create them. I will create the assets on stream. So this will be the thing that will appear when someone donates. So how do you like? Do you like where it's going so far? We can see it. Okay, so far I'm working on polishing the keyframes, right? Once I do that, we will fill in the in-between. And we will make it, we will try to make it fluent. So we'll make it into a fluid animation. Start out in a little bit of a sad face, as you can see here, and then I smile. Oh, this is okay. I think this is okay. I like it so far. Transition between frames is a bit rough, but I see it's a work in progress. Yeah. Okay, these are the cleaned up frames. How do you like? Right? So it's going from the rough sketch, see? And then it's becoming cleaned up and becoming more like this. See? Pretty cool, huh? I should have more of a follow through on the hair, to be honest. If this is to be more... If I had more viewers right now, I'd organize a video game raffle. Because I have game codes. I have that kind of animation, more in the technical part, 3D modeling of parts and then moving parts. Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about. I've done a bit of 3D animation as well. It's a little bit of a different workflow, but oh boy, you do have a lot to do there. If that makes sense. I should move the wild hair. Yeah, it's coming together nicely, I think. I'm gonna have to do the ears. Did I not make any ears here? Oh, the ears disappeared. The ears have disappeared. I'll make myself a coffee. I'm gonna have to go grab a drink soon as well. Nice. Okay, we need to make this. It's not even 7 a.m. here. Well, I'm glad you're here. I'm surprised I'm getting any viewers for this, so, you know. I'm actually deeply surprised I'm getting any viewers for this sort of thing at all. You know? Do you know the famous saying? You're an animator yourself, so you must know the famous saying that watching animators work is like watching the grass grow, right? I like it better than covering US Republican stuff, tired of US politics. Well, if you like what I do, consider donating. Morning, watching from bed on PS4. Thank you, Emily. I wonder if this sort of content will even gain any traction. Animation. Alright. How do you like? This is supposed to be a simple GIF to a thank you GIF. Maybe... I think that maybe I could... I hate it when tummy hurt, not a big fan. I have bad stomachache since the night before yesterday and throwing up to answer your question last stream. Oh. What was my my question last stream? Seems hard to keep the same proportion. Sometimes, yeah, it can be hard, but keep in mind that sometimes the effect can be good when you enlarge some things, because look, we're seeing this effect of opening the eyes, see? Hmm. Any thoughts on the animation, everyone? Looking pretty good. I don't know anything about animation or art though. Oh boy. Alright, looking good. What do you think? Yeah. And once we add the in-betweens, it's gonna be fluent. Lucy, what do you think about the pixel animation? Is it harder than what you're doing, or just different? It's just different. It's not harder, it's not easier, it's different. I mean, in a way it is similar because you also sort of hand draw, but you just assemble pixels, right? But similar principles apply. I would even say that the same principles apply. I really like pixel animation. Actually, I would say that from my perspective it's harder. I would need to learn a lot of things to do pixel animation, so I guess from my perspective it's harder. I don't have like a very clear clear-cut answer to that question. From my perspective, pixel art is a bit more difficult, especially if you want to do a complex, fluent, nice pixel animation. You know? I've got great respect for all types of animation. I don't think any type of animation is just superior to the other. Also, you can treat this animation stream as me fundraising for going to Ukraine again. Finally found the name Lucy, the traditionalist. What? What do you mean? What do you mean the traditionalist? Why traditionalist? What do you mean? Oh, the name. Yeah, yes, the traditionalist. Okay, we're gonna look it up now. The traditionalist. How about you called me a traditionalist for a second? I was like, huh? Okay, is that the YouTube name? I see the traditionalist. Politics in Poland. There we go. Found it. Oh my god. Okay, we're gonna take a short break because. Oh yeah. Oh yes. We are doing this. Yes, thank you very much. We are doing this right now. Oh yes, yes, yes. I'm copying. Okay. Copying. Let's watch some of it. Okay, I found the video. Politics in Poland. Politics in Poland. Trzaskowski and Nawrocki.
Okay, hello.
Oh
Welcome
my god, really? Really? This person cannot even get the sound to come from both of my earphones? It has to be from one side? Really? Seriously? Like, fix your audio, guy. How many subscribers? Okay, he's okay, less subscribers than me. Okay, never mind. Never mind. I cannot believe that I'm actually hitting down with this. Oops. Okay, never mind. Never mind. I guess I should be less mean. Oh my god. I'm starting to like this animation. It's getting better. Socialix, how do you like the animation? Because this is gonna be the animation that will show when people will donate. It's my thank you animation for donation. Okay, let me see.
Hey, hello. Welcome to our Saturday show. I'll be.
Oh my god, is the accent fake? Is the accent actually real? Is this you know that guy, that Warhammer guy? You remember that Warhammer 40k kind of guy that put on a fake accent? I feel like this is exactly the same. Ark, yeah, Ark Warhammer. Like, I feel like this accent is like the variety of that.
Host today, physiologist, but you can call me Michael. I have with me.
Wait, what is this? Where is this person from? This traditionalist. Where is this guy from?
Nicholas knows something about Polish politics. Kevin knows nothing.
Is this person Polish?
Good stand-in for the audience. Well, we should perhaps start with Nicholas telling us about his Polish connection.
Polish connection? Oh god, this is Polish connection. Oh boy, I'm gonna go grab a drink. Absolutely ridiculous accent from Planet Tradition trilogy. I know! This is the ridiculous accent. I know. Oh god. Okay, this is going to be a treat, isn't it? I'll be right back. Chodź, Fajdo. 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 Oh boy.
Nothing, so he's a good stand-in for the audience.
Oh my god.
Well, we should perhaps start with Nicholas telling us
Nicholas
about
told
his
me about your Polish connection.
Polish connection.
Sure, happy to, and thanks for having me on. It's good to be on
Thanks.
another.
Thanks for having me. Yes, I can make fun of this sort of thing. I will allow myself. Oh boy.
Episode of the Traditionalists. So, I mean, my connection to Poland is twofold.
Okay.
Most importantly, I'm married to a Polish woman. Her
Oh,
family
wow.
defected from communist Poland to Canada in 1986. Well, they
Wow.
had 1 year stay in a
Cowards.
refugee camp in Italy, which sounded like it was a pretty nice experience actually, because it was one of Mussolini's old villas that had been repurposed to a refugee camp for people fleeing from communism. But I have some family background as well. My grandmother was Polish on my dad's side, my dad's mom. So Poland and Polish history has always been an interest to me, and with a Polish wife and Polish in-laws, I've come to follow Polish politics a little bit.
Oh my god, we'll see. From the way Jack Don't Do It described it, it sounded like a mess.
Bit from afar, obviously, and in a casual manner, since it doesn't directly impact me. It might impact me if things continue to go the trajectory they're on in Canada, and we get serious about maybe relocating.
Okay. And, well, Kevin, you do have a connection to Poland. You live on the same continent.
It's true. Yeah. So I know kind of Polish politics by rumor almost. You know. So I
Well, why are you here if you know Polish politics by rumor? What the hell? The fuck? This video is going to be bad. I can already feel it.
I hear, you know, that it's more conservative. I hear that it's a country that's kind of John Paul II Catholic. So you have this conservatism, whatnot. I know a guy who's running, Gregor.
There is
Braun,
one aspect. There is one aspect of Poland, sure.
I think is his name. And he's someone that I know a little bit about.
Grzegorz
because
also,
he
not Gregor.
Produced a documentary about Martin Luther, probably 10 years ago now. That's fantastic. Really, really fantastic documentary exposing Martin Luther. I think it's called Martin Luther and the Protestant Revolution. Make sure it's not Reformation, the Protestant Revolution. It's highly, highly recommendable. And apparently he was running in this, so that automatically made me a little more interested. It's like, oh, okay. Here's a guy who I really respect for something he...
Grzegorz Braun? For fuck's sake! You really respect Grzegorz Braun? This is the only guy that has the name Grzegorz. Really? You respect Grzegorz Braun? Oh no, oh, fuck, shit, oh. Oh, no. Oh no, really?
Automatically made me a little more interested. It's like highly recommendable. And apparently he was running in this, so that automatically...
Yeah, Grzegorz does call himself a documentarian. Oh no.
Made me a little more interested. It's like, oh, okay.
Oh.
Here's a guy who I really respect for something he created. So, and he's apparently a politician. So that's about my level of knowledge in Polish politics.
Grzegorz Braun.
So tell me any other name. Don't ask me to pronounce any of the Polish names or anything like that. That's why we have Michael here to describe.
Kind of looks like a young Colin Sanders.
A little bit what's going on, but
Oh my god, what is happening here?
done shows on Traditionalists and on Catholic Family Podcast in the past about politics in Britain, politics in Germany.
I wanna see the news comments. Poland gave into the liberal EU ideology to gain support on the Ukrainian front. There is no real hope for Poland to resist the EU leftist behemoth. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay.
Germany, and I think it's a good and helpful thing, especially honestly for Americans who I think really get kind of really caught up and focused on just politics in America, and kind of realize, hey, that it's a bigger world, and kind of understand a little bit about what's going on elsewhere. And so I
Respect, brother. Okay, now tell me the N-word joke, please. Oh, how God hate Oh, how God hates facts.
I'm glad that we're doing this.
Oh my god. Can I say that? Can I say that word? Will Twitch punish me?
Yes, we are doing this, and I am going to make you pronounce the names.
This is so embarrassing. I feel like I'm punching down with the whole 9 100 subscribers. Although the person's getting better views than me, so how many videos do they have? Is this a new channel? No, not super new. 5 months. Sign baby sign, Sunday politics. What happened to women? The cruise, the cause of low birth rates. Wasteful USA spending your tax dollars. Hard at work. I'm surprised that this is not gaining traction, actually. I'm surprised that this sort of... where are the Epstein files? Germany is a country of cowards. Does democracy even make sense? Trump is beloved. Oh boy. On being a patriot. Oh gosh. Okay. Alright.
It's getting ugly.
Yes. Well, Mr. Brown is no longer running because our election is in 2 rounds. We had the first round. It ended last Sunday.
It's not just in 2 rounds by default. If any candidate would have gotten the necessary majority, there would have been no second round. Like, it's not just the election is always in 2 rounds, okay? Like, if one candidate would have secured enough of a advantage over the others, he would have just won. There would have been no round 2. So this already right off the bat, this is incorrect.
And we have the next round in 2 weeks. So the next Sunday.
He said we, so this guy must be Polish. Naturally, this person must be Polish.
Well, the point is to get over 50%. In the first round, no one really gets it. So the 2 strongest candidates graduate to the second round where they fight for final victory. And Mr. Brown did very well. I will later describe his full situation. But our 2...
Oh my god, he's gonna talk about Grzegorz Braun. I told you about Grzegorz Braun, the lunatic. The stop Ukrainization of Poland guy. Oh boy, alright.
2 main...
The audio
candidates
irks
right
me
now
so
are,
much.
For the
audio makes me...
right wing or vaguely patriotic.
Sorry, what?
Mr. Vaguely right are for the, let's say, vaguely right wing or vaguely patriotic Mr. Karol Nawrocki.
Vaguely right wing? Vaguely patriotic? Are you kidding me? Nawrocki, vaguely patriotic, vaguely right wing? Are you stupid? What do you mean vaguely right wing?
Nawrocki, that's a simple name.
Nawrocki, okay.
Yes, and the let's say vaguely left wing or vaguely globalist candidate with a beautiful Polish last name.
Vaguely left. Fair enough. Whatever. Centrist. Okay. Whatever. Didn't Jack Don't Do It say that both sides were described as right wing?
Rafał Trzaskowski.
Yeah, this guy's Polish.
We should maybe back up a little bit and give...
Yeah, Nawrocki is not vaguely right wing, okay? He's pretty right wing.
Viewers of
Vaguely
a little
right
bit of
wing.
an overview of the parties that these people are affiliated with. And this is what I find interesting as a Canadian, because, I mean, there's parties in Poland that have actually similar platforms to a party in Canada, and in Canada, that party are considered like they're literally called Nazis, racists. No one votes for them. They're complete outcasts. Whereas in Poland, they're part of a coalition with that globalist or slightly globalist, well, the party. That
Okay, name those parties that are considered Nazis and are in the coalition with the globalists.
Shashkovsky
Name them.
Is affiliated with. So
Name them.
I'll give you my perspective as a Canadian, and you can maybe say your perspective on these parties as a Polish person, because it's probably a lot different than how they look from the outside, because everything's relative. So I'm looking at them from the perspective in Canada, where everything is extremely globalist. Even the so-called Conservative Party, they're all on board with mass immigration. They're all on board with climate change, and we have to destroy.
Also, right wing isn't just when like. Left wing isn't just when globalist, and right wing isn't just when anti-globalist. This is stupid. What sort of view on politics is this?
Economy to save the planet, etc. So the I guess starting with you mentioned Nawrocki. I think he's running as an independent, but he's actually associated with PiS, which is Prawo I Sprawiedliwość, which is
Oh
law and
my
justice.
god.
Poland has very interesting political names. Very few of them are actually called parties. They're just called these. So that's
Very
That's
fascinating.
a part of the degeneration of our system, unfortunately.
right.
What?
So law and justice.
When I say degeneration, I mean it's growing closer to the Anglo-Saxon system,
Oh, okay. So
meaning two-party system. But
well, yes, it is heading towards that. Although the saving grace is you, unlike us here, and unlike in the United States, you have proportional representation, so that allows for.
Well, no, sort of, kind of, but you still need to build coalitions, so not exactly. Come on, just say that you're a libertarian or at least a neo-Nazi. Like, what is this old civility politics language?
Makes it more viable for all more parties to exist in the big two. But anyway, law and justice, I guess you would describe them as the vaguely patriotic. I mean, they were the government of Poland.
Vaguely patriotic? These people are illiterate politically. I swear to God. They are highly isolationist. I'm talking about Law and Justice Party. They are non-stop talking about sovereignty of Poland, Poland, history of Poland, Poland best. They glorified a bunch of killers called the Cursed Soldiers. They've... What do you mean vaguely patriotic?
And for what?
8
about
years.
8 years up until the last election.
This time, and before that, they briefly controlled the government.
Oh my God.
Right. So
About 20 years ago.
from a North American perspective, they're probably vaguely equivalent to the Republican Party. I mean, they're the.
What is the Republican Party also vaguely right wing and vague and placing themselves as vaguely patriotic?
So-called conservative party? I mean, abortion is illegal in Poland under their watch, isn't it?
Well, it's
Wait, hold on. Jack Don't Do It told me that everybody was called right wing, and now I'm hearing that Law and Justice is not even properly right wing, not even properly conservative. What the hell is going on?
it's
Or very difficult to get.
no, it's actually very simple to get.
Oh, okay. Because over here you hear the news and they're talking about these protests about how abortion is illegal in Poland.
There were protests, yes. Well, our situation was under communism, abortion was legal, and then there was.
Oh my God. Is he gonna butcher explaining the whole Law and Justice abortion situation? Because I'm ready to fact check, I'm ready to correct this person if they try to slip any BS.
Let's say, regaining independence, we had something called the abortion compromise. And the compromise was simple. Abortion is going to be illegal except in 3 cases. 1, when it is a result of a criminal activity, like rape. 2, when it is when the pregnancy is
Like you're getting what I'm saying, right, Lucy? Just say that you're ultra-nationalist, which doesn't like establishment and gay people. True. True. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
danger to the life and health of the mother. And 3, when there is some severe
Defect?
damage or disease to the fetus.
Yeah, it's called that. Whatever. Like you're getting what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm getting what you're saying.
And a few years back, at the end of the
Okay, now we're getting to the law and justice ban on the. We'll see what he'll say.
Law and Justice's rule, our constitutional tribunal did in fact find, quite out of the blue, I might say, the eugenical exception to be unconstitutional. I don't know why it is
Oh, you mean the.
more an exception out of the blue. Tribunal did at the end of the Law and
fuck's
Justice's rule, our constitutional tribunal did.
Our constitutional tribunal is stacked by law and justice people. Why are you so surprised? The constitutional tribunal, to this day, even the government is not law and justice anymore, de facto works for law and justice. Which, by the way, the current government is trying to untangle this mess of the constitutional tribunal being full of law and justice people. There's someone punched Elon Musk. I have to check it out. What? Oh my gosh. Whew.
In fact, find quite out of the blue, I might say, the eugenical exception to be unconstitutional. I don't know why it is.
So yeah, right off the bat, the Constitutional Tribunal is packed to the brim. It's like saying, oh wow, the Supreme Court in the US somehow suddenly agreed with Trump on this and that. I wonder why. It's curious how that suddenly... What? Dude!
More unconstitutional than the
Dude.
others, because they decided that, well, Polish constitution guarantees everyone the protection.
Come on! By the way, Lucy, all this anti-establishment, anti-woke, anti-gay, traditional family values bullshit eventually is going to become very toxic, like SJW stuff, and people are going to ditch it away. We'll see. Here's hoping, you know?
Of life, even if they are, let's say, going to be retarded or something like
What?
that. I don't know why that exception is more unconstitutional than the others. Others survived, and as we recently found out, there was still under law and justice's rule a change in practice. That is, the exception about life and health became interpreted more broadly.
Oh boy.
Now it's just mental health. So you go to a psychologist gives you a receipt that you need an abortion, or else you're going to be severely depressed and it's going to threaten your life. And then you go and you have an abortion. We had recently a monstrous case when a child was butchered in the 9th month of the pregnancy.
Oh my god, okay. Holy crap. This channel is so bad. A monstrous... I happen to be familiar with this case, so strap onto your butts, hold on to your chairs, because this case is just... Oh, this channel is making me mad. Already, this channel is making me deeply frustrated. The beloved Grzegorz Braun trapped a doctor for an hour in a room over this case.
So it was the last month, cesarean section, or whatever you call it, And the woman is cut open, the baby still in the womb is injected with poison straight to the heart. It has to be done still in the womb, because if you remove the baby, you move it
And now it's
30
not
centimeters outside of the body of the mother, is going to be a murder. When the baby is still in the womb, it's a medical procedure.
Let's see how honest this person is. I'm not sure how many people are still watching, how many people are still listening to this, but in a moment, if this guy doesn't give a few crucial details to this case, then I will, because, well, let's just say that I happen to be tuned in and I happen to be familiar with this monstrous 9-month abortion case. I happen to know.
Okay, so it's not as good as it. Again, see, this is the difference.
Oh, so it's over. No more explanation. Okay, so this child that was monstrously aborted in the 9th month had this little, very, not really relevant, not really important, this little condition that made the children's bones brittle, right? Which would mean that the child would have been born with every single bone in its body broken, smashed, crushed. Let me read something. I actually have a sentence prepared because I sent someone a sentence about this. What a right-wing politician and journalist won't tell you about the Oleshnica case. Oleshnica is like the area in which this took place. If there is a natural childbirth in such case, those natural forces pushing the baby out of the uterine cavity cause it to have all body parts broken. From the bones of the skull to the ribs to the long bones, the broken chest makes it impossible to draw the first breath. Wow. Monstrous. Monstrous. In March, Gazeta Wyborcza reported the story of Miss Anita, a woman whose pregnancy was terminated at a hospital in Oleshnica at a late stage at 37 weeks. The procedure was performed on the premise that the mother's life and health were at risk due to a severe defect in the fetus, which was found to have congenital brittle bones. Prior to that, doctors were said to have given the woman conflicting diagnoses for weeks. At one point, she was confined to a psychiatric hospital against her will. This strand of the story is now being investigated by the patient ombudsman. Amazing thing to leave out. Like, just brilliant. Also, the guy on the right is not hiding his golden head. Respect. Well, he should just shave the rest of the hair, to be honest. Come on, guy. Come on. Monstrous case. This is so pathetic, as always, from people like that. Like, why am I even... whatever.
Differences between when you're on this side of the ocean and you just see some news articles, people are outraged about how hard it is to get it. I mean, compared to Canada, it's probably still a lot harder to get an abortion in Poland than in Canada, but it's not exactly...
Women were dying at the hospital because of that law, by the way, because of the whole damaged fetus law, because doctors were afraid to perform an abortion, and women were just dying, terrified in the hospital. Just that's what the whole protests were about. Do you know what hashtag was adopted in Poland for a bit? Among women protesting, and trans women as well, by the way. Trans women actually joined in on these protests. You know that what the big slogan was at the time? Does anybody know? Anybody familiar with what the big slogan of that time was? Because I can tell you very clearly what that was, if you don't know. I just want to know that the chat is engaged. Holy crap. Oh my goodness. No, this is impossible. Okay, I'm making a mistake here. Wow, nobody wants to be engaged. Well, I am primarily doing the animation, but wow, Jesus Christ Almighty. Am I getting agitated over this? Not Polish, so I wouldn't know. The slogan was "Women's Hell." Okay, it became a whole hashtag. It became a whole thing. The "Women's Hell" thing. But the law and justice basically turned the country into, well, a hell for women. No, women's hell. Because the whole idea was that women were living in hell under law and justice. It's just like the way this is presented, just disgusting. Disgusting. But not unpredictable. This analysis of Polish politics. This Arc Warhammer, this Polish Arc Warhammer wannabe with this giant ass cross in the background. This guy who just knows Polish politics by rumor and is a fan of Grzegorz Braun, and this guy who has a Polish wife. Wow, this is just, the credentials are off the charts. I'm in good hands, I guess. I am in good hands, I suppose. It's always the Jesus freaks. Yeah, I suppose so.
Oh, well, but anyway, so that's law and justice. I mean, economically, they're probably way more socialist than
I mean, they are
any
fairly
party
openly
over
social.
there.
Yeah, you don't know what socialism is. You're stupid. I'm sorry. Like, socialism is not when government does stuff. Socialism is not when government spends money on social programs. Like, just because they're called social programs, it does not follow that it's socialism. God, Jesus Christ Almighty. And no, the Law and Justice Party is not pretty openly socialist. This is even more stupid than this is even stupider than what Jack Don't Do It presented it as. I thought it would be stupid, but I didn't think.
Socialist,
Right, but they're at least ostensibly not in favor of the mass immigration and Europe flooding.
They are. They were caught in a scandal when they are the party which imported most migrants out of all the parties.
Well, I mean, they're like I say ostensibly, they talk a good game. You know, they're like, what's her name, Meloni in Italy, that everyone was losing their minds over. Oh, she's so based. And then she sets new records for the number of immigrants from Africa to Italy. So...
Jesus Christ Almighty. Okay. Immigration is not a inherently right-wing or left-wing stance, and immigration has nothing to do with socialism either. Like, what is this puddle level? Oh. Being anti-immigration to a certain extent like to the extent as Law and Justice as many other people does not make you necessarily inherently right wing or left wing. It makes you a bigot, which is very often correlated with being right wing. But
they're the fake conservative party in Poland.
Yeah.
We could probably
no, they're not. They're absolutely not the fake conservative party. They want to return to the status quo. They want that they oppose any sort of change. They oppose any sort of progress. They are very, very conservative. You just don't know what conservative means. Conservative is not when you have immigration scandals because you sell visas for a lot of money, and when you have some social programs, then you're not conservative. This is stupid.
on that. Most people would probably consider peace or Law and Justice. Oh, that's who you vote for if you're more conservative in Poland.
Yes.
But you're respectable, right? You're not going to go. We'll talk the non-respectable parties after.
They like to show themselves with Polish flags, with all the patriotic phrases and
My goodness.
all the symbols, and they like to get photographed in church, and they are very cozy with the Novus Ordo hierarchy. And you know, it was another scandal when one of the archbishops during COVID introduced the prime minister and the minister of health whose names were Matthew and Luke. So he introduced them as our evangelists.
Oh. So right. So anyway, and now when we show graphs later, peace or Law and Justice, they're blue, which might be weird for Americans, but for Canadians that's normal because that's what the Conservative Party in Canada is blue. The left are usually red, which makes more sense to me.
No true Scotsman, no true conservative.
Yeah. So Law and Justice, and then Trzaskowski. He's actually a member of Platforma Obywatelska, which I think is whenever I see it translated civic platform, but I think you said it could also be citizens platform.
There is absolutely no difference between the two in Polish.
Okay.
It's the exact same. There's no distinction. I think a lot of those names were translated 25 years ago by some intern because he was the only person who knew English somewhat. So
Maybe.
that's how I could translate.
So, I mean, Civic Platform, they would be roughly the equivalent of the Democrats. I mean, they're the left and center mainstream party, but I mean, you look at their policies, at least again from afar, looking at their policies, they're well to the right of the Conservative Party of Canada.
Yes.
Okay, name the policies. Just what the fuck? Also, being right wing of the party in Canada doesn't mean that it's objectively concerned. Oh God, this is infuriating.
Truth be told, the two parties are completely indistinct. Well, not completely, but they are very similar in practice. And in fact, 20
they're
years
not.
ago, they started as a coalition. They wanted to form a government together. Unfortunately, so they were very close to each other. Very openly, they were both.
They're not indistinguishable. They're not indistinguishable. For one, at least the Civic Coalition is not trying to destroy democracy. Okay. Indistinguishable. This guy is just illiterate politically. Like, I'm not even shocked at this point.
As right-wing parties at some point, 20 years ago. Unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately, they had a massive disagreement about how they're going to split the ministries between themselves. And that's when Law and Justice formed a coalition with someone else, with two other parties, and they've hated each other ever since.
Well,
So the conflict between them is really a personal conflict that's 20 years old, which sort of the ideology got super added to that.
So it sounds like Poland's pretty much got the uniparty system that we have everywhere else in the West, where you have two parties that are functionally the same, but they talk a little bit different in front of the media and pretend to be different and have these fake arguments, but in reality...
No! They're very different! One is pro-European Union, one is pro-integration with the European Union, one is pro-cooperation on defense, economy, energy, and all that stuff with the European Union. The other is isolationist, anti-European Union, in some cases more anti-Ukraine than the other. One is distancing itself from Donald Trump and his administration. The other is openly pro-Donald Trump. What the fuck? How can you say that those parties are the same? How can you say that they're indistinguishable? You have to be such an idiot to say that. They just talk differently a little bit. Oh my God. Oh my Jesus Christ Almighty. How can you say that? How can you say that?
When they're actually in power, their policies are nearly indistinguishable.
No, they're not. They're not indistinguishable, you idiot. They're absolutely not. If they are so indistinguishable, then why during the law and justice rule, the European Union froze all funds to the European Union? It penalized Poland and considered taking away its right to veto as a punitive measure. And why did we have, if the policy was exactly the same, why did we have LGBT-free ideology zones and we don't have them anymore? If it's all just talk and the policy is completely identical for both parties. Like, free illiterate people discuss politics. If I make this into a segment, that is what it is going to be called. Free stooges, illiterate doofuses discuss politics. Ridiculous. Well, thank God this person only has 900 subscribers, because this is out of this world. This is out of this world. Who recommended this to me again? Whose idea was it for me to watch this? Who had that idea? Oh yeah, it was Jack Don't Do It. Jack Don't Do It didn't even understand this video.
Well, that's the optimal strategy in a democracy. That's
Oh my
not
God.
necessarily a nefarious plot. I mean,
Of course they're anti-democracy. Of course those dumbasses are anti-democracy. Why am I even surprised
plenty of
by this
nefarious
revelation?
plots. Keep it that way, but
Oh,
it is the most expedient way to organize politics. You have one party which, organizes people around the rhetoric of patriotism, conservatism, being responsible, take care of your family, think about your country,
eroding
duty to
democracy.
God and fellow men, and the other party which says, well, we're open, we're welcoming, we're progressive, but their policies don't really matter that much. Well, of course.
What do you mean they don't matter so much? Their policy on healthcare is different. Their policy or economy is the economy is different. Cooperation with the European Union, cooperation with the United States, their cooperation on defense is different. And you say that policy is not important. Come on, guy. Come on. Trzaskowski is for the integration with European programs when it comes to creating a joint defense with the European Union, and Nawrocki is for each country to, in an isolated capacity, to build up their own military. These are completely different policies.
The civic platform is, I would say the rule of the civic platform now, because this is the party in power,
Oh
really,
my gosh.
is worse than the corrupt government of Law and Justice before it, which was worse than the corrupt government of civic platform before that, which was worse than the corrupt government of Law and Justice. They've been switching places for 20 years.
You're an idiot.
Yeah, I mean that's the typical in liberal democracies, but
And they are escalating their little war. They are.
well, that's happening everywhere. I mean,
my
I would
God.
say things are
Oh my god, this is brain dead. This is brain dead.
escalating between the Republicans and Democrats. Things are escalating between the conservatives and liberals.
Yeah, the Democrats and the Republicans and MAGA. It's completely the same. It's identical. The Democrats and the MAGA. It's identical. They just switch places and do the same thing. Like, of course.
Yeah, but it's all this.
But the Republicans and Democrats are very old parties. Republicans are younger. They are what? 150 years? More than that.
Jesus Christ Almighty, these people are
170,
stupid.
something like that. So those are old parties. Law and Justice and Civic Platform are less than 30 years.
What does that have to do with anything?
Really, as two groups which were very close to each other. So
Yeah.
within this lifetime, their leaders simply had to a large degree, a very personal disagreement. And
Right.
What's the personal-
hatred
This is so vague,
escalates.
nothing.
This is a war of two groups, not really out of any ideology, but for the control of the, let's say, semi-feudal state apparatus, where you can just put your
Semi-feudal?
friends and family in position of power
Okay.
and just suck enough money out of the state.
Right. So those are the two main parties. Just to go quickly, there's a couple others of somewhat note. I guess the bigger of the smaller parties. I guess there's Levica, which literally means the left. You can guess what they're all about. I don't think we need to talk too much about them. They're
I
a bit
think we
been
do,
around.
because there are a few versions of the left party.
I'll be right back, guys. My computer says it's dying. It's plugged in, but it must be a bad plug. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Oh god.
A few versions of the left. There's the. You know what?
I don't know,
This is
maybe
a bit embarrassing, but I don't remember all their names. But there's the sort of mainstream left, which is in the governing coalition. There's the
Nowa
anti-system
Lewica.
left, which is outside of that.
right. Oh well, I've actually. I don't know. Do we want to wait until Kevin's sorted out and we can re-edit this?
Kevin has
No, but
not
I
said a
think
word.
I should, mute him for a moment. Okay, he's muted.
Well, let me just. Let me.
Oh my
Let's just look up good old Wikipedia's list of all the parties. So
Yes.
their civic platform, they've got civic coalition, and these would be the more, I guess,
Originally,
establishment left parties that are in here, like this Nowoczesna and Inicjativa Polska, and of course you've always got to have the watermelon party, the greens,
Right.
or green on the outside, red on the inside.
yeah, but they don't really matter. Of those, only civic platform is still in play, so to speak. Original difference between civic platform and law and justice was that civic platform was supposed to be more economically liberal and socially conservative, vaguely. So they were supposed to be the center-right party, and law and justice was supposed to be, let's say, more hard-right. But the civic platform drifted to the left and got rid of its more right-wing members. Occasionally they pay lip service to more liberal economy, but They have
Why?
become the party of, the nice, progressive group of the
that's-
people who really, I've seen during Brexit in
What does that have to do with economy being progressive? What the hell? What does that have to do with being nice and progressive?
England, people who
Jesus
young
Christ.
people who had tears in their eyes. No, Europe, we don't want to leave you. We love you. We love you. We don't want to go. Those are the people who vote for Civic Platform now.
Right.
The sort of people who have emotional attachment to progress and the EU.
Right. Anyway, so Civic Coalition, they've got these fairly
You
negligible
definitely don't
parties
have
that have
any.
joined them, but then
You definitely don't have any. Oh, Unia Pracy. Interesting. Wait, is Unia Pracy actually part of the? No way. Unia Pracy is actually part of the coalition right now. Oh wow. Okay.
who is but they're not they don't have a majority. So who is propping up their government? I guess Third Way, because I know
If you could
ASL,
scroll up for a
people-
moment. Right, now we have the New Left. That's the mainstream leftist party, which is small. They got 5%, less than 5% in this election, or their candidate.
Right.
They are the. They
How do you
are
like the animation? How do you like the animation so far? Now we do the in-betweening. Probably let her sit a bit. Oh boy.
the ordinary left, which says, we really need abortion, we really need to fight the church, we need the separation
What is
of
an
church and
unordinary
state.
Ordinary
Like
left.
we don't have it. Although I can somewhat understand their annoyance, since the Novo Sordo hierarchy was very cozy with the former government, so they sort of brought it up on themselves. And a little lower we have Razem, so Together party, and exactly the same left wing, except led by Adrian Zandberg, and that left is not in the coalition. That's Zandberg accused the mainstream left candidate of essentially selling out to the coalition and not fulfilling any of their promises to their constituency, which is true. This is part of the two-party system we have now. We have the main center-left party, Civic Platform, blackmailing all the other parties essentially all the other parties left of peace, left of law and justice, and saying, well, you must support us, or else law and justice will rule, and then the world will end. And
That's
Poland will
not
die,
blackmail.
and something horrible will happen.
What
So
that does?
these
that's
third
not
parties
blackmail.
here, like Poland 2050 and the Polish People's Party, which which I just found them interesting because I compared their platform to the Canadian People's Party, and their platform is almost identical. So that goes back to what I was talking about. Because in Canada, the People's Party of Canada, they're called Nazis, they're racists, they're considered this extremist party, which I find hilarious. But then you see a part in Poland, given differences in culture, a party that at least outwardly has the same policies. They're in a coalition with the center-left government.
Yes.
Versus being
Okay, name those
pariahs,
policies.
like
Jesus Christ.
One point about their name. This is probably the worst translation of the name. This is, first of all, this is not Polish People's Party, contrary to how they translated it. It's the Polish Party of the People.
Okay.
So it's not.
Oh yeah, Polish People's Party, yeah, the Polish Party of the People. Totally different. Not only is this person illiterate on politics, he is also illiterate on the English language. Better than politics, I don't have to looking into much. Jesus Christ Almighty.
That's where the adjective goes. And the people here refers specifically to people working in agriculture. So it's not just party of all people in Poland. It's
the farmer party, basically.
yes, it's the farmer party.
Oh, okay.
It was normally had support in the country and in small towns, and it is the oldest party.
Yeah, they've been around since in one form or another,
yes.
1895. But okay, well let's skip to the good.
Let's stay with them for a moment.
Oh,
more,
okay,
because,
I wanted to skip to the good stuff, but
well, they sort of are the good stuff because they have existed in a different form under communism, and they exist now, and they existed before the war. So they are a very old party, and because they are not really ideological. They are not ideological, and they are not centered around a charismatic leader. They are.
What does that mean? They're not
providing for the interests of their voters, of people, of small-time government officials, municipal officials,
that's ideology.
For farmers, for
oh my God.
people like that. So it is a big, maybe not surprise, but it is something odd that they were unable to form a coalition with Law and Justice in the last election, because normally they would be able to form a coalition with everyone. But this is entirely the fault of Law and Justice, which tries to blackmail all the parties to its right to join it and surrender and essentially become vassals.
This guy does not know what blackmail means.
Devours them.
Blackmail.
so it sounds like the same tactic being used by both Peace and PAO, just they fully different people to...
Yes, they do exactly the same thing, and they support each other in this system. For all their posture of hatred towards each other, they will defend their monopolies on their respective sides. For example, during the previous presidential elections, the candidate of the Civic Platform was losing completely, was going to just fall out of the race. At which point, Law and Justice, which was still in power, voted to allow them to change a candidate for a better one, who would get more votes. So they are actively supporting this transformation into a two-party system, and they are very vulgarly bullying other parties to submit to their hegemony.
Oh,
so,
boy.
Polish People's Party is. It was a party which was in coalition with plenty of governments, because they just want to do good business, and the ideology is there because well, they had
Canadian
write
People's
something
Party,
down, but
Polish
they are
People's
there
Party.
to
What is
provide
this shit? Is
for the
this
interests of
Judo
their
People's
people.
Front at the People's
Okay,
Front
you can
in
scroll
Jeddah
down now.
type shit? Oh my
Yeah,
god,
'cause-
Lucy.
So this is the most interesting group for me is Confederation or Konfederacja in Polish.
Oh, no.
Confederation of Liberty and Independence, and so there's a few groups underneath them. I find New Hope is kind of a hilarious name to me.
Yes.
But then you've got Ruch Narodowy, or the National Movement, which I mean they're described
very-
as far right, but I know you were saying that they're not. They're
They're
more
not.
moderate. But then
Moderate?
mentioning Grzegorz Braun, which despite his German last name is
Confederacy is
Polish,
moderate.
and he's
Fuck me, Confederacy is now moderate. Okay. I would hate to know what party would not be moderate according to these people. The Nazi party, I guess. I guess at least, I don't know. Oh my god. Fuck me. Can you believe this? Because I sure cannot.
his
Well,
party within this
his
coalition.
family
is-
was German. I don't know
yeah.
how
So he's-
many. I think it's well over a century since they've been absorbed into Poland.
Right. Right, so yeah, his smaller party is the Konfederacja Korony Polskiej, or the Confederation of the Polish Crown. So,
His
I mean,
grandparent
he is
was
a traditional
German.
Catholic. I don't know where he goes if he's.
I believe he goes to the SSPX. He certainly spoke very
Seems like it.
fondly of them.
Yeah, I've heard him say something. I know I know when he came to Canada, not this recent election, but a previous election, he came to Canada to seek votes from the Polish diaspora, and I think it was a lot of SSPX churches were hosting him when he was coming to speak. I know for sure the SSPX church in Toronto had him, so he's. I mean, to me, from the outside, he seems like he's the real deal ideologically. I mean, he is a little bit can be a bit provocative. I want to share a because I downloaded it.
Wait with that.
Wait,
We'll get to
hold
that.
on.
But I want to
Christ.
focus on the three, let's say, parties here, or three groups which
Three
form the
Stooges.
Confederation, Liberty and Independence, because those are what I would regard as the genuine right wing in Poland, and I
You
to
mean
some degree
far right?
identify with that group. So
Oh my god, of course. Why am I
need to talk about its
surprised?
history. It was composed of the two groups, originally composed of the two groups to one of them were the nationalists,
Of course.
so the Ruch Narodowy and those circles. The others were, let's say, liberals, or people who called themselves liberals under communism, and when communism fell, they had to find themselves a new name because suddenly they were exposed to Western liberals, and they decided, well, we're not with those guys. So they became known as the conservative liberals. And Grzegorz Braun was a linchpin uniting the coalition of the two groups. because he was to some degree a bridge between them. He's
Loon.
very libertarian-minded in many respects. That's something which I don't think gets
More like center-right moderates. No! Far-right!
broadcast west, where he is known mostly for, let's say, the provocative actions, like, well, we'll get to that.
Yeah, well, okay, please
But I
do!
remember years ago where he
Dumbass.
was in a discussion, very vivid discussion with then head of the national movement, and he called him a fascist or a Mussolinist for wanting to keep public education. So he was very, so he is very much for free market, minimal state, strong but minimal state. And I have to speak about the conservative, of course. The funny thing is, the right wing.
No wonder Jack don't do it to like this video. It's completely incoherent, it's completely illiterate, it's stupid.
Generally is very free market, because the nationalists are not as much pro-free market, but they certainly have free market roots. The great antebellum free market economists were nationalists in Poland. So that's sort of what makes you right-wing in Poland to a large degree, is that you,
What?
to some degree, accept the free market.
Mm-hmm.
And the conservative liberals, as
That's
they are
not
called,
true.
it's completely inadequate name, were headed, I suppose, are centered around the person of Janusz Korwin-Mikke.
Oh, another lunatic. Another
I think
loon.
I had a photo of him somewhere here.
Although my mom called him a boring idiot.
Let me.
My mom said that she met him and that he's really, really
Share it.
stupid. Make of that what you will.
Well, what makes... That's him. Janusz Korwin-Mikke. He's in politics. He's been in politics for
Yes, Mr. Traditionalist, you know what? He just straight up calling them neo-Nazis, and I don't get what's wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that.
years. Since his university days.
An idiot.
And when you hear things I say...
Oh, he's a
well,
monarchist,
they
by
are
the way.
A bit outlandish. You never heard something like that. That's largely because I learned it from him. So he formulated the adage that the communism in Poland, the communism...
Oh yeah, he also says that women are stupid, women are weak and stupid and should not be able to vote. That's our Janusz Korwin-Mikke. And immigrants are of a lesser breed. They are the trash in Europe. So there you go. This is this person's idol, Janusz Korwin-Mikke.
Poland was composed of two elements, socialism and authoritarianism. And we removed authoritarianism and tried to keep socialism. We should have done it the other way around. Kept the old authoritarian system and just put laissez-faire economy in. And you know, he's a monarchist.
Yes.
Opposed to abortion.
Lunatic.
His idea was that the best thing to, you know, to privatize everything and have free market economy and private health,
Shittiest
private
idea.
schooling and so on. Except he wanted the military to launch coup d'état, and the military should do it and kill all the communists.
Oh my god, of course.
So that's more or less his
I
position.
pity all foreigners that learn politics from this guy. I pity them. Like, you have to be a MAGA idiot to watch this and be like, oh yes, interesting, I have learned so much about Polish politics from this. Which actually happened. Chuck Don't Do It came to this chat and was like, oh yes, this brilliant YouTuber, I've learned so much. Polish politics, so interesting. Hum 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 hum. Hum hum hum
The
hum.
position of the so-called conservative liberals in Poland.
Oh god.
He's the reason we don't really have libertarians here. Because he took the whole liberty movement, and libertarians kept complaining for years that he's scandalous and he's an authoritarian. Which
Well,
he of course is.
I mean, the thing is, libertarians don't really exist anywhere because true libertarianism, I think, is just not workable. I mean, you've got there aren't really. You've got some small fringe groups. There's a Libertarian Party in Canada. There's a Libertarian Party in the U.S., but they never really go anywhere.
But we don't have I think we have a libertarian party, perhaps, but it's like 5 people. You can't really have a libertarian party convention in Poland because the liberty movement has been taken over by Korwin-Mikke. There are a few interviews with him in the West in English. Unfortunately, they are not about deep ideological stuff. They are about him saying in the EU that, he commented on the wage gap. And he said, well, of course women earn less. They are smaller, weaker, and less intelligent. They must earn less.
And they shouldn't vote.
That was his position. He got interviewed a few times over that. You say that libertarianism is not workable. In a sense, it is.
Yes, indeed. My mom said that she met him and that he's a very stupid guy. Fine.
It's just there are 2 camps in the libertarian movement. One is essentially neo-feudalist, and it's centered around Hans Hermann Hoppe. Those people want something perfectly workable. They want to return to the decentralization of the Middle Ages, where everything was based on private contracts between feudal lords and their vassals.
Stupid. Really, really stupid.
They wanted a decentralized...
And also, that's not even how it worked in Poland.
something like the
monarchy in Poland, in the Kingdom of Poland, did not work in the way that Korwin-Mikke would want it to begin with. So, what a joke.
Holy Roman Empire when it got shattered and the imperial power diminished. So that's workable. We had it. And then there are those libertarians who just sort of imagine a utopia.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of, the anarcho-capitalists who think if you just have no government at all, then that's the which it'll never happen because someone's always going to step in and take over.
Well, that's the problem with some of them. You always have a government, even if it's a government of feudal lords or the government of fathers of families or judges or patriarchs.
Oh my God.
You can have it without the state in its modern understanding.
Does this guy even understand what the Commonwealth's political system was?
Just absorbed by some sort of aristocracy. And Hopper, as far as I know, is very much explicit that he wants the natural aristocracy to take over.
Yeah.
So
Well,
enough about them.
yeah, I'm just looking at the time. We barely talked about the presidential election itself, so we
Yes.
should probably
Yes.
head over that, having given a overview of the parties involved.
Well, I think we need to mention that
6 days
Korwin-Mikke
ago.
retired and the conservative liberal movement was taken over by his former pupil
Bosak.
Sławomir Mencen, who
Bosak.
ran these elections.
By
He
Bosak,
did
whatever.
very good,
He did
very
quite
good.
well.
Because Bosak doesn't
very good
matter.
Score.
Yeah,
And Brown split from them and ran independently.
Yeah, he didn't split
So
from them.
there
He was
was-
kicked out.
Split between the national movement and New Hope, which is the party of conservative liberals, and Brown. Brown wanted to be more radical.
Yeah, so he got
radical
kicked out.
economically even. He wants to completely abolish a lot of taxes, the income tax, for example. Whilst the New Hope and National Movement want low and simple taxes. They want to simplify everything. But the real difference between them is in sheer radicalism. And that's I think where we can play the video.
Well, maybe we'll say, I don't know if we'll do, I think we should talk about the actual what's going on in the election. So
Okay.
I
Okay.
found this graphic, which shows the results of round one of the
Yes.
election. So as you can see, orange is Shashkovsky, blue is Navrotsky, and then you don't really see the other colors because they didn't get enough votes. But you can see Slavomir Mencen, who we were mentioning, he did quite well for a not being one part of the Uniparty, 14.8%, almost 15%.
15% in practice.
Right, and then behind him in fourth place was Grzegorz Braun.
Brown.
He's 6.34%.
Yes.
And then, I mean, just, well, Mr. Zandberg, who you mentioned, he had almost
Yes.
5%.
He's much. I don't know if he's really more radical than the mainstream left, but he's far. Well, he didn't join the coalition. He didn't sell out for a nice office. He's a real believer. And in the meantime, we have Szymon Hołownia with 499. He's the candidate of the coalition of Poland 2050 and Polish People's Party.
15, yeah, 15.
Isn't he the marshal of the Sejm, which would be like our version of the Speaker
Sejm.
of the House?
Yes, he is. Well, for half of the term, he's going to switch with the head of the mainstream left, Włodzimierz Czarzasty. Czarzasty he was the member of the Communist Party under communism, so he's an old school communist.
He's got to be not just old school, but pretty old, because I mean it's been a few years since communism. It was '89 that communism
89,
collapsed
yes.
in Poland. So it's a few years ago now.
Yes,
35 years.
I think
Yes.
he's one of the last, or perhaps he is the last big names from those times who actually are still politically active.
So,
Just a real quick comment on the map, because I wonder if this is the same in Canada, because in the U.S. you look at the maps and you see conservative Republican, domination throughout the country, except for in the cities, right? So you always see that the Democrat, voted in the big cities, Denver, Los Angeles, etc. This is a much interesting map because it's looks like it's very regional. It's split like down the half of the map, which is That's pretty fascinating. I don't know if is there a quick explanation for that, Michael, or why is it that you have, the southeast is blue and the northwest is orange? That's kind of fascinating.
There is an explanation, but it isn't quick.
Oh
I mean,
my
the
God.
quick explanation is that the orange parts are the parts which were at some point under German control, German occupation. And they constitute, it's a whole
Partition.
history of
Not a-
those territories and how they were changing hands between Poland and Germany. And that's too long, I think.
No, it's
But
not.
those
It's actually
parts
very
in
short.
orange
It has to do with
are
the
largely
partitions.
parts either gained or regained, or however you want to look at it, by Poland after the Second World War. And again, some of those territories were, I think all of them were at some point in history under Polish control. It's just the very western parts.
Successfully installed new CPU water cooling cooler, much better than the hulking radiator I thought before. What is a mess?
Translated civic platform, but I think
Hold
you said
on,
it
where
could
was
also
I?
be citizens platform.
There is absolutely
Okay.
no difference between the two in Polish. Polish People's Party. Okay.
I
Where was I with this crap?
found this graphic not being one part of the universe.
Really more radical than the mainstream left. Poland 2050 and
Marshall
Welcome
of the
back.
Sem, which
No, it's okay.
for half of the main huge.
been a few in
I think he
Conservative,
Very
except for on
stupid
the
video.
is there a quick fascinating?
But those parts in orange are largely the parts either gained or regained, or however you want to look at it, by Poland after the Second World War. And again, some of those territories were, I think all of them were at some point in history under Polish control. It's just the very western parts were under Polish control about 800 years ago, and then they've been German for 800 years.
Yeah, that probably is an important thing to point out that most people might not know is Poland's borders shifted several hundred kilometers westward after World War II, because at the beginning
Yes,
of
on both ends.
right before World War II, the border between Germany and Poland would have been somewhere around here, and then the
Yes.
Polish-Russian border would have been back over here. So large sections of what are now Ukraine and Belarus were
Ukraine,
Pol-
Belarus, Lithuania. I mean, it's some Poland, I don't know if I can't find quickly the
No.
map of Poland at its greatest extent. But it was a massive country.
Polish, Lithuanian,
Most of
Commonwealth, you
these-
dumbass.
The parts which are
Oh god.
in the west have been lost to Germany. I think some of them 1,000 years ago, and just Poland sort of lost interest in them and
Oh my
moved its
god, this is
interest
such
to the east.
illiteracy.
So that's part of it. The parts which are in the orange have been under German control, but as we've been
I
discussing,
found a map that I think we can share from Wikipedia that gives a bit of that Polish borders as they've changed over the last
yes, you can see
last
Yes.
1,000 years or
Latvia
so.
and part of
So you can see
Estonia, yes.
all of this back in
Yes.
the you can see 1569. The Polish borders are all the way out here.
At some
Then-
point,
Polish
Poland was
border?
essentially touching the sea
Polish, Lithuanian, Commonwealth.
on the other side.
Right. So you can see, so the pink
Almost
here,
to
that's
The
Crimea.
Black Sea, you
the
dumbass.
pink here is modern Poland, but the dark, this gray line here, that 1939, you can see this was Poland right before World War II started.
Interesting.
Right. But as we've been discussing with Nicholas, I don't think that is, strictly speaking, the explanation for the difference. After World War II, west of Poland, those territories which were formerly German, is where where most Soviet armies were stationed, and where Soviets were building a lot of things, including hospitals. I think there's also a map of distribution of hospitals in Poland. You have much more of them in the West, and the simple answer is that the Soviet system was a system of perpetual war, perpetual revolution. So they stationed all the armies and built a lot of hospitals in the West,
Boy.
essentially in preparation to attack if they need.
Right. Yeah. So there's just a map I found quickly. You can definitely see. Yeah, there's quite a few more. Which, I mean, it makes sense that the Soviets would have the bulk of their forces deployed to the west of the country because that's where it's closest to NATO.
Yes.
Yes.
But then this is
Oh
all
boy.
where all these Soviet bases are. That's all area that.
Allow
before-
me to share a different map. I think mine is a little bit better.
This is illiteracy.
Yes, as you
Manifested.
can see, this is. As you can see, this is more or less the same map. Where the Soviet army was stationed.
Interesting.
So I think that is, to some degree, the reason why those places are more, let's say, progressive, because between the world wars, places which were formerly under German occupation were
What, more
were really
progressive?
the domain of nationalists. That's where the nationalists were stronger, because nationalists did a tremendous amount of work to go there and, when they were faced with Kulturkampf, persuade people that, you look at the parish records, your family was 3 or 4 generations ago, they were Poles, returned to Polish culture. And that's where nationalists did a lot of work. And nationalists absolutely hated, well, maybe not hated, but they had no hope for the east of Poland. Because in the east of Poland,
Oh boy.
where I'm from, and where I would say was the real beating heart of Poland, the population was more split. You had cities which were Polish. They were surrounded by villages which were Ukrainian or Lithuanian or
Comrades, this is the
Belarusian.
Reality Manifest. True.
So nationalists essentially believed before the war that you have to cut off those territories. They are a cancer. That was their fault for being Democrats, because they were national Democrats, and they
Fuck
believed
me.
that where you have a lot of Ukrainians and Lithuanians, they're not going to vote for a Polish nationalistic party. Very true. Those people simply shouldn't have had the vote.
What the fuck?
So is that still the case then? You
Oh
still
my
have.
god.
No, because those
But,
territories
but
were
it looks like
cut
now in the
off.
east, it's going. The
Poland's
east is
all
voting more,
Polish.
voting more
East has been cut
right
off.
now, right?
When I'm talking about east of Poland before the war, and historically, I'm talking about Kiev, Leopolis, or Lviv, Minsk. which is
Before the
capital of
war?
Belarus,
Kiev was part of the USSR, you moron! Not part of Poland!
Vilna, Lviv.
What?
When I'm talking about east of Poland before the war, and historically, I'm talking about Kiev, Leopolis, or Lviv, Minsk, which is the capital of Belarus, Vilnius, Kovno, so cities which are now
Fuck me.
in Lithuania, Belarus, and Ukraine. Poland has been essentially moved to the west by Stalin on both sides.
Kiev was
Yeah,
not
so
even part
I
of Poland
you
before
saw
the war.
little islands of orange in the blue areas for the
Yes,
cities.
which are the big cities.
Yeah, so they still have the city. I've still never really been able to figure out like why are cities always liberal? Is there such a thing as a
It's very
traditionalist?
simple. It's very simple.
Because people in cities are
You
educated.
can't really do all their weird liberal sexual stuff in a small
Liberal
town.
sexual
Oh, so they
stuff.
all congregate in the big cities.
Yeah, so they have to, and that's where all the big corporations are. That's where all the
Globalist.
government offices are.
Christ.
That's where
I
all
would,
the universities.
I would also say I think part of it's education. Exactly. I think my biggest part of it is education. I would say this is where people who go to university, go to college to get educated, they rarely go back out into the country. And I see that where I live. I mean, I live in the middle of nowhere. You have a lot of hand workers, you know, in tourism, but you know, more kind of simple folk, I suppose you could say, and they're much more conservative.
Yeah,
And I
that's
think-
why they're
I think a
conservative,
huge
because
part
they're
of
much more
liberalism,
simple.
whatever you want to call it, is education. The people are brainwashed into, you know, reading whatever it is. If it's Karl Marx or whatever it is in college, I think a
Exactly.
lot of people come out of university totally,
But
yeah, literally brainwashed. I mean, really on the other side of what they could have been.
Like that. Notice it has
Sure.
always been like that. What does the word pagan mean? Pagan means a villager, someone from a village. That's how the name got stuck, because they were the last conservative bastions of paganism. The countryside, the simple people, whilst all the cities became Catholic. So we sort of need to get back to that. Cities will always be centers of culture. That we are doing better in the countryside and liberals are doing better in the cities is nothing against the city life. This is a criticism of us, that we are degenerating. We cannot form our own strong culture. But
Yeah,
that's,
well, I don't think I think there's no way that we can without the church. And I mean, the church the shepherd has been struck and the flock
Well,
is
but
scattered. We don't
that's-
have that unifying principle, and we're
but that's
a
been a
tiny
problem long before the Vatican II.
Oh, well, of course. The Vatican II didn't come out of.
Right,
These
so
things don't happen out of the blue.
we first lost the
Oh my
grip
god.
of culture, and then Vatican II happened.
Oh my
I
god.
would say we also lost the grip of economy
We.
with the end of feudalism
Oh boy.
in colonies of slavery. I'm sorry for laughing, but I just realized I mentioned slavery in every one of our streams and programs. And in the last one, someone wrote to me after it that congratulations on lasting this long without mentioning slavery. So,
Oh.
so
What made it 58 minutes? Or
Really a stupid, brainless Polish version of Ark Warhammer. Unbelievable. And Lucy, that listening to this must be embarrassing, but let's have a closer look. Maybe Traditionalist has some very interesting perspectives. Maybe. Jesus Christ Almighty. You know what? I'm gonna say it. At least, like, Ukraine has its right sector guys that have pretty lunatic views. I don't know, but at least, you know what? At least the right sector guys in Ukraine are. A lot of them are in the military and doing something useful. What is this guy doing? Okay? Christ. Very, very annoying.
'56 minutes before mentioning
yes,
it this stream.
but with the fall of feudalism and slavery in the colonies, people became equal as a matter of law. And when you have equality in practice, egalitarianism in theory needs to follow. You can't long have equality in practice and believe in inequality in theory.
Yeah.
So this is
What?
So let me show one other thing. I'm wondering, does a graphic like this give you a bit of hope for the future of Poland? This is exit poll. Now, of course, it's exit polls. Who knows how people actually voted? But this is what people are saying to the pollsters coming out.
the exit polls were fairly accurate. So
So I find it
it should be
interesting
good.
that it seems like most
Oh,
of
hope for a
Manson's
Nazi
votes
Poland.
came from the
A
under
big
39
poll.
crowd.
This
Grzegorz
arc is doing
did
Warhammer
best
40k. This
with
guy
the 30 to
doesn't.
39
True.
people, not as well
True.
aged. Greg Braun is
True.
more kind of equal across age groups. But I find that interesting. I find this interesting too, that in Poland the 60 plus vote is the more right of center party, and well, I mean they're almost equal. But whereas in Canada it's definitely the reverse, and I suspect it's the same in the U.S. where the 60 plus tend to be more left. But does this give you hope for the future of Poland?
60 plus more.
It gives me hope for the future of the right-wing movement in Poland.
Oh fuck
I
me.
don't know how much hope I have for that movement really changing the country. I think European nations are moribund. They got
what?
to the end of their life cycle and they will all die out or will be changed substantially.
Okay.
So I
Well,
think
probably the caliphate eventually. That's-
possibly.
Oh my god. Oh my, I can't. I cannot. I physically cannot. I cannot with this bullshit become a caliphate. Ah. Listen, somebody should give me a nice award for this. I'm suffering for you. For you. Okay? I was just supposed to do nice animation, relax, and now I'm doing this. Become a caliphate. God damn it.
More likely in Germany or England than in
There's
Poland.
so many better things that I
yeah,
could be
saying
doing.
Europe generally, but if Western Europe becomes a caliphate, it won't be long before you've got jihad on the roll again. We just haven't had a big jihad for a while because the Muslim world fell so far behind the West technologically that when you can just,
What?
when they're still fighting just with AK-47s and T-72s, and the West has all these.
They're going to take over now.
But yeah, so once they have that,
What the fuck?
They
And
take
it has
over
to,
Britain,
and it
France.
has to be said about Islam. It does produce golden ages after it conquers a more advanced society. They don't just burn all the books. They take over. It
Yes,
happened when they
definitely.
conquered Persia. That's
Definitely
the
in
Islamic
Spain.
golden
The
age.
very.
It wasn't just a bunch of Arabs who suddenly had brilliant ideas. They conquered Persia. They stole its ideas. They absorbed the population. They took
What about Spain?
invasions from India, from Egypt. And
Yes,
they
of
spread
course,
it around.
Of course, Arabs
And then
are not
when
capable
they had
of.
nothing more to take over.
Jesus
They
Christ.
gradually declined. But now they're going to take over the West, and you will see, I think, an Islamic golden age where they will impose
Wow.
a regime which is more similar to the natural law, closer to the natural law
Natural law.
than postmodernism.
I-
And they will take over the technology.
Yeah, I agree. It would be closer to the natural law, but ironically, people like us would. We at least don't get dragged into the street and murdered or thrown off buildings, and our sons don't get abducted. Well, they try to I guess they do their own version of Janissaries in the
Seriously, yeah, we're gonna get some good old-fashioned racism against Arab people. Really, that's yeah. In as a little bonus, okay, like horrible analysis not enough. We need to do some anti-Arab / anti-Muslim racism. Okay, cool. Yeah, good, excellent. Simply perfect, yeah. Oh, only 16 minutes left.
modern West.
Thank
It's
God.
just more subtle with the brainwashing and soya and all the food and chemicals in the environment.
Soy in the food? Really? Does this person actually subscribe to the idea that soy in the food somehow increases estrogen? These people are so stupid.
I think
Soy in the food.
Islamic migration should force the healthy elements of Western populations which are dispersed to flee their homes and concentrate in one place, or not necessarily from all Europe in one place, but let's say from all Britain in one place, from all Slavic country, from all Germanic countries,
Gosh.
and concentrate tightly.
This is so brain dead. Are we going to hear about more superior genetics, like something about Polish culture that somehow can be inherited through genes? You know, Lucy, about all that magnificent stuff. I hope so. There's 16 minutes left. The sky is the limit at this point. Who knows? I'm hoping. I'm hoping for the best.
And this pressure should form like pressure transforming coal into diamonds. This pressure of migration should burn away the diseased elements of Western populations and allow
The diseased
healthier
elements. What?
to refocus and survive and to be the seed of new European nations.
Well, I can definitely see the merit in that that analysis. And that
What?
seems to be the way humans work. We need
What the fuck? Oh my god. I can certainly see some merits in this lunatic analysis that you have just done. Yes, we have to get rid of the diseased members of the groups and we need to just coalesce and build a new Europe. Oh god. How many subscriptions? 905. Oh. Oi, 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 oi. Are they growing? Thank God, no. Thank God Almighty, no. They are indeed not growing. They are indeed not growing. Thank.
to. I mean, that's why God chastises those who He loves, because you see it throughout history.
Yes,
Humans
but
need
we
to be
also
chastised
completely
in order
changed
to
the
stay on
subject.
the right path.
Yes, but we also completely changed the subject. We need to get back to Poland.
We
Polish
did, although
election.
I'm personally running out of time that I can stick around, but
Okay.
Kevin is there.
So
Okay.
I got about
Okay.
5 to 10 minutes.
I was saying,
okay,
what
so
would you
let's play that video and,
okay,
and talk about that and finish up.
sure. So this is a video of Greg Braun.
Which made
Cool.
him somewhat famous in the West.
Oh, Grzegorz Braun, the infamous Hanukkah candle assault. Okay.
Famous. Let me.
Jesus. Fuck.
It's happening in Polish Parliament.
Sorry, it doesn't want to play for me. Let me try the different. Sorry, let me try the different viewer. I don't know why that's not. Of course, I had it all queued up, and then it doesn't want to play for me.
Well, it happens. Well, what happened was a group of. Well, we have the left and the progressives, the civic platform always telling us that Polish parliament needs to be a space free from religion, neutral, ideologically and religiously neutral. And then they started celebrating Hanukkah there.
Right, yeah,
Invited
the
a
big, huge
group of
menorah.
Chabad Lubavitch and started lighting up the Hanukkah candles.
Which is a fire hazard. So Mr. Braun took action.
Yes.
Oh yeah, that lady ended up in a hospital, by the way, because he sprayed her face with the fire extinguisher. Just saying. Just so you know. He damaged her eyes.
Well, so he got rid of the fire hazard.
He did.
He's done a
Nice.
few of things like that.
Yeah,
I
he
know
did.
Some people were scandalized. I will say, I'd be scandalized if he went into a synagogue or someone's private home. This was or even some sort of rented room in the building
What does that even mean? I'd be scandalized. What the fuck does that mean? Learn English. Jesus Christ.
of the Polish
I'd be
Parliament.
scandalized.
This was happening in the corridor, and those people tell us that, well, it needs to be. We need to remove crosses because it needs to be religiously neutral, and then they start something like this. There are about 5,000 Jews in Poland, I think. They are not all members of Chabad Lubavitch, the group which organized that. So, why exactly is this happening? So that's, of course, very good. I completely support those actions.
Yeah, I know, because you're a
We need
loon.
to sometimes respond to provocations with force, and that's
What the fuck?
the reason why I think we don't have a problem, such a big problem with migrants in Poland, as, for example, England does. About 10 years
What
ago,
does that have to
over
do
10
with
years ago,
anything?
in England, an English soldier named Lee Rigby got butchered in the street by, I think,
By-
Nigerian migrants.
By
They
a
just took
Nigerian
meat
prince?
cleavers and hacked him to bits in front of the crowd. And the English people just stood and watched. And then they recorded a video on their phones of the killer with blood on his hands and the cleaver in his hand, explaining why he did that. And after that,
I don't trust
the
this story
English
one bit.
authorities warned
We heard the
British soldiers
story
not to
about the
walk
abortion.
the streets in their uniforms
Yeah,
because
that's
they
a
may
typical.
be attacked.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I mean,
No,
that's
it
the way it is here in
doesn't.
Canada too. Canadian soldiers
Exactly.
are not allowed to wear
It
uniforms in
isn't
public.
happening in Poland yet, not because we have less migrants, we do, But the reason is that we are still able to respond to force with force. And the English, unfortunately, I don't want to single them out, but they are an example.
This is
I see it
stupid.
very much even on Twitter. They respond to force with an ever more elaborate moral argument for why they deserve to be safe in their homes, or they, respond with using nasty words to describe the migrants or something like that. You respond to force with force, not with an intellectual argument.
I mean, when you said though that it's not like you don't have mass immigration, I mean, it's all relative, right? I mean,
It's relative.
foreign nationals in Poland's population is only 1.2% of the population. It's not like Canada where something
Sorry, what? I want to hear that again.
like, actually, let me see, I have 2%.
It's relative.
Foreign nationals in Poland's population is only 1.2% of the population.
Ukrainian people are 8% of the Polish population. What are you talking about? Okay. I'm gonna Google it, okay? How many Ukrainian people in Poland? Percentage. Fuck me. Earlier the AI actually gave me percentages. Very interesting stuff, Mr. Traditionalist. Please continue.
It's not like Canada where something like, actually, let me see, I think I've got the graphic here somewhere. Like the percentage of the Canadian population that's foreign born is like 40% or something like that. So that's different than a huge difference from 1.2%.
This isn't in itself a problem. Saudi Arabia, I think, has similar numbers. About 40% are foreign born. United Arab Emirates, I think, are only 8% are native born. But those countries are not screaming about being replaced because they don't have democracy. They don't give those people rights. And they are fully capable of responding to force with force.
But their immigrants are also all fellow Arabs.
What the fuck? Lettuce. Oh my god, lettuce. So, do you know Ark Warhammer? So we are looking at this Polish lunatic guy who is talking about Polish politics. He's teaching foreigners about Polish politics. So Konfederacja is a moderate party. Law and Justice is not really conservative. What else? Democracy sucks. And God, so many things. What am I even supposed to do with this?
And fellow Muslims, aren't they? I mean, it's not like they have 80% of their population is white people.
Okay, let me give you another example. South Carolina, in the
And Saudi Arabia is good because it just it's not a democracy, so it doesn't give rights to those pesky non-citizens.
1850s. That was a country which had very high black immigration.
You cannot hear the video?
I leave it
Hold on. Don't tell me it's messed up again.
unspecified. But they had
Really? Did the mic... Oh my god. Oh, for fuck's sake, really? God, I hate this. It should be okay. Should be okay.
About
Oh, you should be able to hear the video. Is that the right situation? Yeah.
60% of the population of South Carolina were black.
Oh.
The native population was a minority. It was similar, I think, in Alabama. Texas, I think, had over 50, over.
What does he mean by the native population, I wonder? What does he mean by that?
30% immigrants. Those people were not complaining. They were not causing trouble. They were not outvoting the native population. They were not writing.
Oh. Yeah, I'm sorry. That's not my fault. It's this dumbasses, okay? Yeah, it's this dumbasses. Apologies. This video is made in such a way that you can only hear it from the left earbud, okay? I cannot hear it from the right earbud either. Like, that's not on me. That's on that guy who made the video, okay? That doesn't know how to operate sound. Like, I already sort of semi got used to it, but it was the very first thing that I said when I started the video. I was like, what? What? Why am I hearing this only from one side? Because this guy is too busy being a lunatic to properly make a video. Unprotected Polish brains were infected with white replacement theory. Brace yourself. True. God, true. My God. Yeah, that is why you cannot hear, because incompetent people made a video. Which, actually, I hate that. I hate not hearing sound from both sides. It irks me greatly.
Complaints.
So if you want to hear the amazing wisdom that this guy has to say, I'm afraid, yeah.
Demands for reparations.
Well, then prepare to be, I don't know, prepare for the recoil of this guy's annoying voice.
In the press.
And horribly faked, I don't know, horribly forced British accent.
I leave it unsaid why. But again,
Again,
immigrants are not a problem in themselves as long as you can keep them in check. The real problems are the equality fanatics.
equality fanatic,
Well,
sure.
although, I mean, I don't know about Germany, but in Canada, I would
God.
argue that we're beyond equality. Immigrants have more rights than native-born Canadians.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, we're beyond equality. We're slaves to the immigrants. What the fuck is happening? What am I listening to even? A viewer called Jack Don't Do It, a Trumper, recommended me this video.
Well, that's not.
Damn, what did I wake up to? That guy's English accent is faker than Ark Cockhammer's, more pretentious than Soigo. I know! So that kind of idiocy, yeah. It's just... Jack Don't Do It recommended this to me last night, so I'm like, okay, alright, might as well, sure, why not?
Course of history, right? If you will not be masters over them, they will be masters over you.
Well, and I think
The fuck?
you look at the U.S., the founding of the U.S., the founders said if this country is not run by Christian moral people, it cannot survive. We talked about this last night in our live stream, and it's like, I think that's what you're seeing when you have a group of leaders in the U.S., Canada, for sure, likely Poland. They have no impulse. They have no desire to rule for the people. They just don't care. They don't love America. They don't love Americans. They're not doing it for the good. They're not doing it for God. They're doing it probably for their own selfish reasons or whatever it is. And I think that's what you're saying. And I think I agree with you, Michael. I argued with Eric about this a couple weeks ago that
You're so
this
stupid.
idea that our systems right now work. I'm an optimist, as everyone knows probably, but it doesn't work. I mean, when democracy can be bought, when the pharmaceutical companies can just buy the Congress people, or you know that you vote in someone in Canada who's now going to allow in millions more immigrants who are going to ruin the country.
Oh
eventually,
my god.
eventually it's going to end up in some sort of revolution, right? It kind of has to, or as you said, it's all going to become a caliphate, and then it's going to become a spiritual war. Which that's actually I agree.
Yes,
I think
it's all gonna become a caliphate. Yeah.
whole agendas of transgenderism and all this.
Oh, there you go. Oh my god, I was waiting for it. I was waiting for this to happen. I was so disappointed that trans issues were not mentioned once, but now I'm sort of vindicated. Transgender is mentioned. Thank you. I should take a drink. I should drink a bottle of vodka now.
Stuff is going to go away within a generation, and it's going to become a religious battle. I totally agree with you there. I think that is where we're headed, and it's probably going to be Catholics, Muslims, and Jews. And it's kind of like, well, that's what we fought for a long time, and I think that's where we're going to be at pretty soon. And I think that talk about being ready to battle down the hatches and fight maybe for our lives, certainly for our faith and culture. And it's getting dark pretty quickly. And I guess I don't know. I got to wrap it up for myself, but I mean, what would then be your feeling, Michael, about how do you feel about?
Wow. The big brains of this space, I guess. Absolutely true, brother. Country of the Christians. By the Christians for the Christians. Oh my god. Oh my goodness.
This. So let's say 10 you feel great and 1 you feel terrible. Where is your just optimism?
This is what happens when a MAGA conservative recommends videos and says they're good videos.
Overall, like how do you feel being a Polish man right now from a 1 to 10? How do you feel with what happened here in the last week?
5.
I feel like a 5.
That's not very interesting, Michael.
Very lukewarm.
The simple truth is that, well, que sera, sera. What will happen, will happen.
Yes.
As I said,
Also, it's whatever will be, will be. What the fuck? The future's not ours to see. How do you fuck up such a famous quote so bad? Okay, sera, sera. Whatever will be, will be. The future's not ours to see. Whatever will happen, will happen. How do you do that? How? It is a good video though. Well, at least you're enjoying yourself. Jesus Christ Almighty, at least you are enjoying yourself.
European nations are on their deathbed, and there's nothing we can do to help them. They will be replaced by something. They will be replaced by younger nations, which will be better. Now, whether those nations will be Mahometan, or whether they will be Christian, I don't know.
Mahomet.
Perhaps I will be dead already. Or perhaps I will be like Saint Augustine, watching the collapse of my civilization. Who knows?
You're a real saint, dude.
I know that ultimately God and nature will triumph.
Amen to that. Nicholas, how do you feel about it? 1 to 10 from the outside.
Amen, brother.
Well, I mean, that's
Amen.
I'm an outsider, so I don't know that I really have
Amen, brother.
a fully informed opinion. I guess I would say, I mean, if I compare it to the election that Canada just had, but even then, I mean, I'd still only give it a 6 or a 7 because I do agree with what Mihao says. Like, in the grand scheme,
What Meow says.
it doesn't really matter which side wins.
Say it,
countries are all
Meow.
on the way down anyway.
That's in the
It's not like any
Bible.
of these are
True.
Catholic monarchy back
It is
on
in the
rise.
Bible.
So, things could have definitely been worse. It's not bad, but it's not anything to be super
I will
excited.
say one thing. I don't know if the Polish right-wing movement can save Poland in some fashion. But I will say this. It is a very good right-wing movement. And if you are in a Western country, and for example, I don't know, you're like in England where a group of Mohammedans are raping your daughter on regular basis, and the police says, well, that's the price you pay for living in a modern society.
Yeah, that's exactly
This is
what
a
the
good
yeah,
place
yes,
to
that's
live.
that is exactly what happens. Oh my god. Yeah, all my friends from England was just, oh yeah, my sister got raped, and the police said, well, that's just the price for living in a modern society, mate. Put up or shut up. In it. What is going on? Yeah, that's exactly what happens. Spot on. Well done. I could not have put it any better than this.
This is a good place to move to, and this is a good place to learn to be right wing.
To learn
We
to
have a
be.
good movement.
Oh
So
boy.
if you can't live in your country and you want to genuinely become a part of a real right-wing movement,
What a
that's-
bizarre
you know, you don't want to
pro-immigration message at the end,
bring
by the
your
way.
values, but you want to learn. You want to learn how to fight the left. This is a good place to move to.
What a bizarrely pro-immigration message.
Well, in that case, I'd say if you gentlemen are ready to wrap it up, I am. I gotta
Yeah.
run and take a baby.
Absolutely. I think we've exhausted
Take a
the
baby?
Okay.
Like a kidnap a baby?
subject. Well, goodbye, everyone.
Till next time.
That probably happened on
We won't talk about
Tuesday.
Canada again next time. Really positive, really optimistic news. Politics.
Oh, by what God and what is nature? Can God be determined by nature, or the nature itself is determined by God? The dragon of chaos and my mother pubes is upon that very interesting stuff. Jesus Christ. I've been recommended this by the MAGA guy who sometimes watches this stream. He's like, yes, I have learned so much about Polish politics. It's incredible. It's incredible how much you can learn from this traditionalist dude. It's like so educational, so educational. So yes, Lucy. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. Do my best. To do my best to do this animation live. This is supposed to be an animation stream, not a lunatic hour. This traditionalist guy sounds very Jordan Petersonish. Excellent, excellent. Perfect, perfection. This is perfection incarnate, isn't it? Incarnate. Incarnate perfection. Okay, watch the animation and tell me what you think so far. It was grandmother's pubes, lad. Very important. Blood the Impaler. So I guess now we go back to the main menu of this. This is going to be the thank you gif. Gosh. Well, it is what it is, unfortunately. It is what it is. Exactly, imagine mixing these up. All right. Excellent. What else can we have on while we draw? Chad Logic, trans YouTuber Essence of Thoughts channel is dying. Jams on BreadTube e-begging grift train. The trans agenda. What is happening? Okay, let's watch Chad Logic being a transphobe.
Okay, like this model, this whole thing. But from Ethel's perspective, this is actually quite good. It needs a bit of tweaking. The way it looks isn't quite right. But the trans agenda is actually a very funny name for a show like this, right? And I think that this could be quite a good stream, and you could probably, you know, you could probably get quite a bit of revenue doing this, I reckon.
Cool.
Why haven't they done this? Why haven't they streamed more? Do a stream if you're really struggling. Do a stream a week. Set a goal. If you hit the goal, you'll do a video about whatever rightoid grifter they want it done on. You know, you choose who I make a video about, and then spit out a fucking stop video talking about the quartering or whoever it is.
Brilliant. Brilliant.
Why is Chud even covering this? Why am I covering a broke lefty e-begging? Surely you should be able to answer that question.
I mean, I watched and listened to much
dude,
stuff that,
like,
yeah, it's
honestly,
inevitably mulling in my brain.
If you hammered this and did streams like this, I think you could probably draw in a few $100 a month at minimum.
Wow.
Doing this. And then you could even diversify it out a little bit and maybe look at other topics of interest of a similar nature.
Cool.
But instead you don't stream,
Amazing.
put out a video a week, and sometimes they're not even about the best thing, doing well-researched videos. Just a waste, really, isn't it?
True, Chad Logic.
I bet, dude, they used to stream at least once a month from the looks of it, or once every 2 months. I mean, dude, one stream a week. 1 3-hour stream a week. What
One stream.
What is wrong with these people, bro? Do 1 3-hour stream a week.
True, bro.
That's probably an extra $100 to $200 a week at being conservative.
Whoa.
That's an extra $800 a month that you're going to be pulling in.
Whoa,
there you
God.
go. There's your fucking shortfall. Like, dude, it's fucking bizarre.
Dude.
Utterly bizarre.
The arbiter of content has spoken. I mean, look at, he's the best. He has
Total waste.
1,000 live viewers now. 1,131 viewers are watching him now. Brilliant.
Sometimes in small nuggets, sometimes in huge
Yeah, I'm
chunks.
stealing Chud Logic's brilliant
It's
content
fucking
right now.
terrifying. It
Wait, what were they saying?
feels $1 a month. That's gone from $650/$670 a month down to
I agree with whoever said that. It's very distasteful for Chud to cover his ex's financial troubles.
$290 a month, less than half
Brilliant.
of what we once made.
Oh no.
To see your income shrink month by month,
Aw.
sometimes in small nuggets, sometimes in huge chunks,
Bro, do something about it! Dude, these people are so pathetic, bro. Do something. If your income is reducing, implement another revenue stream. Oh my god, dude. These are the people that want to run the country.
True. I'm pulling in lock in. Lock in, Vladimir. Lock
After the
in.
revolution. Okay?
I'm making. This is going to be an
These
asset, by the
are
way.
the people that think they're fit to run a country and they can't even run a small YouTube channel to profit. I mean, fucking hell, dude.
is fucking terrifying.
Terrifying.
It feels like I'm standing on a ledge which is slowly crumbling beneath my feet.
Oh my goodness.
It's one of those things that forces me to lay awake in bed at night, staring blankly at the ceiling, just dreading any and all future notifications.
Listen, if ever you think I complain about stuff like that, then why does it still say 2 hours? What the hell? Do I have to reset this crap? What the hell's happening? Why are you guys searching answers both them both? Because I'm doing animation and I'm trying to have something turned on in the background. If you have something better, link it and I'll watch it. Debate, rage quits. She's suing Ivy League's feminist versus Andrew Wilson. Do you want to see that? Do you want to watch that? Do you want to watch an Ivy League's feminist versus Le Epic Andrew Wilson? Watch a Manor Lords tutorial. Well, you know what? Whatever. Let's look for some new video. Now 1 year ago. It's probably outdated. Why not? You know what? What the hell? Ultra realistic mountain build. Stress. Tutorial. Whatever. You're right. We might as well. It has to be new. It has to be fresher than from a year ago. 2 weeks ago. 20 things I wish I knew before playing Manor Lord. There we go. 2 weeks ago. Okay, then link something. And we're gonna watch this.
Which means we're getting ready to build entirely new settlements from the ground up.
Cool.
Here's some things that I wish I knew before
All right,
building my first
all right,
city in Manor Lords.
brilliant.
Let's get into it. When you
Brilliant.
first start the game, constructing a hitching post and purchasing an additional ox at the very beginning of the game can greatly speed the construction of your initial settlement.
See, now that's a good hint.
If you manage to get all 5 of your initial families into homes in the first month, you'll avoid a homelessness penalty, and you'll be able to start growing your population much sooner. It generally takes about 6 months for the homelessness penalty to fall off,
Jesus.
and you'll have a hard time attracting new families until it does.
True.
Early in the game, providing people with food is critical. Start by constructing a hunting camp, and then build houses with backyard extensions to create sustainable food production. Of every
Chickens.
5 houses that you build, you'll want to give 2.
I mean, this is literally a never-ending insane asylum section to me. Outside wall is very scary and weird. You know, Lucy, migrants and colored people are everywhere. True, they are everywhere. Which is why you have to donate so that I can isolate myself from them. Finally. Okay, whatever.
2 to 3 chicken coops, and create 1 with a large vegetable plot to ensure you have ample food production. When you're ready to advance to level 3 homes, you'll need an additional food source, so you can pair this with the fish, berries, and wild game that are present on every map, which will give you plenty of food and variety to last into the late game, when you're able to set up more robust production. Firewood is the second essential early game resource. Fortunately, it's gathered very quickly, so feel free to move families in and out of the woodcutters camp as needed to allow them to assist with other jobs. If you build your woodcutters camp right next to some trees, then a woodcutter can supply a year of firewood to a settlement of 10 to 15 families in just 1 or 2 months of work, and so the rest of the time they can be assigned to other tasks. They make great seasonal workers for things like fishing or foraging.
True. Brilliant.
Foresters are critical to the long-term survival of your town. Build your first forester's hut and assign a family around population 10, and then a second family between 15 and 20 as you're able. 2 foresters should be enough to provide for almost any size town, but you'll want to give them a custom work area that's as large as possible to make sure that there are enough new trees growing to provide the lumber and firewood your town is going to need.
As I was walking home and found a migrant in a
You'll want to
bush, it
keep
was
your loggers and
terrifying.
woodcutters away from your
True.
berry bushes, as they will destroy them if they harvest wood too close to
Destroyed
them.
me.
You can prevent this by building a farm field around the berry bushes. Make sure you leave the field fallow so that farm workers don't work there, and it'll prevent woodcutters or loggers from destroying the bushes.
It destroyed me mentally.
You can use hunting camps to force wild game to migrate to a new location, and then delete the hunting camp before it's built. If you don't like the new location, you can repeat this as much as you like until you get the game node wherever you want it. This is especially helpful at the beginning of the game if the wild game is far from your initial settlement location. Fish and wild game repopulate much faster from a higher starting population. Therefore, it'll be most efficient if you make sure you set your harvesting limits to 50% of the maximum number. Berries conversely grow at a fixed rate. It doesn't matter how many are on the bush, the same number are going to grow each month. So it's fine to harvest them to nothing each month during their growing season. Vegetable and orchard backyard extensions are harvested by the families that live at the attached burgage plot when they're not working somewhere else. Setting up large plots for these extensions can give you a ton of food, but you need to make sure that the people that are living there have jobs that will allow them to harvest. Now, vegetables can be harvested anytime in spring, summer, or fall, so they're good for farm jobs which do most of their work just in the fall. They have fully half
Do
the
you
year
have
that
any
they are free
nice
to work the
video for
patches
me?
and are able to harvest. While orchards are actually also harvested in the fall, so a farmer would almost never be able to produce any apples because the harvesting season is when they are the busiest. So instead you would want the people who live at your orchards to have jobs like a forager, which does most of its work in the spring. You could also use a job like a gravedigger at either a church or a corpse pit, or something like a beekeeper at an apiary. You can also simply keep the people in these plots unemployed, although that can be a little trickier to manage. Conversely, you'll want to avoid jobs that have constant work, like foresters, traders, or storehouse and granary workers.
9.
Farms should only be built in regions with high fertility, as the return on the investment for workers and land elsewhere is too low. You can check the fertility tab in the construction menu by selecting the fertility overlay. Emmer fertility applies to wheat, and then barley and flax fertility are self-explanatory. In general, though, a fertile region will be good for all 3 crops, and a non-fertile region won't be good for any of them. Now, regions dedicated to farming should also invest heavily in the farming-related development points, particularly in the heavy plow and bakeries points. The irrigation point is also critical in higher difficulties to protect against droughts. Sheep breeding is probably the single strongest development point in the game, and can provide a region with food, clothing, and a wealth of industry all on its own. It does take a significant investment in either time or wealth to get going, however, so it's best reserved for places that lack either the fertility for farming or other specialized resource types.
Finally.
Mining development points should only be taken in places that have rich mining resources, either clay, salt, or iron. Rich stone does not benefit from deep mining.
Oh.
Regions with
I
rich
did not
salt
know that.
deposits are also good candidates for hunting and shepherding talents, as salt can double the food yield of meat sources when it's combined at a butcher shop to create sausage. This provides both additional food and additional variety. In the Restoring the Peace scenario, whenever you engage the AI ruler in battle, he'll recruit any available mercenaries to fight on his side.
Oh.
However, if you recruit them before the battle begins, they'll fight for you instead. This makes these engagements much, much easier.
So it sounds like an exploit, to be honest with you.
If allowed by game rules, bandit camps can spawn in any unclaimed region. Defeating the bandits and clearing the camp can award a significant amount of influence and gold, so in playing against the AI ruler, it may be prudent to leave a region unclaimed to allow these camps to be farmed. This can give you enough influence to claim the rest of the map as well as to push into the opposing ruler's territory. And the gold from these camps can actually fund mercenaries to continue farming new camps as they spawn. You can rename a region from the default to help keep track of what each part of the map is doing. You can also rename individuals within the town, but this is more of a flavor thing as you don't actually encounter their names very often.
Cool.
Placing trading posts near the off-map trade point can make trade happen much more quickly.
Alright, it's done. It is completed. So for now, let me show you. Alright, let me show you. You tell me what do you think. Ready? Hold on. That's what I want. Alright, so would you like it if this appeared when somebody donates? There's gonna be a special sound. Woohoo! And this GIF is going to appear. See, I create assets. I create assets for stream on stream. Isn't that brilliant? I thought about doing this off stream, but then I thought to myself, wait, why would I do this off stream? Why not just draw it on stream? What do you think? Thoughts? Regulations? I'm gonna export this as wait, hold on. Animation. It's animated GIF. Thank you. Thank you. And then I'm gonna go to the toilet. Technically speaking, the goal of this stream has been fulfilled, but you know, whatever. Do you like this animation? Or let's keep it on. Boom. So that we can appreciate. Have I won my credential as the lay artiste? Thank you, GIF. What? No? No one has anything to say? Let me see how many people witnessed this glorious style. I'm gonna have to color it, of course. I'm gonna have to do coloring to all of this. Because, of course, it's gonna be a whole project. So if you have a cool video to send me to watch in the meantime, then by all means. By all means. Oh, file too big. Maybe now we can. There you go. It's cute. Thank you. Thank you very much. So we have an asset, but I have to color it, so it'll take us a while still. I'm gonna go to the toilet. If you have a cool video for me to watch, then once again, and if you have, you know, if you wanna, what's it called? If you like what I do, my values, what I stand for, then, you know, all that good stuff. All right. Be right back. We're gonna color the skin first. 51 minutes, huh? Be right back. Chodź, Fajdo. No chodź, łobuzie. 40%. Oh my gosh. Heard someone punch Elon Musk. Alright. No videos? No cool videos for me? Well, let's look for something. If we don't find something cool soon, we're gonna have to go back to Chud Logic. I'm afraid. Okay, I'm sorry. You don't have anything for me. Laser Guana. Oh. I'm good in a wellness second Chud Logic.
This is important. We break down studies, we watch and report on key threats to the community, we debunk common anti-trans myths, and we explain how the gender critical movement, formerly known as the TERF movement, operates. We produce an average of 3 to 4 videos a month, all fully referenced in order to give you, the viewer, the ability to check all things yourself and expand your knowledge.
And you can't afford to do that. Your current production model is not profitable. You've got to change it.
Damn.
Dude, this is bizarre. It's like
Damn, Chud Logic.
It's like a business owner, right?
Right.
Knows there's this product that the market wants. You've got the capability of producing it. You're not profitable.
Yeah.
And you don't produce it, and you produce something else that they don't really want.
True.
Do the thing that the people want. Look, if you're a successful channel, you could be a bit more picky. That's fine, but you're not.
Okay,
so
wonderful.
you need
It
to.
can be like Chud Logic, for example. You can pretend to be a left-wing communist or whatever, and then you can give your audience what they want. You can become a bigoted drama mongler and have tons of viewers and tons of money. Look at that. swimming in the dollarinos. Oh, how beautiful.
Put the fucking Azran slop on the table.
True.
Thank you for the super chats.
With the slop.
We also refuse to sanitize
True.
topics for corporate greed or the sensitivities of violent
My
bigots
God.
who will never support us. When we uncover abuse, we label it for what it is without hesitation. We do so because we are survivors ourselves. We know what it's like to have the violence you suffered trivialized as a means
Wait, what? Survivors? Is Ethel the raped as well?
of when we uncover abuse, we label it for what it is without hesitation. We do so because we are survivors ourselves. We know what it's like to have the violence you suffered trivialized as a means of being denied justice. This has led some to label us alarmist or hyperbolic, like when we first called out the anti-Semitism and broader fascism, not to mention the sexualization of minors inherent to the gender-critical movement. Though, I have to say, I feel we've been absolved of any accusations of exaggerating at this point. We also advocate for groups that so few are willing to support.
Yeah, they've got loads of wacky videos about how the gender critical movement is full of like nonsense and shit. I mean, it's, you know, this person is like got a couple of screws loose, to be clear, right? The way they've gone about certain dramas, like the Evangeline Scove drama is a great example of that. They're like fucking wacky. In the
I have
way they
no
look and
clue
think
what
about
that's
things.
supposed to mean.
Intersex folk, xenogender folk, trans men and trans mass,
Xenogender.
those with cluster B disorders, plural folk. We set up Plural Kit in our Discord server, and we've had several plural folk tell us that they're surprised to see it there because most server owners refuse to set it up.
How
Our
desperate,
Discord
logic, how
community
desperate.
Plural, that's like DID, isn't it? Right? I think that's I'm pretty sure that's DID, where you can like switch your identity. We once had someone that claimed to have DID in our Discord, and they asked for that, and we didn't set it up. It was too much effort, basically, and it was fucking stupid.
is
Brilliant.
also the only place we know of that truly has zero tolerance for ableism, even the socially acceptable kinds.
Like
For
what?
some people, our spaces are one of maybe 2 or 3 public spaces where they feel accepted. I hope you can see the worth in that, even if I struggle with doing so at times. I often feel like an imposter, someone who walked into things and doesn't deserve any of the support I do receive.
Well, you don't really know, because you're not very good at this. You're not giving the people the content clearly that they want in enough volume that you can make money doing this. You don't really deserve it, to be honest, Ethel. Ethel, right? If I had my way, it would all be stripped away from you. But unfortunately, I can't facilitate that. I don't really. To be honest with you, I'll be a bit silly there. You know, if you want to support Ethel, whatever, that's up to them at the end of the day.
Jesus Christ.
But it's like your outcomes. It's literally you get with a YouTube channel. You get out what you put in.
That's
and
not
if you
true.
are putting in what Ethel's putting in, you're not gonna get
That's bullshit. That's not true at all.
a good outcome, and that's evidenced by the analytics being what they are.
That's not true. I'm sorry, but no, that's nonsense. That's just stupid. If you really think that if you put in effort, YouTube will just reward you with amazing views and everything.
I regularly have to stop and remind myself of some of the good we've done, affirming myself throughout the day. 6 people. That's how many have told me at one point or another that my work is among the reasons they are still walking on this earth.
Some trans person sat there, right, thinking about ending it all, and then they see, oh, Let me just watch this Essence of Thought video first. Oh, I feel so much better now. I'm not going to top myself anymore. Come on. Very normal people. Yeah, so self-serious and overly dramatic, man. Come on, man.
Half a dozen people who would be dead, walking around, living their lives thanks to us. About a dozen more have told me that my strength in the face of violence and bigotry has in turn given them the strength to finish their degree, leave a toxic workplace, or escape an abusive household. I can't even begin to estimate how many have told me that my work here gave them the tools to go out and convince family members or work colleagues that trans people are not the monsters they've been led to believe we are. That last bit, by the way, that is why we do what we do. Our primary objective here on the channel. That is why I get out of bed in the morning.
I mean,
I know I'm not the most charismatic.
You should be
Not
getting
everybody's-
out of bed and putting some fucking...
not everybody's empty husk like Chad Logic that openly said in some conversation that he just basically stands for nothing in life.
content up and making some money. Not this namby-pamby nonsense you're talking about here.
I don't pass.
Yeah, you should
I'm
do drama.
unabashedly autistic. I just don't appeal to many cis people, particularly
You should just do
small-time
drama like
bigots.
Chad Logic.
I know that I'm not gonna
That's
have
me and you guys. That's us. That's us, guys. That's
This
us.
sexy chick is killing my boner frown.
Thank you, Chippy, for the super chats.
some grand sweeping effects on the perceptions of trans people by general society. I am just a random trans YouTuber to most people. But what I can do is equip those of you watching with the tools to be advocates. Because the arguments we present here, taken and presented by you, whether you're another trans person or a cis ally, will have a much greater impact in changing the minds of fence sitters and even these small-time bigots in your life. That is our primary goal here, and I would hope that that is something worth supporting.
What a sad
I'm not
channel.
asking for thousands or even tens of thousands a month like some YouTubers.
Oh my god, the fucking bitterness. The bitterness oozing through the screen here, man. Oh god, it's awful, isn't it? A single leftist YouTuber does not need $20,000 a month. Well, the thing is that you don't really get to determine that. The market determines that. The market determines
market.
where the money goes, and that's on the basis of how well people are able to market and facilitate monetizing their content. And if someone is making $20,000, you know, like, that's their lookout, isn't it? Maybe if you were thinking a bit more about better monetizing your content, you wouldn't be making that probably, but you could probably be making a decent chunk of change out of this. Like, yeah, exactly. Get better at your fucking job. Just do better. Literally,
Damn.
just do better.
True, do better. What
I
a
don't
piece of
expect
advice.
or want a luxurious lifestyle. I just want to be able to stop being afraid of what's coming. I just want to be able to begin HRT and enjoy the small things in life while saving a little for when things go bad.
I must say, as much as, you know, I mean, they are fucking, they are gasping for a little bit of estrogen, I must say.
Okay, that's wonderful.
Oh.
How do I make money off depressed people?
Brilliant.
Can't not dehumanize someone who can't enunciate words properly or differentiate between sounds with a TH and an F. Maybe I'd donate for speech therapy.
Spencer, thank you for the super chats. You know, they need a few infusions. Let's be real for a second. Come on now.
Just want to see some return on the work I do each and every day. I've previously mentioned that my therapist helped me devise a new system of keeping track of my work hours. That was not because I was underworking, but because before I figured out how to keep track of my hours, every moment I spent not working felt like time stolen from the community.
Oh my god, dude. Oh man, this person is a total wreck in their brain, aren't they? I just, what work are they doing though?
Good enough. Isn't there anything better to watch right now, really? while I color this animation? Is it really only chat logic? Nothing else? 10 tips to master Manor Lords. That's from 1 year ago. I think it's outdated probably. Is there nothing else? Oh, 1 LGBTQ plus activist versus 25 conservatives. But that's gonna demonetize this stream 100%. Whatever.
Participating in homosexual acts is inherently not loving because it's damaging. It violates
They're not
natural
inherently damaging.
law.
It doesn't violate natural law. There are
Yes, it
over
does.
1,000
Your body is
species
not
that are
designed
proven
for
to
that.
have queer relationships.
So, what
Design.
number do we have to get to to
Bodies
show?
are not designed. Sorry, but I have to. Maybe I could just make the browser small and make the animation big. That works, right? That works for all these that are somehow still here, right?
Show you that
It
this
ended
ruined
up
their
saving
lives.
their
How many
lives.
double
Stop
mastectomies
being
do
a
we
sinner.
How many young people have to tell you that this care is saving their lives before you care?
I'm talking about the fact that it's even a movement to begin with. It doesn't deserve.
There's a civil
to
rights
be a
movement
movement.
that
It
is
doesn't
described
deserve
as
to be
the
a civil
LGBT.
rights. It doesn't
It
deserve a civil
doesn't
rights.
deserve to be a movement. You don't deserve the status of movement. What the? Oh my goodness. Of course.
My name is Xander Moritz. I'm a Harvard student. I'm the executive director at Sea Alliance,
And I'm a
youth-led
gay.
political movement focusing on school boards in Florida. And today, I'm surrounded by 25 conservatives.
And I'm a gay.
My first claim is Donald Trump and Elon Musk are grooming more young Americans than the LGBTQ plus community.
Ooh. Okay, that is a horrible prompt because this prompt basically says that the LGBT is grooming kids, but just that Trump and Musk are doing it more. Damn, Lucy, did you sleep a bit? I slept a bit, just a bit. I walked Fido and I decided, oh my god, I need assets for the stream because I need to, I need to level up the quality of this stream, okay? For you, Tai. For you, I need to level up this stream. And so I thought that I would do something that I have not done in a while. Drawing animation on stream because I'm supposed to be an artist also and an animator. So take a look. Okay, like I'm gonna show you the results. This is, in theory, this will be the GIF that you will see when you donate. This will appear on screen. It will be accompanied by an appropriate sound. What do you think? I have drawn this from scratch on today's stream. What say you? Yeah, thank you. I'm gonna have to create more assets like this. Lucy has a needs or OG assets. Do you not agree? We need more Lucy has assets. For recognizability, for brand recognizability. Like, it's not total crap. Could be better, but it's not total crap. Gayness is sin.
Grooming is bad and should be punished.
Yeah.
Okay, lit. What I would say is that Donald Trump and Elon Musk use their positions of influence over young Americans to change the way hundreds of thousands of young Americans think and behave throughout elementary, middle, and high schools, which has been documented, studied, and proven to increase bullying.
Again, I don't like the prompt Elon Musk and Trump groom more kids than the LGBT, because that's like saying, yeah, the LGBT grooms. It's just that Trump does it more. I don't like that.
And harm, and it infringes on.
I don't like that.
I disagree.
Why?
I think that
We disagree.
what they are trying to do
Is raise them into
not grooming.
Yeah,
but
it's,
trying to
guide
Let's
them.
define grooming. We should start by doing that.
Yeah.
I would say that grooming is someone with a position of influence over another person attempting to change their thought patterns or behavior to exploit them. Would you agree?
Right.
What I would
With
say
the-
is that
with-
Donald Trump and Elon Musk are proven to have been doing that with elementary, middle, and high school children by sending targeted ads to youth demographics, accessing their rhetoric on social media, and what studies have shown, studies of tens of thousands of teachers, reported incidents, school reports, hundreds of disciplinary reports sent to studies have proven that there's increase in bullying in
I think they
places
have a
where
plan.
Donald Trump.
I think they have a plan.
Well, let me
To
finish this really quickly.
improve
It's important
the
to note
I mean-
that there have been
America.
thousands
I
of
mean,
kids.
all groomers have a plan. That's the whole point of grooming, to follow a plan. J-Reg. Isn't that the whole point of grooming, that you have a plan and you follow
of Donald Trump's rhetoric being linked specifically to bullying incidents that have been done by elementary schoolers, middle schoolers, and high schoolers who all said that they felt vindicated in their actions because Donald Trump, the president, told them that it was okay.
Also, it sounds like they treat Trump like God. You know, God has a plan, Trump has a plan. God's plan is unknowable, Trump's plan is unknowable. The parallels are there. I guess like Trump just became God in these people's eyes. Amazing.
And what we're also seeing is that in communities that have a 10-point increase in support for Donald Trump, there's an 8% increase in bullying. And the reason that this is unique is this has never happened in politics before. It
Right,
hasn't
I'm gonna let
mattered
you
Republican
finish.
or Democrat. It's
I'm gonna let you
specifically Donald Trump and Elon
I'll
Musk
let you finish
working
by
to change the
interrupting.
minds of young Americans, and they're doing it for exploitative gain.
Right.
Exploitive.
I think that we are tired. We're tired of the left or the LGBT community. We're tired of them trying
what?
to influence the children as well.
No one's trying to influence the children, except
Yes, they
Donald
are.
Trump and Elon Musk.
No. They're trying to influence the children. So
The LGBTQ plus community is not trying to influence children. They're trying to save children's lives.
I disagree.
You can't
because
disagree without facts.
we
Otherwise,
can
we're
talk
not
about
operating in reality.
castration. That's not saving lives. That's not saving lives.
Okay.
That's not saving
I
lives.
want to break that down because it's a scary concept. If people were actually chemically castrating young Americans, I would also be freaking out. I would also have problems. But when we work with the medical professionals, when we talk to the psychologists, when we work with the families, we see that that is not happening. We see that that's not happening. There are 0.01% of young Americans that are receiving non-reversible gender-affirming care, and in 90% of those cases, that was life-saving care. That is life-saving care. Tragedies happen.
No. Let's
Medical
talk about
mistakes
society as a
happen.
whole. Okay.
Do more
Society as
people
a-
regret their
man
gender-affirming
and
care,
woman.
or do they regret
Okay?
knee
We
surgery,
need to
hip
get along.
replacement, LASIK eye surgery more?
Okay, let's pause.
can't
We've been
even do
voted out
that.
by the majority.
I've heard these arguments somewhere before.
Track star. How you doing?
Well, how are you?
Michael. Okay, so your claim is Donald Trump and Elon Musk are doing more grooming, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a bad.
LGBT activists.
That's really,
Do you wanna
that's
hear more
really
about why?
bad.
Sure. Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay,
Prom.
amazing.
That's a
So
bad prom.
Donald Trump's rhetoric has specifically been linked to bullying cases in elementary.
These people love saying this and in the same breath idolize Rome and other civs that had actual eunuchs. I mean, whatever.
Middle and high school. What we see are also that Donald Trump and Elon Musk are working in tandem to access young people through their phone screens. Donald Trump and Elon Musk worked to reduce Twitter protections, and we saw the firing of staff that worked to specifically set children's guidelines. We now see about 1/4 of young people that are online are on Twitter, and they're accessing media because also the algorithm has been changed to make sure that Elon Musk content and far-right content are boosted by about 1,000%, and that's been measured by a variety of studies. And so our young
Elon
Americans,
Musk
while they're on their
owns
phones
Twitter.
without parental supervision, are absorbing rhetoric that psychologists have measured to be damaging not only to their minds but to their peers' minds. So we've specifically seen hundreds of cases in over 20 states that bullying has increased as a result of Donald Trump and Elon Musk's rhetoric. There was an incident, and it was heartbreaking, where one student was bullied so severely that they attempted suicide because they kept being told, Donald Trump says you need to leave. Donald Trump says you are illegal. And it is a heartbreaking, devastating truth
Jesus.
because these young minds are not voters. This has nothing to do with a political campaign. It has everything to do with changing the political culture and working to specifically target young people. That's why they're banning books. That's why they're trying to restrict information that our children have access to and trying to give them a broken worldview so that when they continue to idolize idolize Donald Trump and Elon Musk, they won't know the line of when they've gone too far. And that's a huge problem. We should not have the most powerful person in the world who's setting an example for our young people, who most of our young people say they recognize as the most powerful person in the world, sharing hate speech that we see manifest in elementary school classrooms. 90% of teachers surveyed after Donald Trump's first election stated that school climate worsened specifically due to Trump rhetoric and bullying that was directly linked to Donald Trump's name and catchphrases. It's not a coincidence, it's not a parallel, and it's not something that's ever happened before.
Okay. I understand what you're saying.
Do you?
For the sake of the argument, I would say that I agree to an extent, right? Obviously, it depends on what's grooming, right?
Well, let's define grooming.
Yeah. So
what would you define grooming as?
So typically in, most political circles, right, they would say grooming is any kind of act that kind of leads to like a sexual act.
That's sexual grooming.
Yeah,
grooming also works with terrorist organizations and cults.
Yes.
So I would say that grooming has a broad definition.
But I would say that grooming is not intrinsic or exclusive to the political right? Grooming is
no, it's not. It's something that happens everywhere.
It happens everywhere. Democrats do it.
Horrible.
Republicans do it, right?
Some people whose favorite color is yellow do it too.
Yes.
Wait, hold on. Am I about to hear the argument of everybody does it, so it's fine? Is that where this is going? I hope not.
My point is that
everybody does
argument,
it.
I would say I agree, but I kind of reject the initial premise because. And even this ties into your previous point, because I think what you're actually trying to say is that the agenda that LGBT activists...
There is no agenda.
Everyone has an agenda. It doesn't matter.
Well, the LGBTQ activists make it sound like there's a coordinated agenda, when in reality there's a bunch of people who want
if you're organized group, you have an agenda.
We're not organized. I promise we're disorganized.
Okay. Well, for the sake of argument, let's just say
that
every group has some kind of focus and things they're trying to accomplish, right? That's not exclusive to one party.
Sure.
But the reason I think what you're trying to say is that LGBT groups aren't the issue. Gun violence, stuff like that is the issue.
Exactly.
But the reason why I kind of reject that premise is because when it comes to a lot of these medical conversations we have, there is actually no medical consensus. Like where
there is a medical consensus.
I think it's
there is a medical consensus.
It's
How
not.
many doctors are in the AMA?
If you have doctors who disagree, that by definition means there's no medical consensus. Also, when you have instances,
that's not how that works, Chief.
There was a $10 million NIH-funded study.
Consensus does not need to be unanimous. All we have to do is have a majority.
And she did a study and she found that there were you
can have a consensus based on a majority.
Mental health benefits.
I know what you're referencing, and that's been debunked and disproven. The box is going to pop up here.
Okay, sure. But the thing is, when you have conversation, we have doctors in various groups who don't. There is no such thing as consensus when it comes to science. Like if you have people who
there's technically no consensus that comes to everything.
Yes,
all it takes is one person in the corner of the world going like, I don't like French fries, and suddenly French fries aren't popular.
The issues that conservatives have is the gaslighting. When you say things like it's not happening, it's not happening, it's not happening, because that is fundamentally not true, and you can't have conversations.
The way that you're describing,
people.
Let me clarify this, because when I say it's not happening at all, I mean the way that you describe it, because it's important for people listening and watching not to think that the care that you're describing is happening, because, and let's break it down, the care that has been described throughout this episode as chemical castration, as these attacks on young Americans, are not happening at all. Am I saying that any young American has ever regretted receiving gender-affirming care? They have. It's heartbreaking, and I want our medical professionals to continue to learn more and do better.
Okay,
but to say what they're doing is happening is a lie, and I won't excuse a lie.
Because the issue is that when you have other medical groups, I think you referenced the American Psychological Association
and psychiatric.
Yes.
And pediatric.
Even they have said that when it comes to gender affirming care, a lot of kids, when they go through adolescence, when they go through puberty, no longer have that same gender dysphoria. And it goes back to my. It goes.
Do you know why?
But hold on.
Okay.
Because care works.
You've been voted out by the majority. Please
I appreciate you.
Chair.
You have a good vibe. Love your shirt.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so you're saying that Elon Musk and Trump are grooming kids,
yes.
Right? Okay. So you have a unique lifestyle, right? Gay, LGBTQ. To keep that lifestyle, we need men in this country to be in the army, right? To defend your right to have your unique lifestyle.
I'm down with that. Yeah, I support some of the military.
We got to stop pushing it on kids.
Pushing what on kids?
The trans stuff.
Okay.
True.
If
Stop it.
talking about being trans and being queer made someone who is not trans and queer more likely to be trans and queer, that would result in a lot of harm. But it's not happening. What
That
we're
is
seeing,
happening.
It's not happening. Give me
Yeah.
evidence.
Well, it's look at California.
There are more queer and trans people
Oh.
because queer and trans people feel more comfortable coming out and less
Damn.
likely that they're going to receive mass amounts of hatred.
There's been a
receive-
rise.
Look at California,
there's been a
sounds like
rise
great evidence.
In the LGBTQ, the trans.
because there's
The
more
trans-
information
Because
out
the
there.
media
There's
is
more
pushing it.
affirmation
No,
out
no,
there.
no.
Because there's more media representation.
No,
the
no, no,
media
no.
loves to push it.
It is
onto
evidenced
children.
over the last
True.
decade that the more
The
queer
media
people
so
are
evil.
discussed,
Why are we
the
doing
more
drag?
queer people feel
Why are we
safe.
doing drag queen
Drag
story
queens are
hour?
fun. Drag queens
Okay,
are
but
fun.
it's not for children.
Why not for children? I would say a drag queen at a story hour is more like a birthday party clown than anything else. They have a fun hair, fun makeup,
It's not
fun
for
shoes,
children.
fun outfit.
It's a
Some
strip
drag
tease.
queens. Okay,
It's a strip
Okay,
tease.
some drag queens are strip teases. If I ordered a
Some
birthday
dra-
clown,
yeah.
if I ordered a birthday clown and Pennywise showed up to my birthday party and started eating
A
my children
clown is
alive,
different.
I would be like, wait, that's the wrong clown.
clown-
That's the wrong
no, no,
clown.
no, no,
No. Some drag queens,
Clowns
some
are
drag
different
queens
than
perform
drag
at
queens.
nightclubs.
Well,
some drag queens
kind of.
read at bookstores. Some drag queens go do events. Some drag queens go do festivals. There are no reported incidents.
not for
Hold
children.
on, this is important. Queer people, trans people, and drag queens, none of them have any correlation to being more likely to commit a sex crime, to be a groomer, or to
That's
do
not
anything
true.
pedophilic. It's
That's
data.
not
It's
true.
proven. The
It's
American
only LA, San Diego, and Francisco are cool for gays.
Medical Association, American Psychological Association, the World Health Organization have
The LGBTQ
proven that there is no
Listen, this
more
is what's
danger.
going on. Let me tell you what's going on. The LGBTQ community has gone too far.
True.
Okay, so I'm
Gone
an
mad.
ex-Democrat. I used to live in San Francisco.
Actually, same.
Yeah. So I went to Gay Pride and it was fun. You know,
Right?
there's girls there, there's straight
Yes.
women. So obviously that's awesome. But so yeah.
What?
When I went in 2010,
Trust
Gay
me,
Pride
Lucy,
was
I
just
live here.
San Francisco.
Have you ever been to Mardi Gras?
Yeah. So, but here's the thing: Gay Pride.
Did you know
is
Mardi
now-
Gras is
Listen.
labeled as family friendly?
Okay, but Gay
Listen,
Pride,
okay? Maryland is very queer friendly, okay? Like, don't at me. Maryland is the best state, and Maryland is very queer friendly. Don't at
is
me.
now everywhere.
So, wait,
Mardi
are
Gras
you,
is just in New Orleans.
have you ever been to a sports party?
Yeah, but
What's not called a sports party? What's it called? Like when they meet out and they're like in front of the game? Tailgates.
Gays.
yeah,
tailgates.
okay, that's different than
It's
Gay
called a
Pride.
Have you ever been to a
sausage.
football game?
Gay Pride is everyone making out and having sex on the street.
Nice.
That's
Damn.
illegal. That's illegal.
That sounds amazing. Damn. I want to go to American Pride now. Everybody just has sex and makes out on the street. I'm on my way. Wait, hold on. I criticized Trump. Never mind. I might be turned away. Gosh. I'm gonna miss out on that Pride. Ugh. Not good.
That's illegal. The vast
No,
majority of Pride
okay,
events.
We're
the
talking
vast
about San
majority of Pride-
Francisco here.
Okay, San Francisco's extra
Who's-
gay,
yeah,
but the vast
and
majority
extra,
of Pride events.
extra sexualized. It's
no,
a European
gay
city.
is not inherently sexual.
San Francisco
It's a
is
gay
European
city.
San Francisco's
that
in the
is
United
extra
States of
sexualized.
America.
It's a
Come
gay
on
city.
now.
That sounds
It's not
amazing.
European
And it's the
city.
Gay city.
capital. And now that has gone everywhere, all over.
I would say
we have
WeHo
gay
is the gay
pride in
capital. Shout out
conservative
WeHo.
cities now.
No.
Oh
Yes, we
no.
do.
But the
That's
pride
horrible.
dangers that you're describing, people having sex in the streets, that's illegal. That's illegal. And if
Okay,
someone's having
well-
sex in the streets at Pride, I think they should go to jail. But what we're seeing
Okay.
is that's not happening in the vast majority of cases. And when it is because these are drunk adults outside, and that happens anytime there's drunk adults outside. And we need to work to prevent that
Right, well,
and make it
here,
more
here.
safe, more family friendly.
Okay, but
and we
here-
should differentiate
here's
spaces.
the thing.
That's my
there should be
hood.
adult spaces at nightclubs and family friendly spaces in parks, and we should all have magical
You
pride. And
agree
there
we
sh-
need men for armies? We need men to be men, right?
I
What?
You agree with that?
I think we need anyone who wants to serve the American military and is qualified to do so
Okay.
to do so.
You do realize that all men cannot be trans and
No
we
one
need-
is saying all men are. You're not about
Why-
to come
why
to
do you
me
have
and
to-
Yes,
fight
all
one
men
bunch of
had to
trans
have to
people.
be
Why do you
trans.
have to push it on children?
There is no medical research, no psychological research, and no data anywhere in the world over any period of history that shows discussing queer and trans identities, putting
To
queer and trans
kids?
identities on TVs, I'm about to say it, change children's minds or
Oh, it
identities.
does.
Okay, let's pause.
I feel like you're a good
You've been
person,
voted
but
out by the
that's just
majority.
wrong. I get a good vibe, but
I
that's wrong.
don't feel that that's a good person, but whatever. I don't have that same feelings. I don't have so the same vibes.
Doing well. So I think the way that the statement is phrased is kind of a straw man. I don't disagree that like for Elon or Trump, are
Groomers.
necessarily doing. Like I'm not.
So we
focused
agree that
on
Elon Musk and Donald Trump are doing.
No, I would disagree. But I'm saying that
Why?
I can agree that plane
How aren't
crashes
they?
are. I can agree that plane crashes are bad, but then also want to stop car crashes.
Well, car crashes and plane crashes aren't originating from the same source, and this anti-LGBTQ plus rhetoric is originating from the very people who are actually grooming our children. So I would label
I think
this
you're
as
gonna
a
have to
political
correlate
distraction.
that. Like, first of all, I think you're gonna have to
Do you
correlate
think
that.
that Donald Trump
what
and
I-
Elon Musk love queer and trans people?
No, I
Do you
think-
think that they use rhetoric that
Well,
is
I think they're very
positive,
liberal. Yeah.
supporting
I'm surprised
queer and trans?
nobody
I think they're very liberal, and they don't
pointed
want
out the
to
flaw
Trump
in
are
the
very liberal.
prompt.
They have a confused ontological view of this issue. So what I'd like to attack in this specific debate is
Yes.
I'd like you to make a
I'm surprised nobody pointed out. You said that Trump and Elon are grooming the kids more. So are you saying that the LGBT is grooming kids but less? Like that, I don't like that prompt. Okay, I don't like the way it's structured. Maybe I'm nitpicky, but you know what? I'm just an
claim
evil.
about transgenderism in general, because it seems
Well,
that you
what is
guys.
transgenderism? Because transgenderism is a hateful word that doesn't exist, and we're gonna have to unpack that.
How is
I
that
mean,
a
the
hateful
word
that doesn't
exists,
exist? Transgenderism
What
is
do you
when
think
men pretend to
transgenderism
be
is?
women.
Okay, that's why it's hateful and doesn't exist.
Okay, so-
because men are not pretending to be women. Trans women are women, and I understand. Okay, did you know?
There's a truth claim right there. So trans women are women. So there's a
Booyah.
there's a thing that I would like
Booyah.
to put forward to you. There's 4 things that transgenderism could be possibly.
Okay, transgenderism isn't real, so I don't know how
Okay,
to
there's
debate
4
that.
things that trans people could be, or the
Deal.
causation of trans
Deal.
people.
Did
The
you know
first
that they
thing-
have brains more like their gender?
Yeah, I've been through that study. It's obviously fraudulent, but I'd like
No,
to go
it's not.
into
It's peer reviewed.
Yeah, I know.
Fraudulent.
The scientific and medical establishment, like the study that he
How
brought
many
up
doctors
earlier.
are in the American Medical Association?
Oh my
How
God.
many medical professionals are in the American Medical Association?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
270,000.
Yeah,
They're
I don't
democratically
really care
elected,
about
and they make
credentialism.
decisions.
I
in
don't
a
care about
democra-
credentialism.
You don't care about people
No,
being
so
I don't
educated,
I'd like
care
to-
about-
I'd like to
and that's a
make-
problem.
I'm trying
The
to.
fuck is credentialism? I've never heard that word before. Okay, I was iffy about transgenderism, but now I'm hearing a new term, credentialism. Well, then you just what the fuck? Well, you just well then you don't believe in science, I guess. If you don't trust peer-reviewed studies to be worth a damn, what the hell? I don't believe in credentialism.
Attack this point ontologically. I'm trying to get you to make a truth claim about
Okay.
trans people.
Let's do it.
The first thing that trans people could be claiming to could make a claim about themselves. There's 4 things. The first thing, and I'm going to go through them really quick, and then you could respond to them.
That their
The
gender
fir-
doesn't match their birth sex,
So,
period.
so the first thing
Yes.
could be a sexual perversion. So that has always existed. Men dressing up like women for a sexual fetish has always
That's
existed.
not a sexual perversion.
That is a perversion.
Is
What-
Rudy Giuliani a pervert?
Yeah.
Really? Okay,
Yep.
agreed. Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed. That's
Okay,
weird vibes.
So let me
Okay,
just, let me just finish.
fetishes are not perversions.
I don't think those claims were substantiated. But yeah,
What
I mean,
about
if-
our vice president?
if- no, he didn't have sex with a couch. That was obviously fraudulent. Some
No,
guy
no.
just
What
came
about
up
the
with
fact that
on
he dressed
Twitter.
up as a woman?
That was a Halloween party. So look,
So
we're
you
getting
agree
off
that
topic.
dressing up as
Just
women
let me
is not
just-
always linked
look,
to pedophilia, and what we
No,
actually
no,
study
bro,
is
I'm
that
trying to- I'm trying to-
transgenderism is not linked
Dude,
to
I'm
any
try-
sort of any sexual misconduct.
Hold
I
on,
understand
he
you're
just said
passionate about this issue. I
transgender.
just like to get through these 4 things because
I thought
other people
oh,
like to
fuck
talk.
me.
So
I don't like
the
this.
first thing, I think you could admit that some people dress up like Leah Thomas, for example. He was on the Penn State swim team. We found his secret Instagram account and he was
Her-
posting. No,
This
him.
is so. Can we just
Him.
okay? At least
It's a
then
guy.
pretend for the conversation. So
I'm
I'm
not
going
gonna
to
do
check
that.
you
I
every
won't.
second.
I won't.
I'm gonna have to check you because that's hateful and that's wrong and it's inaccurate.
It's not- no,
Leah
it's not
Thomas
inaccurate. He has a-
lost.
he has a penis.
Leah Thomas lost to cisgender athletes the same year that she won. There is no
So,
inherent
I don't care about
biological
that.
advantage for trans athletes competing in their sports.
Obviously, there is. Men are stronger than women. I don't
There
care about
isn't. They
that.
have
It
to
would
go
still
through
be
care
wrong.
and standards.
Dude,
the
hold on.
NCAA sets
Just let- I
specific
understand.
biological
Okay.
standards of care
I under-
so that you can't just be like, okay, I want to switch.
Yeah, I
genders.
understand. I understand, and I
You
understand
don't.
you're passionate about the issue, but I'm trying to
It's
just
not
get
passion.
through
It's
this.
information.
Men pretending to be women
Trans women. Ugh.
are
Sorry.
not women, and the first claim that I'm making is that
Trans women are women.
okay, you can keep saying it. It's not true.
I feel like I have to.
So I
know it's a
understand.
lot.
I understand. The argument is are
That's
trans women
heartbreaking.
women, and I'm saying no. So if I call her a woman, I'm forfeiting my entire point.
Well,
so
your
you
point
understand?
isn't
I'm not
valid.
going to say that.
Your point isn't
I don't
valid.
understand what. Yeah, I'm going to prove why it's valid. So men
How?
who pretend to be women, either it's a sexual fetish, which I think that you can
It's
agree
not a sexual
at
fetish.
least.
It's medically proven not to be.
I think that you can agree that sometimes it can happen. Transvestitism.
I think some men dress up as women. I think transgender
they
women
se-
are women.
Okay, that's what I'm claiming. The first thing, that's that. The second thing is a body dysmorphic disorder, right? That's a body, and as laid out
Gender
in the
dysphoria,
DSM-4, yeah.
Gender
And
dysphoria.
still in the DSM-5, when they changed it, there's still a 60, I think it was 65 to 75% overlay between people who identify as transgender and them having gender dysphoria. So my question for you is, if it's a body dysmorphic disorder, if it does exist as a body dysmorphic disorder, why wouldn't you treat other body dysmorphia disorders the same way?
We
Are
tried
you
that
gonna-
with conversion therapy.
are
It
you-
killed thousands of people, and it was
I'm not-
derailed
yeah, I'm not
by
talking
every
about
single
that.
medical
So when I'm
institution in the
talking
world.
of-
That
what-
is the attempt to change
Give
someone.
why not give a tummy tuck to an anorexic person?
Why
You're
not
making
give a
physical
tummy tuck
changes.
to an anorexic
yeah,
person?
you're making physical changes.
People make physical changes all day
You're
long.
ma-
There's a higher
Yeah, why not do
regret
it? Why
rate for
wouldn't you do
care
it?
for breast augmentation,
Why
LASIK
wouldn't
eye
you do it?
surgery, knee replacement surgery, hip
Okay.
replacement surgery,
Why-
than gender-affirming care because it's
Well, did you
life-saving
see that-
essential care.
First of all, if you have a body dysmorphic disorder, which is defined in the DSM-4 and the
I feel like I just gotta
DSM-5
fact check you
as
every
a body
30 seconds.
dysmorphic disorder, which is literally the same thing as somebody who has like anorexia. They're confused
That's not the same
about
thing.
their self-perception.
Transgenderism are not the same
I
as
know
people who have
you don't agree
anorexia.
with that, but I'm making
It's a
the
fact.
point. So
It's a
just
fact.
just relax, and then I'll make the point. I understand you're passionate about the issue. You live a kind of
Information.
weird, perverse lifestyle. I
I
understand
don't
that.
live.
It's
I live a
Jesus.
weird lifestyle,
I'm
not a
trying
perverse
to.
one,
Okay,
and not because I'm LGBTQ+.
Well, what's
because I'm awesome.
what perversity is when you deviate from the
He
norm.
doesn't understand.
Right? And so if you deviate from the norm, it's perverse. You've perverted the end. So that's not the point. But the actual point is that
What?
in reality, a man who pretends to be a woman is not a woman, and it's the same thing if I were to go to the doctor's office as an anorexic and say, "Doc, give me a tummy tuck because my self-perception is not in line with reality."
But that's
so go
not
ahead,
life-saving
give me a
care.
tummy tuck. Yeah, neither is transgenderism.
It's medically
and-
proven to be.
No, it's not. There was a new Oxford study that just came out in 2025 that proved anxiety, depression, suicidality, and
The
suicide
same study-
all skyrocketed.
the same
all
study-
skyrocketed. The reality of the situation,
It proves
the reality
that
of the
gender-affirming
situation.
care and affirming environments reduce the rates of
It
suicide,
skyrocketed it.
depression, and anxiety.
It skyrocketed in every
reduces
case.
it.
Pause.
Just quoting it.
That's time.
Good to talk to you.
Surrounded is now a podcast, available wherever you listen. Search Surrounded.
What a weird,
plug in,
weird.
and stay part of the conversation. Anywhere, anytime.
Okay, whatever.
Well, it's
Insane.
defined as
But
pedophilia.
I think
we agree that healthcare costs and gun violence harm young Americans. LGBTQ plus acceptance does not.
Oh boy.
Hi.
Hi.
I just want to make sure
Can we
I
agree
heard-
that
yeah.
our,
Go
can we agree that our shared value for this debate should be that all young Americans have safe and healthy childhoods?
Absolutely.
Okay, beautiful.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I heard that right. Young
Yeah.
Americans referencing children.
Yes.
So then I want to switch the focus on what the plus represents in LGBTQ plus.
First, I want to state that gun violence has been the leading cause of death for American children for the last 4 years, and 6 American children die every single day from gun violence, and 4 million young Americans are currently uninsured, which makes them 60% more likely to die, while LGBTQ plus acceptance risks no American children's lives.
I'm not in disagreement with that
Amazing.
per se,
Well,
necessarily.
I love that.
But where we're headed, right? That plus is a placeholder for
What?
MAPS, for minor attractive persons. Minor
No, it's
attractive
what?
It
persons.
is not. That would be insane.
Absolutely,
That's
it is.
pedophilia.
I'm glad that you think it's pedophilia and it's insane.
Well, it's defined as
but I
pedophilia.
think you understand and you know that your side of the aisle does not feel that way.
No, it
That there
doesn't
is
at
a
all.
large
Why?
Who
movement
commits the most
currently-
acts of pedophilia in the United States of America? I'll give you a hint.
Republicans.
Do you identify the LGBTQ as a political movement?
No, not at all.
See, we're going to fundamentally disagree right there.
Well, why is
So-
the LGBT
I don't know what that
community-
guy's on.
It's first of all, it's considered a victim class. Let's start there.
Victim
have,
class?
They have
What's a victim class?
They have
What the
specific
fuck?
rights and protections.
They have the same rights and protections as all Americans,
That's
or
not
they
true.
should, and we're working to get there.
That's not
because
true.
right now, unfortunately, you're right. It's not. Right now, they don't. Right now, LGBTQ plus Americans have less rights and liberties than the standard America.
How do you?
Than heterosexual
Please tell
cisgender
me
Americans.
how they have less rights and privileges.
There's a variety of things. For example, there's legislation in several states that work to prevent trans women from accessing the bathrooms that relate to their gender identity. There's prevention of
So we're talking about
LGBTQ plus
trans now.
discussion in education.
Well, that's
There's
part of
efforts
the
right now
LGBT.
from our president to work and roll back rights that have been guaranteed to LGBTQ plus Americans for decades. And it's really, really important that we recognize that because right now, LGBTQ plus Americans do not share the same liberties and rights as cisgender heterosexual Americans do. And to pretend that it's not happening is really weird. I would ask you, what
No, so-
rights do you think LGBTQ plus people are asking for that are special
So
rights?
this is where we're going to fundamentally disagree.
Yeah.
Really, because so
Well,
first
well.
and foremost,
Yeah.
to be quite honest,
Mm-hmm.
I believe. And that's not that I believe. I know that the
I
LGBTQ
know.
movement is a Marxist movement.
What
believe
the
it was-
fuck?
I believe it was installed.
It's not a Marxist movement. That's a funny thought.
I
but
let
it's
you
not a
finish
Marxist movement.
talking. Let me finish.
Okay, but you're just
How?
saying.
No, I'm not.
I'm saying things
Blair
that I
White
know.
is a
I
Marxist.
believe you've developed and put yourself in this sort of matrix fictional reality, and you feel safe there. I'm glad you do. But
Oh,
here's the
boy.
problem. Where we're headed is
Yeah.
why I'm concerned.
Hey, Where are we headed?
I'm not. I'll tell you where we're headed. We're headed towards maps. Whether or not you agree with that is
Well,
regardless. We're headed.
what evidence is there that we're headed towards maps?
I mean, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Even on the conservative side, they're opening up the discussion on whether or not this can be considered a legitimate sexual orientation.
No
to be
one is
attracted
saying
to.
that pedophilia is a legitimate sexual orientation.
Okay, this is important actually that you're saying this right now because where we're headed, I'm very secure that we're heading this direction. We're at a certain
Based
point.
on
that
what?
would be really concerning.
At a
Then I
certain
would
point in time,
understand.
and I agree that we agree with that. But going full circle, okay?
Yeah.
Who started the gay rights movement?
Black trans women.
No, Harry Hay started the gay rights movement in the 1950s. What party did he belong to?
You tell me.
He belonged to the Communist Party. What book and what
What the
society
fuck?
What would you say is the LGBTQ plus movement? Because I would define it as a civil rights movement in modern history, whereas you're acting like it's the
we're
existence
sticking
of
on this
LGBTQ
topic.
plus people.
We are sticking
But you're not talking
because
about anything.
ultimately you're leading to deconstructionism. You want
A gay guy was a communist, allegedly. Which, checkmate.
gray box society. That's
want a
the
gray
goal.
What is a gray box society?
The fact that you don't know that is exactly the problem. You are
No, I mean, what
compartmentalized
is a gray
in
box
this idea.
society?
I
What
know
the hell
it
is a
It's
gray
genderless
box society?
It's where the individual is stripped from all individuality. That's what it is.
I think
that is where
allowing
we're
people to
headed. The
express
fact that you
themselves
can't
as
acknowledge
individuals
that
is more
shows me that
individuality.
you're already in the matrix. You're stuck there. You're in this world that provides all
Gray
these
box
protections
society.
for you. All these, the fact that you can even sit here, the fact that this
What extra
platform
protections do
exists.
LGBTQ plus people receive in the
Do
United
you want
States of
anecdotal
America?
experiences?
I want
or do
any
you-
evidence that you
the
have.
fact that it even
You don't
the
have
fact
evidence.
that it's even a
You
discussion.
don't have evidence. It's not a discussion.
It's a sexual
You
orientation.
saying something doesn't mean
it is
that it's
a
a discussion.
sexual orientation. It should be between
What is
two
a sexual
people.
orientation? What should be?
When
Dude,
it
what are you
arrives,
talking about?
What am I talking about? I'm talking about the fact that it's even a movement to begin with. It doesn't deserve.
There's a civil
to be
rights
a
movement
movement.
that
It
is
doesn't
described
deserve
as
to be
the
a civil
LGBTQ
right. It doesn't deserve a civil right. That's my whole point. It's
LGBTQ plus people don't
it's
deserve civil
self-narrative.
rights. I would say that the
The fact
majority
that
of
you can-
American
Hello, Incub.
people would disagree
No,
with what
the
you're
fact
saying
that
right
you
now.
can- the
I
fact-
think
Okay,
all-
so I'm doing an asset, okay, in Kubira and Animator. So I'm doing an asset. I decided to stream and make an asset. I'm watching a video while I'm doing it. The main thing, this stream is mainly for art. So I'm doing a little bit of a GIF. If someone donates, this will appear on the screen, right? This will appear on the screen as like a thank you GIF. I have made this from scratch on today's stream. So this is where we are. I'm coloring it now. From scratch. It started... I'm gonna show you where it all started today. I've done the whole thing from scratch on stream. It started from this basically. Right? Now we are here. Yee. This guy's crushing out hard. I know. And now I'm also watching along the way an LGBT guy talking to 20 bigots. So that's also a thing. So you're white. You are white. Please consider not being white. I know is that more streamers would do their own assets. True. Most of my assets are, like, I think over 90% of my assets are my own. So I wanted to do this off stream, but then I thought, you know what? I might as well create this asset on stream and gather some sympathy, like Zanderhall style, you know?
All people in the United States of America are equal, and you don't.
I don't. Let's pause. You've been voted out by the majority.
Uh-oh.
Please return to your
I appreciate you.
I'm gonna try to.
Hello.
Hi.
Nice to meet you. I'm Angelina.
Nice to meet you.
So
Can we
I-
agree that our shared value would be young Americans deserve safe and healthy childhoods?
100%.
Okay,
And I
awesome.
think gun violence is an issue, and I think healthcare is an issue.
I
However,
agree.
what I would like to talk about today is children being targeted and transitioned at a young age. I don't believe
What
it is.
children are being targeted and transitioned?
So currently in the
All
United
of
States,
them.
you can start gender transitioning a child as
That's
early
two.
as they're starting puberty, and that's anywhere from 8 to 13. And so at that age, you
How
can start
many
putting them on
people-
puberty blockers, and which is not reversible, by the way.
Yes, it
Okay,
is.
so
And
how
so-
many irreversible gender-affirming care procedures have been done on ages 13 or under in the United States of America?
Listen, just the idea that you even put them on puberty blockers, that's irreversible. Do you understand that?
Not all
It
puberty
shows
blockers
the
are
word that
irreversible.
goes
Nutrients
into
are taken every day.
animation.
So let me break down the
no,
stats.
no, no,
Thank you.
no. Puberty blockers. Do you know what puberty blockers are? Puberty blockers is Lupron. That is the brand name for puberty blockers. Lupron. Lupron is used on children 8 to 13
Children!
year olds to pause their puberty.
Okay, so let's break
it is
this
the same
down.
drug used in chemical castration for
If I
pedophiles.
thought that
it
8 to
stops their
13
sex
year olds,
drive.
okay, if I thought 8 to 13 year olds would be chemically castrated, that would be horrible. That would
Okay.
be evil. That would be unacceptable.
So why-
That's not
why
what's
are
happening.
you
Well, no,
why
let's
is
break
the
it down.
LGBTQ
I would
plus
love to
movement
break it down
advocating
for you.
for that?
No one's
Yep.
advocating for that. Let's break it down. So,
Wow, nice singer.
1% to 3% of the youth population in the United States of America are trans. About 15% of that 1 to 3% receive reversible or partially reversible gender affirming
What do you
care.
mean by reversible?
Only.
What do you mean by
I'm talking about
reversible?
hormone blockers. I'm talking about
Not
hormone replacement
reversible.
therapy. It is reversible.
is-
In many cases,
so-
so I understand some of these things are not fully reversible. That's why it's reversible and partially reversible. Some hormone blockers are not fully reversible, but the World Health Organization, the American Medical Association, the American Psychological Association, and the American Psychiatric Association work to set standards and approve
I
that all of
understand.
these cares are life-saving. What we see is that
Do you?
the vast majority of people who receive this care never end up regretting
Very
this care. Do
sassy.
you know
Not
what
true.
the regret
Not
rate
true.
for reversible care is in the United States of America for transgender youth?
Any rate of it is enough to not do this to children.
Do you know the
Listen,
rate,
it's
though?
the targeting of children. Tell me the
Do
rate.
you know the
tell
rate?
me the rate. Please tell me the,
The rate is 1%. And do you know what the majority of that 1% rate is? It's due to social stigma and hatred, not actual
Listen,
regret of the care.
Listen,
And so what we
if
see
even
is
one child decides to detransition, that's enough to not do this.
No, it's
Children
not.
cannot make decisions. Listen, how can
True. If even a one heart surgery fails, that's a reason not to do heart surgery at all. That makes perfect sense. This is great.
12 or 13 you decide you
Let's
never
go
wanna
with that standard.
have
that
children?
isn't happening
You
at all.
can't.
That's not
You
happening.
can't.
Hormone
That's-
replacement therapy isn't sterilization.
That's not
Hormone
true.
replacement therapy,
Then why do we
puberty
give
blockers are
Lupron,
not-
the same drug we give to children, to pedophiles to chemically castrate them?
That's not what's happening. That's not what we're
You
doing.
don't think we
That's
give
not
Lupron
happening.
to pedophiles?
I don't think we're chemically castrating our young American children. All gender affirming care surgeries have to have a period of time between about 1 to 5 years in which these people
Not
are
true.
receiving
Not
treatment.
True. Not
They are
true.
working
many,
with medical
people,
professionals.
You do not even have to go to a psychologist.
That
in
is
all
not
this.
true.
Blair White, one of the most prominent trans women
Blair
in America
White-
right now, said she had to get no psychotherapy.
Blair White
Blair
is
White.
proving
Back
to
in the
spread
day-
misinformation online and in the
Listen,
media.
it's
Blair
true.
White.
Depression is real. Gender
Agreed.
dysphoria, I agree, is real.
Agreed.
But
Blair
I don't
White.
think the way we treat this is by
Agreed.
just slapping on hormones
So what
and
happens
puberty
to
blockers.
anxiety, depression, and suicide rates after a young trans person goes through gender affirming care?
For about a year, it's better, and then after
What about
that,
10 years?
listen, I don't disagree that sometimes it
No.
might be the right decision
In
for someone.
70% of
But for
cases,
children, it's never the right
suicidality
decision.
goes
And let's
down.
talk about
No one is advocating for child to make decisions by themselves. They're working with their parents to receive parental consent, medical supervision, and they're not happening under the age of 13. And
Not
the
true.
majority of doctors in all cases in the United States of America are telling people not to have a lot of these crucial surgeries until they do reach the age of 18.
Then I
Do you
agree
know
with that.
how many people have had surgery in the United States of America that is gender affirming care under the age of 18 that resulted in any
10,000
type of
million,
surgical transformation of
billion.
the body?
Tell me.
10 million.
Do you know the number?
Tell me
10
the number.
million.
0.01%.
So at what number
And-
do we have to get to
and
to show you that
it
this
ended
ruined
up
their
saving
lives?
their
How many double
lives.
mastectomies do we need to
How
have?
many young people have to tell you that this care is saving their lives before you care?
Listen,
It's saving lives
what's the
every
difference
single
between doing it as
day.
a child and doing it when you turn 18? What's the difference?
What's the difference?
What's the difference?
There's so much of a difference. When you
Tell
go through
me.
puberty, so much of your body and chemical changes so drastically that it creates a lot of the negative experience that leads trans young people to kill themselves. And that is why the World Health Organization, American Medical Association, American Psychological Association, American Psychiatric Association.
I don't
work to agree that
believe
they
in
understand that gender-affirming
associationism.
care is life-saving
Okay?
care
Just like I
for
don't believe in
young adults,
credentialism.
for children,
In some
for
cases,
anyone who needs
in some
it.
cases,
And what we're
I'm
not
sure it
advocating
is.
for.
But when you're a child, you cannot make that lifelong decision.
You can't make it by
alone,
yourself.
In the fact alone that it sterilizes them is enough to say we can't do this until they're 18. In that
It does not
alone.
sterilize young children.
It
You are just
does,
saying
it
things that are
does.
scary.
No, I'm
That's not
And
happening.
even people on your
Let's
side will say
pause.
that's
You've been
true.
voted out by the majority. Please return
True.
to your
Get
station.
the hell out. Been voted out. You suck.
Hey, how's it going?
Sick outfit.
Thank you very much. I like your pants.
Thank you very much. So why are we spending so much time talking about life-saving medical care when every single day we're losing young people to lack of medical care and to gun violence?
Okay, well, can I just backtrack?
You're a pervert.
I prefer to start there.
Alrighty.
This guy's back?
I have a point I need to address just so you can understand kind of where I'm coming from in the argument.
Okay, can you answer that question and then we'll get to yours?
Go ahead and restate it.
Why are we spending so much time talking about life-saving medical care when we're seeing young people die every single day due to a lack of medical care and due to gun violence in the United States of America?
So you don't drive a car?
Of course I drive a car. But
look at how many people die in car accidents every year.
That's a really special statistic. But what's important about noting is that the vast majority of people who drive cars are choosing to drive cars. The vast majority of people who are being shot to death by guns are not choosing to be shot to death by guns. The 4 million children who do not have access to health care are not choosing to not have access to health care. They are more likely to die, however, because of a system that they were born into. And that's not fair. That's deadly. It's harming young Americans every single day. Life's not fair, so children should get shot in their classrooms and not have the medicine they need.
No, but they should also have the right to protect themselves in their own home or in their own community. You should have the right when somebody comes into your house.
Children are being shot to death every single day by assault rifles
and how many
designed
people
by
have
the
their homes
military.
broken into and they don't know how to protect themselves, so they don't have the ability to.
Tell me the statistic.
Purity blockers are upon us, brothers and sisters. They're chemically castrating our children, and we need to stop them. The woke gay pedophile cabal. Well, you know who? True, they don't care about kids actually dying, just the gender offset. True. It's all true. It's true, all of it.
No, I'm asking you that question.
Gun violence in the home leads to more death in that home without burglary. What you're seeing is that gun violence in America goes up because there are more guns in America. There are more assault rifles in America. There are less restrictions that help people who should have guns. And now we're saying, oh, you know what? Everyone have a gun. Let's all have guns. There are more guns in the United States of America than there are people. What there are not is people that are receiving chemical castrations and being sterilized, like other speakers in the circle are saying. Gender-affirming care is medically proven to be life-saving care. And they're working with psychologists, psychiatrists, doctors in all the cases. I am saying that you and I, right here, have no idea what is best for a child in Illinois, in Utah, in Florida. Their parents do, they do, their medical professionals do, and the more that we get in the way of their choice making, we're infringing on parental consent.
Does this guy think the kid will shoot the intruder? Also, I can almost guarantee this guy never had a home invasion. True. Alright, let's see. I think this is going well, wouldn't you? New asset. Brilliant. Americans about the need for guns, like they're the only country with a lot of empty space and guns. Alright, new asset is being prepared. Brilliant. If you like what I do, if you like what I represent, if you like what I draw, if you like what I animate, I can say that now, then why not consider donating, subscribing, and giving me a like, a hug, a nice word, a compliment. Fido is here. Mishu, pishu. Also, I'm hungry. I'm poo-foo for Kofo Pops. These people want guns because they think one day the government or someone will come and try to take their freedom away. Troglodytes. True. I mean, I don't know. Guns can be cool to shoot at a range or whatever. Also, burglary rates are higher in America than Canada and other European countries. Almost like guns don't make it safer. Well, there's a different problem, okay? Like, I'm starting to think that the problem is, I don't know. The problem in America is not having or not having guns. Is that the American walls are made of paper. Okay, you can punch through a wall in the United States. You know? You know those little pins that you push into cork boards? Like in the United States, you can pierce that through a wall. Okay? Americans are shocked when they see European brick walls. They're like, oh my gosh. But in the United States, you can just punch through a wall, no problem. Okay? It's ridiculous. That's my opinion.
We're infringing on medical
Wait,
privacy.
wait,
We're preventing young people from receiving
Wait,
life-saving
you
care.
just said their parents have the right to make those kinds of choices.
To
but
help
isn't-
them make
yeah,
those
But isn't
choices.
your party the one that says if a
To
kid
help
says
them
that they're
make
gay
those
at school,
choices.
that the teacher
What is
shouldn't
my
go and tell the
party?
parent?
Yeah, what is...
The Democratic Party,
I'm not a
assuming.
member of the Democratic Party. However, I would say that much of the Democratic Party's stance versus the Republican Party's stance makes more sense because it's grounded in evidence
so why
that
is it about
saves
keeping
young
a parent
people's
out of the
lives.
picture when it fits the case, and then now all of a sudden you think the parents should have that kind of say? I don't understand.
No one is
I
saying
guess you
parents
just-
should be removed from the children's lives.
That's essentially what they argue.
I
when
mean,
they
if
say
they're
kids say that
abusers-
they are gay
If a
in school
parent
and
is a direct
can't know
threat
that's
to a young
about their
person's
kid.
life, then that needs to be evaluated. But that's not happening in the conversation
Well, what
that
do you
we're
consider a
having.
direct threat? I guess that's the thing. I mean, there's
How
real
many
threats, and
trans
then
people
there's,
are
oh,
transitioning
are-
without the support of their parents? In the vast majority of cases, trans people are supported by their parents. In all cases in the United States where surgery was done, parental consent, medical supervision, and psychological supervision were there.
When you say all, I already know that's false because nothing is a perfect 100%. Like that already is just that invalidates everything you're going to tell me with statistics. When you say all, I know that's maybe you're right. Maybe there's a lot,
let's
but when you
pause.
say all, that's it.
You've been voted out by the majority.
True, you've been voted out because you suck. You suck. Get out of here.
Hi.
How you doing, man? Joshua.
How does LGBTQ plus acceptance harm more young Americans than gun violence and healthcare costs?
So, define harm. What does harm mean to you?
To me, harm would mean reducing quality of life or ending the life.
Okay, so the word of harm, it doesn't have to necessarily mean physically.
No,
You
of
can harm
course not.
somebody by spiritually, mentally, and all
Agreed.
of above.
Entirely agree.
Right. So when we
And what
go,
we see is that when we support and affirm LGBT
And when you
plus
live in
acceptance,
sin, the
depression rates,
LGBT
anxiety
sin,
rates, and
you
suicide-
harm yourself. A compliment, you say, oh, where is this Lucy Haza? Where is she stand up? Oh, there is she. What a perfect, beautiful, handsome trans person. Look at her, young and beautiful. Can you believe it? Thank you. Nice. See? It didn't cost you much. It was free. Giving me a nice compliment. This guy definitely didn't watch Sinners.
Suicidality rates go down significantly. 60% is the rate of change in suicidality rates when we see LGBTQ plus people being accepted. Suicidality.
honestly, that's not necessarily true because
It's true. 100% true. It's a medical fact.
You could say that, but we're
Well,
if
it's
you
the
really
truth.
want to be realize, if you really gonna go to realization, when they do transform to LGBTQ, their anxiety actually goes up because
That's not what's happening.
Well, why you?
How do you transform to LGBTQ? The hell? How do you transform into the LGBTQ? The hell does that mean? You're a transformer. Should I eat something? I haven't eaten much today. Autobots roll out.
If it's
So let's break it down because I understand that this would be horrible and it's very scary and the talking point gets out there a lot and it's very confusing. What's happening is that LGBTQ plus young people experience higher rates of depression, anxiety, and suicidality because of the way they're treated in society, and that's a medical fact that's been studied for years. What we see is that when there is more queer and trans representation, more queer and trans discussion, and more queer and trans affirmation, that those suicide rates, depression rates, and anxiety rates go down. And so if it was innate within the queer and trans identity to be depressed and anxious, the more queer and trans discussion there were, the more queer trans people there were, the more that we would see anxiety, depression, and suicidality. Instead, what we see is that it is only when we accept, affirm, and educate about LGBTQ plus identities that these rates go down, because it's not a symptom of being queer and trans, it's a symptom of hatred, it's a symptom of anti-LGBTQ plus policy, which is harming young Americans.
Explain about the plus, the LGBTQ plus.
Well,
Doesn't
no,
that
what
go
do you
with-
think about what I just said?
Yeah,
Yeah,
no, I agree.
the
I agree.
maps
But
or
explain,
the
but explain
goal.
about the plus though with the LGBTQ plus,
True.
right?
LGBTQ plus stands for the fact that, for example, intersex people, they don't have a letter in LGBTQ. Asexual people, they don't have a letter in LGBTQ.
Gay and woke?
See, it's
Yeah,
hard to say. I would
Transformers
say
are
queer
gay
and
and woke.
trans. I think queer is an all-encompassing term,
Okay, so
and trans is inclusive as well.
let's talk about intersex, right? So intersex itself.
LGBTQ plus.
Well, intersex itself, right? that still does not make a third gender. The chromosome itself, it
What?
still identifies a male if it has a Y chromosome, still is a male. And
So
by
there are
birth-
many people that are born XX that would have what you would describe as male reproductive organs, right? There are many people who are born XY that actually have female reproductive organs because chromosomes themselves
No,
don't
that's-
define biology.
no,
Sex
no.
is actually a
XX
biological
is-
characteristic
XX
that
is woman.
chromosomes are a part of. And we also see that it has to do with hormones and it has to do with sexual organs on the inside and outside of the body. And so it's not a singular thing that can be defined. There are 40
No
different
way.
chromosomal structures. It's not just XX and not XY. There are so many different people that fall within the intersex category. And that's why gender affirming care originally existed, was to help these people receive the medical care that they needed. What we're seeing is that it is so essential to help people be who they
Regardless
are,
of
and
what
it
you're
saves their
saying,
lives when you do
if
that.
regardless of what you're
Let's
saying, the
pause.
chromosome.
Let's pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please
The
return to your seat.
chromosome. The chromosome.
Hey.
Let me see.
Doing well, how are you?
I'm okay. Okay, so
Mhm.
your original claim
Yeah.
was that gun violence
And healthcare costs
healthcare
harm
costs-
young
Sure.
Americans. LGBTQ plus acceptance does not.
Okay, so I agree with the first half.
Okay. What's your disagreement with LGBTQ plus acceptance and how
Everything.
it does not harm young Americans?
So
Oh.
I think that first you can look at anything
Full disagreement
teaching any
with everything.
young people something that's just fundamentally not true.
Jesus.
That
Okay, well,
in
it
itself,
is a
can be
fundamental
problem.
truth. What we see is that intersex, queer, and trans
Boom.
people have existed throughout all time, every continent, every single culture and society. The very first civil society, ancient Mesopotamia, had queer and
Jesus,
intersex
this
people.
guy.
What we're-
This guy, that's right. But you didn't get into the LGBT cocoon. Stepan Kobylarz, yeah. It was my gay awakening. Nice. Hello, Stepan Kobylarz. I don't see you here often. Maybe it's because I'm streaming during the day. I'm doing animation. Isn't that cool? Isn't that cool? Hey Carlos, hope you're well. Yeah, I'm napping most of the day. I woke early in the morning. Nice. You've been my viewer for a bit, haven't you? How do you like the stream? This is a special one because I'm only streaming because I wanna create a new asset for the stream, and I've decided to do it live instead of just doing it offline. I'm glad I didn't miss it. And also, your stream started at like 5 a.m. for me. Nice. I've been animating for like over 5 hours now. I mean, that is what animation is. Animation is like, it's a slow process. It is what it is, isn't it? It's time consuming, yeah. Which is why I got so mad when Mr. Jack Don't Do It was like, just use AI. I love it, obviously. Nice, thank you. Would you consider joining lucyhaza.org/live? And, you know, look at this. Okay, how do you like? Wait, I have to center it. Need more Polish history. Okay, we're gonna do more Polish history. Yeah, I promise to do more Polish history. Alright, this is coming out nicely actually. The color is giving it more oomph. It's lovely. Nice. That was a good idea to create an asset on stream. I oftentimes speak about being a bit of an animator, but I've never shown anything for it. And now it is time to do so. Well. Also, I cannot be talking about the Polish election much because it's electoral silence. The electoral silence has begun. at midnight. Okay, let's unpause this.
We're seeing is that they existed in ancient China, ancient Egypt. They've existed everywhere throughout all time. It's not a matter of, I don't even know what you're saying.
What? That's because I didn't really say anything. You just kind of went off.
Well, you
on a
just said that
tangent
they're
there.
not real. Well, no, you said that they're not real, and that's enough to draw concern, because it's like,
they
what are you talking about?
People can rewind about 25 seconds and they'll see that I didn't say that.
What
I
did you
didn't say
say?
that they're not real. I'm saying we're teaching people
Things that aren't
young
real.
people things that
Oh.
are not true. For instance, we're teaching boys that they can be girls. That fundamentally, I think, is unsafe.
Boys can't be.
Miyazaki was very mad about AI stuff. I mean, I'm not really surprised. Wow, this is coming to life. Alright, I'm gonna leave you at this animation, and I'm gonna go check if there is anything in the kitchen. Yeah, we're doing it. We're doing a new little asset. Perfect. Perfect. You could animate, oh, Barry message. Now I need a new sound. Śledziu, Johnny, wypatroszony Johnny. Bugi, bugi, bugi. Oj, 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 Fajdo. No co, no co? No co jest, Johnny? I might have him... Oj, 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 oj. Can you hear this sound? He's been making this sound lately. I have to take him to the vet. This sound worries me. It's like he's coughing up something, you know? Did you hear that? Not so. Maybe pollen or dust or something. Ow! Ow! Fido! Oh my god. Not so, not so, not so. Maybe I have to let him out. Because he's being wild boy. Mister! Hey, mister! Ouch, ouch, ouch. I'll be right back. And then we're gonna continue this animation project. Chodź, Fido, chodź. Oh, my back hurts. Ojej, co ci jest, no? No co ci jest? Oj, Johnny, co ci jest, Johnny? Fido. Aj, aj, aj. Ouch. Fajdo, siad, Fajdo. Fajdo, spokój, Fajdo. Okay, my back hurts for some reason. This is back breaking work and stuff. Oh. Fajdo, zostaw to. Oh. I have to get. Oh. Animation is tough on the body. True. Fajdo is also tough on the body. Fajdo, zostaw, Fajdo. Fajdo. Fajdo, siad, Fajdo. 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 Siad, Fajdo. Fajdo. Oh my god. Fajdo. 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 Okay, I have to throw him out of the house for now. Come. Chodź. Chodź. I'm so... Oh, God. Chodź, Fajdo. Chodź, Fajdo. Oh. I need to do something. Okay, back. Chodź, Fajdo. Fajdo. Chodź. Chodź, Fajdo. Chodź, Fajdo. Fajdo, chodź. Chodź, Fajdo. Chodź. Chodź tu. Chodź. Chodź, Fajdo. Chodź, Fajdo. Chodź. Chodź, Fajdo. Chodź, Fajdo. No chodź. Chodź. Chodź, Fajdo. Fajdo. Oh. Fajdo. Fajdo. Chodź. Fajdo. Chodź.
Potem plastików wcina też butelki gryje.
Okay, wow. True. Alright, I'm ready. I am ready to continue animating. Oh my goodness. Oh, animation is tough on the body, so please support your favorite animation streamer. There you go. Can I call myself an animation streamer? Is it allowed? Oh, I'm surprised that I actually have 9 people watching animation.
Be girls, trans girls can be girls.
Trans girls can be trans girls, right? And I wouldn't disagree with you that
Trans
they
girls can be
don't
trans
exist.
girls.
They're human beings. You're a human being. I love you.
I'm a
Okay,
being.
well, as a human
That's
being.
a dub. We'll take it from there.
We agree. Okay,
Let's
cool.
take that. That's a dub. People are people.
We
We're
see
all
each other.
exist.
We're human beings, right?
I love that.
Okay, but within
Okay.
that, there are still things
But-
you can teach people that can harm them. I think
True.
that
I agree. Teaching hatred harms people. Teaching people not to accept people harms people.
Sure.
But teaching about LGBTQ plus identities saves lives.
I
It
would-
reduces anxiety and depression.
I guess my only question really would be, if you're going to say that their suicidal rates and depression rise because people aren't affirming like gender,
which
right?
they are.
Where are all the tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of suicides that just went unexplained the last 150 years? That
They're
were just
happening
people, we
all
weren't
the
affirming
time. It's
people for
heartbreaking.
decades.
They're happening all the time, and
You're
it's
saying
heartbreaking.
there's a mass graves of people who weren't gender affirmed in 1920.
Trans people
that
don't
we
all
just-
get together and commit suicide together and then say, we were trans the whole time. These are people that never came out as trans because of the hatred they experienced, felt that they could never be themselves, killed themselves.
we've seen
and we're
an
seeing this happen
increase.
all the time, and it's heartbreaking. It's
We're seeing
devastating.
an increase in. There is more
We're
gender
seeing an increase of
affirmation
transphobia,
today
and so
than
we're
there
seeing an
was.
increase in the rates of anxiety and depression amongst unaffirmed, uncared for trans individuals. When
Sure.
trans people receive gender affirming care or have access to affirming environments, we see suicide rates go down, anxiety go down, depression go down. Explain
Yeah,
that.
I don't agree.
It's a fact.
Okay, well, there are 2 studies. There's one from April 2024, 2-year, 24-month study. One from February 2025.
What were those
and they-
studies done by?
Actually, I'm still listening because of your thoughts on Pixar animation. Did you like my thoughts on pixel animation, or? I'm not good at drawing pixel art, so for me it would be probably more difficult. Look at this, look at that, look at all that stuff.
I don't remember off the top
I'm
of
going
my
to cite
head.
a lot more studies.
Okay.
But you can.
Who? You're gonna have a lot more
There were
sex?
studies that you should look into.
I have. Thank you.
Hey, before we go any further, we want to take a moment to say thanks so much to Straight Arrow News for powering the fact checks in this video. Straight Arrow News is on a mission to raise the bar on journalism in a time of media bias and mistrust. Straight Arrow News helps you quickly find trusted information you need to understand the news, allowing you to dive deep into the topics that matter to you and the world around you. Their work is trying to break the bias bubble, helping you understand how every side of the political spectrum is reporting on a story so you get a full picture of the news. That's why we're so happy to be partnering with Straight Arrow News. They deliver the facts, unbiased, balanced, and designed to make sense of a complex world, getting you the clarity you deserve and news you can trust. Go to san.com/surrounded or click the link in the description to check it out. By clicking that link, you're not just supporting this channel. You also take advantage of a better way to get the news. Welcome back to Trustworthy Journalism. Thanks again
Oh
to
my
Straight Arrow
gosh,
News
trustworthy
for partnering with us on this
journalism.
episode. Now, let's get into it.
My next claim is that anti-LGBTQ plus policies are anti-Christian and anti-American.
Damn, anti-American. That's not good.
Got my running on shoes today.
You are fabulous.
You are fabulous. So let's start with the less obvious. Let's go anti-American. What is like your point in saying that? How is it anti-American to say that
Because you hate Americans.
protecting our children, right? Our children is our only thing we have. It's the future, right?
Agreed.
How's that anti-American? When I
Protecting our children would not be anti-American.
Okay, but the LGBTQ policies, anti those, right? You're saying it's anti-American.
Yes.
When you think of children, right? You think
Yeah.
of what? I have a 9-year-old, right?
I think of the future.
Okay, the future, right? Do you have a child?
No, I
No.
don't.
Do you want children?
Maybe.
Okay, all right, so good. You want to have a child, and you want this child to be what? Protected, correct?
Absolutely.
Can you agree with me on that? Okay, good. When you think of your child being protected,
When you
what is
think of
an
your-
issue you don't agree with? What's something you don't agree with?
Gun violence and healthcare costs.
Okay, gun violence and healthcare costs. Do you come from a family that didn't have healthcare?
I come from a
Do you
family that
come
struggled
from
with
a
healthcare access.
gunner
Had healthcare
family?
access for me.
That makes sense. Okay, so you had it. So you don't want your child to be negatively influenced by gun violence, correct?
Correct.
Or by not being able to have access to healthcare.
Absolutely.
So if there is an agenda, and I know you say there's not an agenda, but if there was a mass media awareness that's pushing a narrative of saying, and we kind of see it, right? Guns in all the movies, right?
Yeah.
Guns in the music videos, guns in this, rap, hip hop songs, all this stuff. You'd probably not want your child to be exposed to that, correct?
No, I would make sure they're educated about what guns are, and I would make sure they're accessing this information at age-appropriate age. That's a false comparison
Okay.
because
Why is that a false comparison? It's
guns
still
aren't people.
Okay.
And people in their intrinsic identities aren't murderous. Guns are designed to
Right.
kill things.
Yes.
LGBT
But
plus
it's still-
people are designed to exist and live and
Okay.
love and
They're
earn
humans,
money
correct?
and work and be people. Yes.
Okay, they're humans. All
Absolutely.
right, so let's go with that. We'll take that angle. So you're talking about humans, and you're saying that humans are designed to be themselves, right? And intrinsically themselves.
Yes, we're getting so far away from
No,
the
no,
claim,
no, we're
though.
coming back
Okay,
because
back.
you're talking
I
about
believe
We're coming
anti-American
back.
and
We ran away, and now we're coming
back.
back. Actually, I'm still kind of like them. Also, what is your thoughts about Darkest Dungeons animation style? Was that some unique masterpiece or somewhere? Someone already mad, something similar. I'm not sure I've played the Darkest Dungeon, so I would have to play it to be able to comment. You know, I would have to. Mm. This lady will use her age and the fact that she has a child as a crush to own him. Hello. True.
Guns. So for me as a mom, I don't want my child, and I'm just going to say the alphabet community because it's easier than LBGT.
What about queer and trans? I think queer and trans
Okay,
is easier.
Queer and trans. All right. So I don't want my son exposed to queer and trans. You didn't say you don't like the word agenda. I'm trying to be nice and
Queer and
use
trans people.
Queer and trans people. Okay, I don't want him exposed to that. I'm
Why?
a Christian and I'm faith-based, and I believe
I'm Christian
that
too.
My
I am faith-based. What the hell is that? I am faith-based. Jesus.
son should have his testicles intact until forever, not until he's 18.
Testicle
I want him
intact.
to have his testicles forever. And he actually just asked me about that last night. He said, Mom, I think my testicles are dropping a little. I said, no, sweetheart, you're 9, enjoy. You got a long ways to go. Why? As parents, we want to protect our children as long as they can.
Oh, 100%.
Right? Okay, you agree. We are in agreement with that.
Yeah,
Yes, I love that.
100%.
All right,
That
so
is
let's keep going.
so
I
weird.
would never, in my right mind,
Mm-hmm.
let my son, first of all, attend a school, a public
Yeah.
school. Second of all, attend
That's
a
a
school
privileged choice, and that's
where
awesome that
they're-
you're able to make it.
Correct. And I've worked very hard for that. Where there are clowns, as you called them, drag queens there.
No, I made a comparison that clowns are entertainers and drag queens are entertainers.
But they are very much so different. A clown is
Depends on the
what my-
context.
okay, let me finish. Let me just describe, and then we'll go
We're
back.
so far away from the claim.
No, we're not. We're talking
Okay.
about an agenda here, and you're talking about it being anti-American, anti-faith, anti-Christian. I'm saying that that's not the
No,
truth.
I'm saying anti-LGBTQ plus policies
Yes.
inherently contradict the fundamental
But it
values of
doesn't.
Americanism and Christianity.
It doesn't.
What the
What
heck is
the fundamental value
Americanism?
of America?
Okay, well, we'll go back to Christianity, but let me finish my point, as you said you would. Okay, so I'm not
True.
letting my son be exposed because you're kind of in denial,
Pause.
sweetheart. You're saying that a clown is the same thing or same
You're in
humor.
denial,
Hold on, let me finish.
sleep
Let me
ward.
finish, please, dear. As the same
Please,
as a
dear.
drag queen. And I know for a fact what comes, if you just Google the word drag queen and children or kindergarten, you see what goes on. Those shows, the girls are in, or the men rather, are in lingerie, in scantily clad, very, very sexually explicit behavior, crazy hair and makeup. And right, and it happens, as well as the infiltration of the books in our children's school. These trans books are being put into our kids' school. I know for a fact. That's why I pulled him. I saw these books in there. You said yourself, if you had a child, you would not want him exposed to things that you didn't approve of, or you'd want him to be, quote, educated as to what is right. Why do we have to educate children to mental health challenges when men decide to castrate themselves and take off their genitals and reattach new genitals, and then they demand equal rights? That's not okay. And I'm not letting my child get exposed to that. That is anti-Christian, and that is anti-American.
Okay, so I don't find that to be a claim that addresses my claim at all.
Okay.
I would say that the fundamental value of Americanism is freedom, and the fundamental value of Christianity
Freedom
is
to
love,
what?
and anti-LGBTQ policies are contradictory to both of those
Okay,
beliefs. But back
God
to
is
your
love.
point, because you took us there.
Okay.
The majority of drag queen book hours have never had a reported incident. In fact, there's no pattern of reported incident, and there are cherry-picked incidents where bad people did bad things, not because they're drag queens, but because they're bad people. And
So
those
why are we
incidents
allowing
occur
it?
in
So
less
why
than
are we
1% of
even
places.
allowing this?
So what I would say is that drag queens have no statistical correlation with pedophilic behavior, with sexual violence, or
That's not true. That is not true.
hold up in the club,
Okay.
or in sexually exposing
Well, we
themselves
don't
to
go I don't
children.
go to club. What
I think
about-
clubs are
you
fun.
said
Okay, we're
faith-
getting so far
no,
away.
American
Hold.
and faith-based values. Let's go back to that.
Oh.
American faith-based values. Why the trans movement is not that, or is antithesis of that?
Trans people are people. What I'm telling you is that if your child is exposed to trans and queer individuals, they're no more likely to decide to become trans or queer.
Not true.
Nope, it is true. It
Not
is
true.
statistically proven. It is so true. It is data driven. It is
Okay,
medically
keep going,
proven.
keep
It is
going.
psychologically
I'll let
proven.
you believe
It
your
is
life. Go
proven.
ahead.
No, it's proven by hundreds
Go
of
ahead.
thousands of people, and I have no idea why you believe when you're not educated on the subject.
Not
that-
educated.
well, no, not in a like a,
Oh,
you don't know what
wow.
you're talking about way, but in a
I
you
do,
need a
dear.
medical professional. You need a psychological professional
don't need
to
one, but
address
you
this
might.
care. No, to address this care. What I'm saying is that your child is not endangered by witnessing
That
queer
is
and trans
not true.
existences. It is true.
That is not
It
true.
is
Let me give you an
true.
example.
Prove
I'll
it.
give you
Okay,
one.
let's pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return.
Thank
to
you.
your chair.
Thank you.
Hope you don't hate me.
Perfect. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Tight
Perfect.
suit.
Thank you. So, first off, I would like to say that your question, I think, is worded very, how do I put it?
It's not a question, but I'm saying
Your claim.
anti-LGBTQ plus policies are anti-Christian and anti-American. Which would you like to start with?
So, can you define for me what anti-LGBTQ is?
Yes, policies that are against the LGBTQ plus community, hence anti.
Anti. Okay, so could you tell me
Shout
what
out
it means
Rihanna.
by against it? Like, could you give me an example of legislation that is anti-Christian that is also anti-LGBTQ?
Can you give me examples? I would say because I am a Christian and I'm LGBTQ, policies that go against me are anti-Christian. And I would say because they contradict the fundamental values that we were taught as Christians, that they are anti-Christian. So a couple of things. One, we were told to follow the Holy Spirit beyond the text. We were told that throughout life, while God's word is perfect and true, man's interpretation and understanding of it is not. For example, slavery, can we agree that's wrong?
Yes.
Interracial marriage, can we agree that's beautiful?
Yes.
Fantastic. Can we agree that we both should be able to eat shellfish and pork?
Yes.
Fantastic. We continue to evolve our understanding when we have new information and perspectives. Jesus Christ incarnated not to tell us follow the Bible, but to help us understand it better. We once understood eye for an eye. Now we know it's turn cheek for cheek. And we were also told to measure people by their fruits. LGBTQ plus people bring love into the world. They benefit the economy. They bring safety into the world, while anti-LGBTQ plus policies are proven to bring more death, more anxiety, and more depression. I'm not saying I don't understand your fear and concern. I'm saying when I rely on the data, the evidence, and the professionals, these policies kill children.
I do not believe so.
But they do.
So, looking at Christianity, because you're the one who brought it up, in Matthew 18:6, Christ said,
Trans book. Oh no. Okay, so we should do two of those books. I'm listening. You very high Christian-based lady. Burn them.
if any of you causes one of these
Burn
little
the
ones to
books.
stumble,
Burn the
better
witch.
that a millstone is tied around your neck and you drown in the depths of the ocean.
Yes,
Right?
absolutely.
Not that they should be, but it's that it's better off that they would be. So what I'm trying to say is that.
But you can't say that people are misguiding children by informing them about people that exist when there is no data that that information causes young people to become queer and trans. The rise of young people identifying as queer and trans comes from more affirmation and safety. No one becomes gay. It's medically proven, and it's been backed by data that you cannot, no matter what you do, turn someone gay. You can't do it.
How are they gay then?
It is a biological characteristic.
So it's like in their,
something that just happens.
in their genetics, essentially.
Yeah.
Okay, so how could you spread the genes of being gay if you're gay? Like, I'm straight because my dad and my mom
Maybe
are
not
straight.
genetics. It's in the biochemical reality of human existence. It's not something that's taught. It's not something that can be changed in an experience. And that has been proven throughout time.
So the only thing that we're born with, essentially, is going to be our genetic code, which our parents passed down from us. And then after that, we have a blank slate of mind. And whatever is put into that blank slate of mind will alter our personality and our person. So you're right, there is no gay gene because it's non-existent. It's an inferior genetic. You cannot pass down the genetics of being gay if you're gay, which is why I believe that people are being groomed to become gay, whether it happens when they're 2 years old, 10 years old, 13 years old, whether it's from the LGBTQ agenda, which I believe you and your allies are pushing, or if it's
Who are my allies?
Who are your allies? I mean, I'm not very familiar with your work, but I understand that.
My goodness.
You're an LGBTQ activist. So I would say your allies are people who align with your values, at least a 90%
So
overlap.
I am an activist, and I work on political reform in the state of Florida, focused primarily on school boards because they are currently attacking our children and they hold massive political opportunity to actually revolutionize the state. And I'm LGBTQ+.
So how are these school boards attacking children in Florida?
You want to go there?
I would like to hear your claim on this.
Let's do it. Okay, bet. So school boards in the state of Florida and all throughout the country have actually been a listed part of Project 2025, as they stated, because they are politically vulnerable spaces that have low voter turnout, low community awareness, low investment, that is disproportionately easy when you take lots of money and invest them into the elections to change the results. A couple years ago, we saw a massive sweep from candidates from Moms for Liberty and far-right hate groups. We also saw Ron DeSantis become the very first governor in our state's history to endorse these candidates.
But you've been
These
talking about
candidates
this for about
push
a minute.
anti-LGBTQ+ policies, which
Like
are
what?
anti-Christian and
What have they
anti-American.
done?
They
What have they done
banned
that harms
books.
children?
They banned books throughout the state. They told
have
people
banned
they could not use
pornography
restrooms.
and
No.
erotica.
Okay, we always should ban pornography in our schools. Pornography
And
in our
erotica
schools would be evil.
as well.
Erotica in our schools is not acceptable. What we see is age-appropriate leveled reading that discusses topics that some might find uncomfortable in our schools.
So
but that is
LGBTQ
measured by
stuff,
psychology.
Which includes being gay, which is
well,
a
I would say
sexuality.
you would find being
which
gay
is sexual.
uncomfortable, whereas I would say it's a reality. And
Well,
I would
being
say
gay
that someone
is
should be able
being
to read about it.
homosexual, which is a sexual thing. That is erotica. Because you're talking about
No,
sexual
being queer
things.
isn't inherently sexual. I'm not having sex with you right now because I'm LGBTQ+. I'm sitting at a table having a conversation with you.
Okay, so earlier you tried to claim that gay pride parades were not inherently sexual.
Okay,
So
let's
they're not.
You've been voted out.
Been voted out.
Thank you.
Hi, nice to meet you. Okay, so I want to talk a little bit more about the anti-Christian thing that you were saying. So I know that you said that Jesus, this is what you said. Jesus said that basically we follow the Holy Spirit. Does that mean that we can do whatever we want?
No,
or
of course not.
what are the rules? Because within Christianity, there are a set of rules. Obviously, we're
What's the
sinners.
most
We're not
important
going to
one?
follow them. The most important one I would say is to love others around you. But there's a lot of
Exactly.
other ones that are important as well,
Such as?
such as the sinning, like no LGBTQ. That's a rule.
Where does
No
it say that in the Bible?
Lust. It does say that a man cannot be with a man.
Did you know that that was actually mistranslated and had to do with sexual violence, grooming, and ritualistic relationships?
No, in the New Testament, it says that a man and
In
a woman shall be
1946,
together.
for the very first
Okay.
time, a man added the word homosexual to the Bible. That was never a part of God's word or God's choice.
Okay.
God gives perfect word and truth to man who has imperfect ear and an imperfect
Okay, so
understanding.
that was
And so that's how
misinterpreted,
we have things like
which I don't
slavery,
believe.
which is never in God's
Okay.
vision, is not a part of love,
Okay, you're
is
talking
not
about
a
the Old
graceful
Testament.
practice.
There's lots of things in the Old Testament that don't pertain to today, okay?
I'm
the
talking
New
also-
Testament, now you're saying that it was misinterpreted. There's a lot of other things within that same sentence,
Mhm.
such as you shall not murder, you shall not commit adultery,
Yeah.
man shall not be with man. So you're saying the only part within that sentence that was misinterpreted was man should not be with man. What about murder? Is that okay?
No, I'm saying that
Or
one
was that
mistranslation.
misinterpreted as well? and we
No,
can do
I'm
that?
saying that
My
one
goodness.
mistranslation contradicts what Jesus told us is the most important rule. He came to earth and said, do not follow the Bible like a law. Use it as a loving, graceful practice and follow
What
my
about
word.
the Ten Commandments? Those are laws, and the Word of God says that these commandments are written on the tablets of your hearts. These
And
are
what
the
he
laws
told
that I shall
us through
give
John
you.
16:12 is that I cannot bestow all knowledge upon you now. You will learn more, you will experience more, and you will develop. Women have rights now, and even in the New Testament, they were disrespected, belittled, and they were not given these rights. And so what we're seeing is that we as people are imperfect beings. And the more that we develop our understanding, educate ourselves, meet new people, and follow the most important law, which is to love one another.
What about the other laws? What about we shall not commit murder? Is that okay? Because you're disregarding the other laws.
I have a point
Can I
here.
just say something? I think it's great that you're Christian. I don't think if you're a sinner, you can't be Christian, because that's not what the Bible says.
We're all sinners.
The Bible says, come as you are, and you can be a Christian. But I don't believe that you're following Christ.
I
as
am
you
following
should be.
Christ.
You
So
may
let
be
me
a
make the
Christian,
point.
but the thing is that you're hindering your walk with God.
Let
You're
me make the
hindering your
point.
relationship with
First
God.
of all, my walk
And
with
can I
God
just
is between
say-
me
can I
and
just
God.
say
And
from
second of all,
really quickly,
the important point about your
because I see the
sentence.
flags going up. From a Christian perspective, I do want to say that when we speak about LGBTQ, I know that it comes off as hatred, but it
is
comes from a
hatred.
place of caring.
So
as we can see that
love is
the
an action
country-
word, care
let me
is an
see-
action
we
word,
can
and the
see
reason that one
the country
sentence,
is going
give me 1 second.
downhill. When we look back
Yes,
from the
it
beginning of
is.
time till now,
Hmm.
it's going
The country
downhill.
is
And
going
what's
downhill.
changing?
We agree.
And people are affirming transgenderism. People are affirming the gay
Transgender
people.
people.
So what
Yes.
is changing?
What about
That's changing.
Nazis are also Christians? Oh, you know. Exception. Exception to the rule. You're being very nitpicky, Vladimir. That means that you are part of the agenda.
And as we see that happening,
We see less
that the
suicide, less
country is
depression, less anxiety.
Suicide is going
Amongst
up
queer and
from the
trans people who are
2000s.
affirmed and receive gender-affirming care, suicide rates don't go up. Amongst young people in a failing
No, it
country with a
does.
failing healthcare
It
system
does
that
go
denies
up.
them mental
It does
care,
go up. That's
then we
so
see
wrong.
no, mental health care is the reason suicide rates are going up. There's no
Okay.
access to it in the United States.
Okay.
Gender-affirming care is proven to lower suicide rates. What you said about that one sentence in the Bible
Uh-huh.
that we have to go back to, the reason I believe we shouldn't murder people is because it's in clear alignment with God's greatest rule, love everyone. Hating LGBTQ plus
Okay,
people
no,
is in
no.
clear
Okay, I can
contradiction.
talk
and
to you
so
about
because
that. I
of
can talk
that,
to you about that.
because of that, hold on. I am
Okay.
continuing to follow the Holy Spirit
Okay.
and learn new things and extend grace,
Okay.
faith, and
Okay.
love to all. And that is how we included more rights
Would
for
you
more
agree?
people throughout
Would you
history. Why
agree
would we stop
that
with
if someone is
LGBTQ plus
living in a
people?
life that is leading to destruction and we applaud them, do you think that's love? And we accept them and say this is good, even
No,
though we
that
know
would-
for
no.
a
If
fact
someone's leading a
that
life of
your
destruction, we need to help.
Your life is
We
going
need
to
to
lead
help.
to destruction.
Point them out now.
Your life is going to lead to depression. Love is telling the truth even when it's hard to hear.
I
If your
agree.
house
And
is
the
on
truth
fire,
is,
I need to tell you to
and
get
the
out.
truth is, the number one place queer and trans people experience the hatred that causes their suicide, depression, and anxiety rates to increase is actually hateful rhetoric from the Christian church. The number one population that is homeless in the state of New York are queer and trans young people who have been disavowed by their Christian families.
Okay, and what's
Jesus
the number
Christ
one-
would go to those people
What's the number
and
one
help
factor
them.
in
He
this?
would
Let's
In
pause.
suicide.
There, you've been voted out.
Okay, thank you.
I appreciate you.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. So I'm assuming from everything you're telling me that you think that God is okay with you practicing sodomy with other men.
I am saying that God always acts in accordance with love, and the sodomy that was written about in the Bible has nothing to do with loving queer and trans relationships because there was no frame of reference for the phrases who created it. Man is imperfect. God's word is perfect. God would support queer and trans existence. Do you want to talk about why it's also anti-American?
You don't think that...
What?
God would support frame of reference for the phrases who created it. Man is imperfect. God's word is perfect. God would support queer and trans existence. Do you want to talk about why it's also anti-American?
You don't think that sodomy existed 2,000 years ago?
I do think it existed 2,000
And you
years
don't
ago.
think that God
and the way that it
directly
was
addressed
written
in the
about
Bible?
in the Bible was about hateful, unconsensual, pedophilic, ritualistic acts of sodomy.
It's
There have been
not-
healthy queer and trans relationships all throughout the history, and they were not included in the Bible, the same way women's rights were not included in the Bible. God did not intend us to treat that like a law that we never move on from. He entreated us to use it like a way to learn, love, and practice it better. It is not an instruction manual. It is one tool that we can
Okay,
use to live our lives.
you do think, but to clarify, so you do think that God is okay with you having sex with other men?
Yes.
Okay. So I think that your definition of love is basically what feels good for you and also
Flawed.
being nice.
Flawed definition of.
I think love is more complicated than that. For example, you can have a sexual relationship with someone that you might not love, whereas love is a deeper emotion of
Okay,
care.
but basically it's just like this like fluffy feeling of like, oh, like I like you, I'm treating you well, whatever. I think that love
What?
is willing the good of another person.
Love is a hard
so
action.
you can have consensual sex with someone and that's not loving them because participating in homosexual acts is inherently not loving because it's damaging.
They're
It
not
violates
inherently damaging.
It
They're
violates
not inherently
natural law.
damaging. It doesn't violate natural law. There are
Yes,
over
it does.
What the
1,000
fuck?
Your body is
species
not
that are
designed
proven
for
to
that.
have queer relationships.
God,
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. What the hell is happening? Yeah, if gay love is not loving, it's damaging. I know, right? It becomes such an easy job to dehumanize out groups after one group, after another group, after another group, after another. I mean, you know, it's just damaging and a sin. That gay sex.
literally designed
Why does the
male
G-spot
and-
exist?
I don't know. God literally designed
Let's
male and female
not pretend
bodies
to know
different.
God's vision
Why-
then.
I mean, why did? Okay, I'm not gonna go there. Okay. Is it a sin for a heterosexual couple to have anal sex? Whatever. It's weird. Oh my goodness.
How about this?
Let's not pretend to know God's
how
vision.
How
Let's
come
act with
12%
love.
of men who have sex with other men one or more times a week have problems where they are not able to control their bowel movements?
Because when do you?
Well, why? If it's healthy, if it's perfectly healthy. And you
Okay,
know that's
so
true.
there
and
are
that doesn't
medical
mean,
facts
that
that
doesn't mean that
refute-
I hate you. It means I don't want you doing something that's not natural and it's not healthy and it's not good for you
But
or for
nothing
society.
you're saying
There's
is
a reason
grounded
gay
in
men
Christ's
can't
word or
reproduce with each
medical
other.
reality.
There's a reason why gay
Medical reality. Gosh. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Uh, this beautiful art stream is we'll have to take him out later. Actually, Lucy, if you really start to think about the Holocaust and how it was well prepared, and also how it was normalized, like it's actually your patriarchal duty to do what's need to be done. I mean, that is actually unironically how oftentimes people committing suicide think. Actually, that is actually the thought process that often goes through the mind of a person committing genocide. That it's my patriotic duty, I have to do my part, I cannot leave the work to others, it is unpleasant, but it's for the better future, for a better world, what have you, you know? There's a reason why genocide is described as the bastard offspring of the Enlightenment.
a woman can't reproduce with each other. Our
Reproduction
bodies
is
are
not an essential factor of love and care. It is not the essential factor of a relationship. And the things that
fertile
you're
couples
saying
be damned.
are nasty, evil pieces
That's
of
not
rhetoric that
evil.
aren't grounded in science.
That's absolutely not evil. You don't think it's scientific that it's more harmful to have gay sex than straight sex?
It's not more harmful.
It obviously is. That's why there's more STD rates.
Okay, that's time.
True, God punishes the gays with STDs. True. Truer words were never said, I guess.
My last claim is politicians banning books is more dangerous than drag queens reading them.
Hey again.
Hello, hello.
Get a little more time this time.
Let's do it.
Alrighty. First, I guess I want to say, wouldn't both, I guess from the arguments that I've heard, I could be wrong, and
Yeah.
feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, are they not both propaganda? Kind of like going back to that question where
No.
we went to grooming, right? We go to grooming. I
Yeah.
think when it came to that argument, in my opinion, I think where you were getting confused was that you were getting propaganda and
confused.
grooming. I've said that's why I said in my opinion, how I interpreted
true,
your responses.
true, okay.
Yeah. How I interpreted is that when you were phrasing things, it was in my head, you should have been substituting propaganda. There's nothing inherently wrong with that. Like grooming is like forcing a belief upon somebody. I believe that's
It's
how
not
I would
always physical.
Yeah, but
And
it's still
propaganda is political
it's still
communication.
involuntary. Now these kids are being given information at a young age, and they're just making the choice. It's just more appealing to those kids.
It's also about the impact. A lot of this information is lies, and it leads to direct harm for those children and other children around them, and it is meant to be done to change their thinking and patterns of behavior such that Donald Trump and Elon Musk are able to exploit them for power. But right now, we're discussing book bans and drag queens. Would you agree that politicians banning books, which has only ever in human history led to authoritarianism, is more dangerous than drag queens reading books, which is proven to have no correlation to sexual violence whatsoever?
Well, I guess it's...
I think we should admit that a drag queen, which is almost always a man in a fun women's costume.
Fun is relative. Fun is that's a relative
In
term.
adult spaces, it is often more sexy. So what we're saying is, I think it's just a hard piece of imagery for people who don't want diverse gender expression to swallow. And so we're like, oh, that's sexual violence. Oh, they're trying to sexualize our children. But psychologists and medical doctors have actually evaluated those events because of how many horrible claims that have been made on a baseless amount of hatred. And what we found is that there is no sexual violence, there is no sexual perversion, and there is no increase in sexual confusion. That's the most important part, because I can understand someone saying, oh, the drag queen has the best of intention, but now my child is confused. They measured it, they tracked it, they studied it. The child doesn't get confused. The child sees someone in a fun costume, they're like, that is fun. And suddenly, reading, which is very boring for many young children, they're willing to pay attention. They're willing to be there. And what we also see is queer and trans children in those
can I
spaces
answer the first
are
part?
less likely to be depressed and anxious when they witness someone who is experiencing diverse gender expression in their space. Yes.
Okay. So,
True, good one. So just authoritarianism, dude. Is that what really happened?
once again, so I'm going to go back to propaganda because I really think that's what this question is about. There are
Oh
two
my
ways to do
goodness.
that. Propaganda, which again, every will say agenda, as we've established before. I'm not saying that LGBT has an agenda, but it's got a title. Therefore, it probably has a group that has an agenda. If it's got a title, clearly you guys agreed on something, right? I think that's fair to say. I'm going to keep. I'm just. I think
It's not a title. It's just that descriptor of the umbrella. It's what? It's just basically a list of types of people that fall under the umbrella.
thing that would have a title. Clearly, there's a
Do
group.
women have a coordinated political agenda? Do white
I mean,
people
it's just,
have a coordinated?
are they feminists? Are they? I mean, I think everybody does. As somebody else said, everyone has an agenda. You can't say that you don't have.
You're
an
describing
agenda.
people fighting for their human rights.
Well, human rights. Well, I guess that's a whole other debate in itself. But point being,
Wow. Human rights are not up for debate.
Point being,
Okay.
propaganda can be done in two
True.
ways. You can remove certain things,
We should
or you can
debate it.
heavily promote certain things. Why do we see in so many shows and movies nowadays
Them
that
gays.
there's usually a gay character or some form of LGBT representation, right? Okay, that's one thing. That's fine.
Because it's proven to save lives,
wait,
and we
let me
don't
just,
see
no,
it.
I know. I'm just. I'm
Only
gonna
a
describe two-
decade
I'm gonna
ago did we
describe two
start seeing that
contexts in this.
representation.
Yet you don't have a positive conservative character. There are far more conservative people than gay people. So I'm just saying, like, it's all propaganda. Both sides can do it.
Oh,
Don't say
those
it's
poor.
not. So I think neither is worse than the other. I think it's just one side using
you
a
agree
cer-
that
Why can't we see those positive bigots, you know? Why can't we see those positive bigots? Those gays are disgusting. Oh, you cheeky bastard. Why can't we see more positive depictions of these people?
Are worse than drag queens reading
No,
books.
not at all. I think they're. I mean, I think they're
What
a
is
way
it
that
about-
one side chooses to promote their argument or
What's
dissuade the other
wrong
side.
about Where the Wild Things Are? What's wrong about Charlotte's Web?
I mean, is it the context or the actual? I mean, because you can read between the lines and things that people say.
No. See, Charlotte's Web is banned because animals were speaking, and one parent decided that was witchcraft. Now, none of the parents in the district get to make the child's.
Did a city council have to pass a law that allowed them to ban those books? Did
No.
some state? Wait, then how
No.
did they get banned
In
from the
many
school?
instances, school
They
boards
just were
hire a
taken out-
singular professional who
Okay,
accepts
yes,
singular
okay,
complaints
the
and
point is,
ban any books
school
based
board
off
is
a singular
elected. We
complaint.
elect people that we trust to make decisions
We did
on
not
our behalf.
elect the person they paid to go into
I know,
our schools,
but we elected
tarp our
people
libraries,
and gave
remove
them the
our
power
books.
to choose an independent person to do that. We
And
elect,
now-
like, those people were elected.
And
a group
now-
of people, the majority chose those people to then pick somebody else on their behalf. It's the same with electors and elections.
What happened
we
last
don't pick
year?
the electors, but we pick the people who pick them.
You've been voted out.
Okay. That was.
That makes
I'm
sense.
glad. Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
You and Will.
Hi, Will.
All right, so you said like Charlotte's Web is getting banned.
Hmm?
That's silly. I also think it's silly if one parent runs the whole
Right?
thing. But for sure, that's not every book being banned. Like,
Yeah.
you know, I'm sure you've heard of genderqueer.
Yeah.
Stuff like that should not be in schools. It's pornographic.
I think it should be available at an age-appropriate level. Do I think elementary schoolers need to be reading genderqueer? No.
And in terms of like, Republican bills in Florida, like, I don't think, especially K through 3, that there should be any official curriculum being taught to kids that is telling them about sexual orientation. However, I want to go the extra mile and say, like, we should get rid of every book that just mentions a gay character in the library. That's not a part of the official
Okay, I
curriculum.
love that. We're inching there. What I would say is that there has never been a democracy that lasted when it started banning books. Every single civilization that has ever started banning books turned into a fascist regime. And to me,
True.
that's very frightening. And to me, the justifications of it being rooted in marginalized communities and their identities, the majority of banned books discuss queer, trans, black, and brown identities. That feels to me like a very quick trend towards fascism. And so when that's being perpetuated by someone who's saying, I want to be king, there's going to be a third term for president, I'm like, uh-oh, fascist recipe coming together very quickly.
I don't agree with the third term bullshit.
Right? What are we talking about? George W. did a lot of work just for him to be like, no.
Sorry, backtrack. What were we just talking about just before you mentioned Trump?
Book bans.
Book bans.
And how they're worse than drag queens reading books.
Okay, well, first of all, they're not being banned in the sense that none of these books are banned in the state of Florida. They're being banned in, like, local school boards, like you're saying. So there's no actual government law that's being written to ban books.
What are school boards?
Florida is the worst.
Forms of government. And they're banning books as a part of a national coordinated strategy that was written in Project 2025 as a part of a fascist plan to overtake. The stated intention is overtake the government.
Okay, but and I could say I think it should be more than just one complaint, but I think parents coming forward to school boards and local government levels, because local politics is good. I'm not a fan
Love
of
local politics.
I like local politics, so it's different than a statewide ban on books in Florida, which is not happening.
Yeah, I agree that local governments are banning books, and that is bad.
Okay, and in terms of the drag queen story hour, what is the upside to that?
Why
don't we have firefighters or veterans
That's
come?
a good question. It actually creates safety and new gender experiences for queer and trans children who don't feel safe. And so we've actually found is queer and trans children who do have drag queen story hours, they actually have higher rates of affirmation, less suicide, depression, anxiety, and I think that matters.
Okay. All right.
Been voted out by the majority.
Hi,
How are you?
Cameron. Nice to meet you. So,
BB Bell.
I would like to start off by saying that I'm not anti-gay. As a Republican, I believe in freedom, less regulations, less
Me too.
laws,
Me too.
and the freedom to be gay.
Me too.
However, when you're saying banning books, I do believe that there needs to be some age restrictions on
Agreed.
certain books.
Agreed.
We shouldn't be teaching children about sexuality so early. Or being transgender, changing your gender. They can't even learn to drive
True.
a car.
Don't
yet.
teach
That makes
people
lots of
things.
sense. I
Keep
think
them
what we
ignorant and stupid, and then we'll be. Oops. Oh no. Damn. No.
Should teach people about is diverse identities. I
You
don't
should not
think we
teach
should be talking
people
about graphic
anything
sex
at
for
all.
Elementary schoolers on that we'd entirely agree.
Okay.
I think saying, hey, some gay people exist.
Teaching
Make sure
is
you don't
bad.
spit at them. I think that's a great thing to do because young people are
It's
most
against
able to learn
God.
that information at the
God's
young age.
word.
And so what the psychology and the data shows us is that when they have those discussions, it actually not only benefits queer and trans students, but all students, including straight cis students, become safer, more productive members of society. And it actually, and this is my fun, crazy statistic, it actually benefits the economy.
Okay, I do see what you mean. That being said, I just feel like we shouldn't be talking about that around children. I think that's something they should figure out for themselves whether they agree with or not. Obviously, we also shouldn't have hateful books towards, the gay community for them to read. I don't think any sort of hate teaching to children is okay. Also, the drag queen thing, that's just weird to me. Why are you having a person that's dressed up as a different gender reading to children? Like, I wouldn't bring my kid to something like that.
And you don't need to.
I think it's just strange.
And I think that if you don't want to, you definitely shouldn't. I think that it should be an option for parents who do want to. Because what we see is that many parents who are raising queer and trans children or children that they believe might be questioning their sexuality or gender.
The word queer children shouldn't even be a thing.
But people.
That's weird.
Queer children doesn't mean sexualized children or children who are having sex. It means people who have a
Children
queer
don't
identity.
even know how to be straight yet. Why are we teaching them to be queer?
As young as second grade, there are reports of people feeling like they have crushes on people and blowing kisses
And that's
because
fine,
we are
that's
all in a
cute.
society where relationships is discussed.
Queer? Like,
But queer just means not straight. It doesn't mean like
okay.
devil.
Okay, so it just means not straight. 'Cause
Yes.
from my understanding, from what I've heard, queer means you like everybody, no matter what they are.
That's a misconception. So,
Okay.
so instead of saying LGBTQ+, which everyone in this room said they wouldn't be willing to say, I was like, let's switch it to queer. Queer used to be a long time ago a
thought it was
horrible
a
word.
slur.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then the LGBTQ+ community reclaimed it and basically said, if you are not straight, let queer be an umbrella term that serves you. Because if we do keep adding letters, no one's going to say anything. No one's going to be respectful. So
Yeah,
queer
it's weird.
encompasses all of the identities. And it's you're gay, you're lesbian, you're bisexual,
Why
you're
can't you
trans.
just be one of those? Why do you have to be queer?
In terms of just language that encompasses and includes everyone in the LGBTQ+ community.
Oh,
and like I
boy.
said there, that already doesn't have an I, it doesn't have the A. It's already not fully inclusive. And so instead of continuing to add letters, we say queer and trans.
But I have an issue with that because gay and trans are two totally different things. Why are you grouping them within the same thing? Some gay people don't like trans people.
We entirely agree that sex and gender are different things. What I am saying is
Not
that
what I
the
said.
LGBTQ+.
That is not what I said.
It is what you said.
No, it's
but the
not.
LGBTQ+ community is called a community because these are people that have been pushed out of societal norm and persecuted in the same ways by the same people for differences in their innate characteristic of who they are as a human being. And because it is so similar in the styles of persecution, and because we shouldn't further divide marginalized communities, the queer and trans community are a community. Our struggles are interlinked. Stonewall, the first protest, what is known to start the LGBTQ+
because
movement,
being-
is an interlinked
What the
movement of
hell?
resistance between queer and trans people.
Being
and so the
gay
community,
She's such
and
an
trans are
advocate
two
for them
totally
gays.
different topics. They're different things.
they are, and they're a community.
Trans and being gay, liking a certain gender and wanting to
Why is it
change,
important for you to
mutilate yourself.
distinctualize the two?
Because why are we grouping them
Why
together?
is it important for you to make
'Cause
those two
you're-
communities distinct?
Because you just named them all queer. They're not all queer.
Who's not all queer?
Gay is not the same thing. You're putting them under one umbrella.
No, I said queer and
saying-
trans.
Huh?
I said queer and trans. Queer is a term that describes difference in sexuality.
Okay,
Or
that's,
sexual orientation.
That's fine, but as I said, I'm not getting anywhere with this with you.
True.
Gay
You're not.
and trans are two different things.
Yes.
They shouldn't be put under the same umbrella.
No.
Okay,
you've
so
been
you just-
voted out by the majority.
Thank you.
These people are not smart. Gosh. Gosh darn it.
How's it going? Daniel. So quick question. Do you think people are born gay or trans?
Yes.
So you think kids are born trans?
I think they're born trans, yes.
Okay, so you would be okay with them getting any type of either brain scans or anything before they go through medical transition then, right?
Brain
That way-
scans. What
that
would
way,
you
'cause
scan for?
13%, which you
Exactly.
say it was 1%, but it's actually 13% of people do detransition. So to
That's not
avoid
true.
that, no, they could bring it up. I'll even show the study on my phone to you right now if you
Well, I'm
want.
sure you have things that say that, but it doesn't make it true.
So you're just invalidating the
Trump
entire
says stuff
study.
that's not true
You're
every day.
invalidating the entire study. Let me ask you this: are you okay with this medical transition if they get brain scans before the medical transition?
What are you talking about?
Okay, so how do you know someone's born trans?
How would you
Give me
scan for
the
it?
definition? How do you know they're born trans?
What would you scan for? The
So,
trans
Transgender
race?
is when your gender is not the same as your birth sex.
Okay.
And so when someone says, I'm transgender, then I'm like, okay, so you're transgender.
Okay, so how do you know they're born that way?
They know and they tell us. And then we see that when we affirm their gender, their lifespan and their quality of life increases.
So you
And
agree
that
there's
matters
no
to me.
objective way to measure it? It's all subjective, right?
No.
Okay, so what's the objective measurement that someone's born trans?
An objective measurement that someone is born trans?
Correct.
When they say that they are born trans, that is deeply important, but also there's differences in the actual brain of trans people that correlates to their gender.
Like what?
They are more similar to that of their gender than their birth sex.
Okay, so that's an objective way to measure it, in your opinion, correct?
Well, it is a
So
factually
then you're
objective
okay.
way to measure it.
So then we could agree that kids should have this brain scan before they medically transition, correct? Wouldn't that be a good middle ground?
I would say
Because
that
you say
I
there's
would,
an objective way to measure it, correct?
I am saying that that is one objective reality of the
Mhm.
trans existence. What I am saying is that because all queer and trans people who are transitioning as young people in the United States do so with
Stupid.
about 3 to 5 medical professionals.
I'm for freedom.
I
People
trust
should
that
just
those
should be
medical
able to do
professionals
it.
know more about that individual than I do. Someone is not just saying, "Oh, this kid says they're trans. Let's go, let's give them hormones." What actually happens is a young person feels a deep amount of distress in who they are, based on something they had no control over.
You go
They
through
share
a
that
lot
with
of
their parents.
tests.
In the majority of cases, the parent who wants to keep their child alive brings them to a psychologist or a psychiatrist. They work with that medical professional for many years. They bring in endocrine specialists and they work together for years to decide what is the right path of treatment, when, how, and with who.
So
And
they
then
have no
over
control
time-
over it, right?
Over being trans?
Yeah, they have no control over it.
Correct.
So the detransition rate shouldn't be 13%, right?
So the
Also,
majority
what's
of
the
people who
difference between puberty
detransition.
anxiety?
Why do the
What's the
majority of
difference
people
between puberty
detransition?
anxiety and someone suffering from gender dysphoria? What's the distinct difference?
So puberty anxiety is, oh my gosh, I'm very worried that my characteristics are going to change who I am as a person. Other people are, oh my God, I'm worrying that puberty is going to permanently lock me into a body that is not mine. And I will never be able to prevent the changes that I go through with puberty. And so a partially reversible option is puberty blockers that is actually proven to save lives. That's what matters to me, is lives saved of young people.
So if you care about lives saved, then why do you dismiss the Oxford study of 108,000 patients when their depression, anxiety, substance use, and suicidality
Talk about the Oxford
increase?
study, talk about
Why
the
do you-
methodology,
why do you
talk about the people who ran the study, talk about the peer review process.
So you just don't like the study because
No,
it,
no,
does,
I'm
it
asking you
doesn't
to describe
affirm.
it.
it
Yeah,
doesn't
because
affirm your
not all
belief, though, right?
studies
No, no, I'm
are
saying it's a
Okay,
broken
give
study.
me one study.
automatically.
Give me one
Quoting it.
study that you think
Thank
is good.
you.
Okay, I would
Malaki.
say the study's done
I
by
don't
the
like that study.
270,000 doctors. Okay, which one?
See,
the American.
it's,
no,
it's
no,
the same
But
thing.
you'd have to talk
It's
about
the same thing because
methodology.
it doesn't affirm
No,
your
no, you're not.
belief
You don't know
system.
anything about your study, whereas I know everything about the American Medical Association study, the American Psychological Association study, the American Psychiatric Association study, the American Pediatric Association study, the World
Peer
Health
review.
Organization study, and countless global doctors who have referred and peer-reviewed those studies. Your study, I would like you to talk about the methodology, how it was peer-reviewed, and how you're citing it. Because what I do know about your study is not only are you manipulating it, but it's broken in its process.
Okay, so the CAS review study is bad. The Swedish study about puberty blockers is
That
bad.
one is literally proven
the UK,
to be
the
false.
UK health, the Finland, the Denmark.
I'm pretty
all
sure
their
that
health
one of
not
those
all
studies,
studies.
the author came out and said, "Please don't use my study." So, why would a brain scan have anything to do with detransition? No, this person said that children should go for a brain scan to check if they're actually really trans before they receive. Before they receive gender affirming care. And to that I say, wait, what would you even scan for? What's that? That's an alarm. It means that Kyiv is having a alarm right now. There was an air siren went off in Kyiv right now. That is what it means. I have an app that always tells me when there's an air siren. Or people taking out the objective reality of transness as if it was a universal thing. This is like nails on a chalkboard for what to me. Or people talking about the universal reality of transness as nails on a chalkboard. So yes, I don't even know what exactly would you scan for during those scans. Yeah, there's an alarm right now. Yeah, I mean, it's a Ukrainian app. It tells me when there's an air siren. I set it for Kyiv specifically. But it also shows me all the other areas, etc. Usually tells me what sort of danger is coming, etc, etc. Yeah. Usually it's drones for Kyiv. Shaheeds. I actually only did 2D animation like 3 times before. It's nice to see the process from someone that knows more than me about it. Yeah, thank you. Speaking of, I'm gathering funds to go to Ukraine again, so if you like what you see, then you know. Please making it continuously. It never stops. Yeah, it never does. Well, Mr. Brown would like all aid for Ukraine to stop, military and whatever else. Did you know that trans people are people and they all have different experiences and different ways of conceptualizing themselves that don't fit? I was always trans, I will always be trans, and changing one's gender representation on how someone identifies as is not a horrible disfiguration even if they've gone through surgeries. I mean, yes, I do realize that people are individuals. I understand the concept of human individuality. It is unfortunate that conservatives that are for freedom and all that stuff don't seem to grasp that idea, but you know. Did you actually know that every human has a different walk? That is something that you learn in animation class. Every human on Earth has a distinct walk. There are no two identical walks. Did you know that? Every person is unique in that way, in the way they walk. Huh? Pretty cool, huh? Also, I'm a bit iffy about the whole... I know that conservatives try to attack the whole brain thing, that it's similar to a cis woman's brain, for example, a trans woman's, because they would say, well, there's neuroplasticity and the brain simply adapts, you know? Which, to a degree, I guess you could make that argument, right? That the brain reacts to the environment and it sort of changes. It's like with those liberal trans advocates, even when they think they're doing good, are still talking inside of the conservative framing by denying that humans can change. I ended up walking differently every time I broke my leg. Yeah, my animation teacher would follow people around at the mall to study their walk. Yeah. Animators do that. Animators are can come off as creeps. Animators can come off as creeps a little bit. It's really funny, not gonna lie. Really funny bunny. Also, people walk differently when they know they're being observed. No, people just... No, it's not just when you're being observed. Like, it's not you walk differently than how you walk normally. I mean, people walk differently than other people. Okay? No two walks are the same, identical. That's what I mean. Not that people walk differently depending on occasion. All right. Huh. I'm doing it. I'm doing the animation.
Blockers aren't safe. Not all studies are run well, because some studies can be broken, some studies aren't accurate, and some studies aren't well done. And so I'm not saying I don't like your facts. I'm saying the conversation we're having about the studies you're referencing don't attribute to the greater conversation we're having about LGBTQ plus people because of the
Manson
ideologies,
made a new
methodologies,
video.
and practice of those studies. What I'm saying is the largest global medical organizations unanimously agree that queer and
Not unanimous.
transgender affirming care, it is unanimous. That's
It's
what makes
not
it
unanimous.
special.
It's not a medical
That's why it's so
consensus.
important.
It's
I didn't
not.
say medical consensus. I said the majority of health organizations that are the largest in the world and in the country all unanimously agree
It's actually not
that
true.
queer, it is true.
You just don't want to believe it because it doesn't affirm your
So-
reality. That's the problem.
You want to believe it because it does, but when it's peer reviewed, when it's fact checked, and when people actually look into your studies, they realize that they're false. You would be able to reference more. You'd be able to reference peer reviewed sources. You'd be able to reference medically established institutions. You would be able to
here,
reference things that are
before you go on
respected in
your
the greater
soliloquy,
medical community.
Here's a perfect middle
It's not
ground
a
for you.
soliloquy.
Here's
It's
your
exhaustion
here's
because
a
you're not
perfect middle
referencing
ground since you don't want to reach
information.
the middle ground. Here's the middle
I
ground.
would like to do so with
If people are
information.
born trans
What
and
it-
we could see in their brain scans, then you'd be okay with a brain scan before they medically transition. That's
That
a really good
information
middle
is
ground.
new.
That's
The
a really good middle
information-
ground.
The information there is new.
So you don't want to reach the middle ground of it.
No, what I'm saying is I trust the medical professionals who found that information to continue to study it and decide what is the best practice to apply it to life-saving healthcare. If I see medical practices that put young people in harm's way, I would advocate
So it's
against them.
life-saving to stop the natural biology of someone, inject them with synthetic hormones, and then do gender reassignment surgery. That's
It seems
life-saving
scary
to
when you say it like
Isn't that
that,
correct?
but
no,
yes,
I'm just saying, I'm
sometimes
just
it's
saying what
life-saving
it
to
is.
take a scalpel.
Yes, people should be free to do whatever they want. My body, my choice. What the hell? I've never seen more anti-freedom people than conservatives. I swear to God. I can't dictate people's identities through medical discrimination. Why can't we reach a middle ground compared to no discrimination? True, actually. Jesus Christ. And these people call themselves the pro-freedom crowd. Just so you know. Is he breaking election silence? Who? Is who breaking election silence? Doctor Who? Manson? I don't know. I don't think so. I doubt it. And even if he can probably, thanks to his businesses and big YouTubes, he can probably afford to pay the fee. So, you know. Unfortunate, but it is what it is, isn't it? All of you asked me so often for a stream that would be about art, and now that I'm doing it, very unpopular. This is why I dropped art to begin with on stream. But this asset is something that I would have done either way, so I might as well do it on stream. Here we are. No, I'm referring to people that were just, Lucy, we need more art streams. And I'm like, okay. Where are you? Dr. Johns. Yes, I'm calling out Dr. Johns for his sins. Ironically enough, those who didn't ask for art streams are here to watch it. While we're at it. Yeah, and you're here. Hey, still, how is your nothing in particular? So you can count on all of your viewers being there all the time. True, I cannot, but oh, yeah. Thank you, Tai Ryu, if I remember correctly. Tai Ryu. Oh, I live for it. Thank you, Incub. Thank you. Oh, if only if it wasn't for those gays, everything would have been perfect. Them gays unequipped to make babies and stuff. They should have scans to test. The onion skin function seems pretty good in this software. Yeah, they've added animation capabilities. Lucy, when did you learn the Cyrillic alphabet? Did they teach it in school? No, they don't. I learned it last year in 2 days, actually. And ironically, I learned it in 2 days. At least how to read it. Writing is still iffy, but gays making babies? Yeah, they should. They want to be productive for once. Look at this. Yay. This is going to be the... Maybe it should also have a thank you somewhere up here. I'll think about it. And see a style in YouTube chat. Yeah. That's right. That's right. I mean, actually, it's the stuff which every educated Eastern European person should learn, like straight up from school. I mean, it's not something that is taught in Polish school. But it didn't take me super long to learn. I'm still iffy, as I said. I'm still iffy on the... I still have to practice the handwritten, because it's slightly different, so I have to practice that. But I can definitely read it. No problem. Actually, I collect those alphabets like Pokemon. I learned the Korean Hangul. I learned to a degree Aleph-Bet. Aleph-Bet is a little bit tricky. Hiragana, katakana, a few kanji. Is there an equivalent of the distinction between cursive and print letters in Cyrillic? Yes. Yes, there is. Some letters look completely different in printed form and in written form in Cyrillic. Like the letter T. Yeah, like the letter T. Looks different in printed and yeah. I heard that the Korean one is really fast to learn. That's because it was manufactured by a bunch of scholars. they say that Hangul is the most logically sound, that like the most coherent alphabet. That is what people say about it. It's the most coherent one. A bunch of scholars basically sat down and were like, what is the alphabet? How can we create an alphabet that will be like super fitting to our language, super fitting to everything, to the rules, the sounds, etc. And they sort of put together Hangul. And Hangul is considered the structure-wise the best put together alphabet, or so I heard. I think I'm pretty okay with alphabet. I mean, I'm okay with the alphabet itself, the alphabet, but it becomes tricky when it comes to actually reading words because, you know why. You have to, in a lot of cases, you just need to know the words or you might not be able to read them. Which it's tricky. It's tricky. It's a tricky problem. So did they use Chinese characters before? Yes, indeed. Korean did use Chinese characters. It still uses them in surnames. And there is a comeback to teaching children basic Chinese characters in Korea. At this point I'm memorizing words, yeah. Yeah, so it's tricky. It's not like with alphabet, you cannot just memorize the alphabet and you're good to go. You can just read all the words. That's not how that works, unfortunately. I like this little imperfections in the coloring. Do you? It's a lot of work making animation, but it's good work. Fun fact, Old French is like 5 languages that could understand each other a bit, like Croatian, Serbian, and Bosnian. Yeah. My goodness. This is coming together pretty well, isn't it? I'm gonna have to start using it once it's ready. I have to think of a sound. Well, I mean, like for now, in foreseen future, Cyrillic is still going to be used in post-Soviet countries, at least for now, unless something radical is going to happen and Cyrillic is going to be gone. I mean, Poland never. I mean, there was certainly an effort by the Russian Empire to implement the Cyrillic alphabet in the Kingdom of Poland in the 19th century, and there was even a whole alphabet created that incorporated Polish specific letters, but it did not ended up catching on, so to speak, as evidenced by the fact that the Polish language does not use Cyrillic. There's still a big debate within Central Asian countries on what script should be used. Vietnamese ended up abandoning characters altogether, as we all know, and uses those little symbols that show you which tone you're supposed to be using. Diacritics, or they're called diacritics. See, we're doing language in addition to animation. You know? So that's the thing. By the way, this is like, my gosh. This is like 1 second of animation, barely. Barely 1 second of animation, put that into perspective, and just how long did it take? And the animation is not even all that particularly complicated. It's like, well, let's say that this one has 29 frames, but it's animated on 2s. So I drew 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. They're like, I have 12 individual frames, and the last one's a still. The last frames are still. Okay, it ends on a still. So you have 12. It's 24. It's just 24. It's 1 second. I'm not gonna count in the still. 24 animated on 2. Yeah, like one. Yeah, it's animated on 2s. I mean, an accent is something completely different than a tone. An accent is where you stress which part of the word you stress, and a tone is the whether or not it's falling, rising, falling, then rising. Or if it's delicately falling and rising, sharply falling. Well done. Now let's work on the background. I'm not sure if a dono GIF should have a background. But it's the symbol that's called a diacritic mark. Yeah. The symbol is called the diacritic. Yeah. But in Vietnamese, those are also used to indicate tones, not just accents. Right? Which makes sense. But in French, you can call them either an accent or a diacritical mark. I mean, as long as you know what you mean when you use it, you'd be fine, I think. There's no need to apologize ever about stuff like that. Right. Which makes things confusing. The English language. And in the meantime, we're watching some stuff while watching the... I mean, I'm not sure if just watching animating alone would be satisfactory for anybody. As I said, grass grow. Watching the grass grow. That's animation. Oh, I was afraid that that stutter was my mistake. Alright, we'll go to the toilet now. As for me, I'm mostly listening to and sometimes respond in compelled sentence which are making sense at the end of them. Listen, you're providing some balance for all the conservatives that have been saying all the sentences that make absolutely no sense. What was that guy's name? Okay, what was that guy's name again? Jesus, I have to find. I cannot find. Do you remember that YouTuber's name? Hold on, I have to find him again. What was his name? The Traditionalist. Oh my god, my memory is like Swiss cheese. Xander Hall? No, not that creator. Alright, I'll be right back. I feel like I'm going to watch the entire series of Spy's X Family through YouTube as shorts. What about West Side Tyler? You want me to watch West Side Tyler? I mean, I can. I'll be right back from the toilet. You want me to watch West Side Tyler? Anything in particular that you want me to watch from West Side? I've been able to avoid West Side Tyler's rap for so long. You want me to be a target? West Side Tyler? Oj, fajciu. No, trzeba będzie go wpuścić, wyjść z nim. Czy coś? Hassan stream? No, hello tipster. I just need to go to the toilet from time to time. My goodness, tipster. Welcome to the stream. How are you? My gosh. I have no right to go to the toilet. Also, I'm not horrible on Ukraine. So I cannot be Hassan Piker. Should I watch West Side Tyler? How are you, tipster? How have you been? Just happened to show up when you were gone. Oh. How do you like the animation? It's gonna be an asset. I've been animating it. It's gonna be... Oh yeah, I do animation. I'm a bit of an animator. If you rewind the stream, I've created this animation from scratch on this very stream. So if you like what I do, if you like what I represent, you know, if you like my values, then why not consider donating, subscribing, hitting the like button, and doing all the things that good people do. You know? Ah, my goodness. Nobody answered if they want me to actually watch West Side Tyler. Yeah, I'm a Lucy Haza enjoyer. Thank you. Thank you. My goal, my current clone. Oh, my brother came back with shopping. My current goal is to grow from micro streamer to small streamer. Is that a nice goal to have? Alright, West Side Tyler it is. West Side Tyler. Maybe I should go on West Side Tyler's stream.
Last couple years.
Should I go on West Side Tyler's stream? It would be cool if we had a little bit of a talk. Yeah, West Side Tyler recently came out with some controversial stuff. Seems like he really enjoyed the laser other people. Oh, that's old. That quote is old. The whole me thing, that's old. The coal industry is a toxic death trap. I mean, I'm not gonna disagree with that. It's also horrible for the environment, and Polish far-right lunatics are really, really eager for some reason to just go back to coal, no matter what. He doubled down? For what purpose? Wait, what for what purpose? So yeah, I'm definitely not gonna disagree with this take. The coal industry is a toxic death trap for the people involved and for the environment. Also, Polish coal in particular is also very low quality. Oh, talking to West Side Tyler. No, I was just kidding. I'm not sure if he would have anything to talk about, and I'm not sure if he would want to talk to me to begin with. I mean, I could talk to him about homelessness. I have a few questions. But Tyler, when stream? Monday, Thursday? Who is this? I have a few questions about homelessness for West Side Tyler, I suppose. Is that fair? Is that a legitimate reason? Not fair. What is not fair? Madam Panada. Madam Panada uncritically platformed a sexual harasser and necrophile to attack me. What? You just ask the question. Oh. I got death threats after this no assumption conversation. Hehe Chatters calls the local news on Hassan. Joe Biden final health bar confirmed. Out the grim thoughts and pair. Oh gosh. What was Innuendo Studios again? Trinity glazing for cloud. Recapping Bad and Panada and Hassan on Noah Samson. Loner box is greatest secret revealed from 5 days ago. Do we really want to watch him? I have no clue what to even watch from this. Like I cannot really find anything that I wanna watch. Like if you seen any nice work, oh thank you Zoshelix. If you see anything that you wanna see here then that you wanna watch, then I don't know. And tell me, please. Because I just don't know. Wait, why did you mention Tyler? Because someone asked me to maybe watch him. So I'm like, on this channel, I'm like, what do I even watch? He's transitioned to just talking about his dramas. Like, what do I even watch? I don't see anything interesting in here. Nothing. Oh, that's Innuendo. Okay. Now I remember. It's basically a drama channel now. I mean, that's the trajectory that many people take. So whatever. There's nothing interesting. Unless you can look at Chat Logic, Black 10 streamer university drama. What the hell is that supposed to be? Anyway, you can watch whatever you want. Oh, I'm in top chat. Yeah, he's doubled down after all he did realize that Iraqi soldiers are also the same dumbasses that NC and laser bombing other people is bad. Wait, where does he talk? Where does he even talk about that? What? When does he talk? When did he talk about that? Dr. Mike, the science and controversy of transgender healthcare. Puberty blockers, the checkup. Do you want to see Dr. Mike talking about trans rights? I was on his Discord earlier when his stuff was more art oriented, but I really went downhill. Is he pro or anti? I have no clue. Could I jump to do that with you? Dr. Mike? You want to do Dr. Mike together with me? I don't mind. I don't mind you doing Dr. Mike with me. We can do Dr. Mike together. As horrible as that sounds. Let's do Dr. Mike. Let's you know, screw it.
I think about
a YouTuber doctor.
Hey.
Hello. So you volunteered to do Dr. Mike?
Yeah.
Okay.
There might be some things interesting in there. Or maybe it's gonna be boring.
Okay.
But
You think it's interesting to do Dr. Mike?
I don't know. he's one of those medical professionals on YouTube, which, I mean,
You
it
hate
can go either way.
you hate medical professionals.
No, it's just that.
Why do you
people,
hate?
like,
Why do you hate science? Why are you anti-science?
I am always anti-science. I hate science. That's what they know me for.
Who are they?
They?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Who are they, and how do they know you for being anti-science?
I don't know. I just said that.
Okay.
Wait, are you
How
going to
afraid I
share
would-
the screen?
Wait, is this 2 hours 57 minutes?
Wait.
Really? Holy, we're
Well-
not doing the whole thing. We're just doing a small part. Okay? Can we agree?
Let's just dip our toes in it, shall we? We'll see if the
Supposed to come
water
out.
is warm.
As gay when I was younger, and I did
Can you
it until
share
college
this
when it felt way
screen
safer.
with me?
And it.
Sorry,
was a
what
lot
did you say?
Can you share the screen with
Ah,
me?
yeah.
Because-
Sorry. You don't want to have the, yeah. I'm gonna share my short-stamped goblins with you by mistake.
Oh no.
It's safer for me to come out as gay than a lot of these kids to come out as trans.
Surveillance video of the moment a man beat a trans woman to death.
God created men, male, and women, female.
Confused kids being subjected to irreversible treatments.
They're making it sound like kids are rushed into medical interventions or that doctors are forcing puberty blockers on them.
Are doctors rushing patients into this?
Estelle,
Let's
have
welcome
you
Dr. Jack Turner.
have you watched Vosh at any point?
Yeah, I was actually a Vosh watcher, but I kind of lost interest before the incident.
I see.
So, why?
I don't know. Just silently judging you.
Why?
Because it's my favorite hobby. Silently
okay.
judging you.
I guess you're I mean, I've been silently judging you. Well,
Damn.
when I say in chat.
Listen, you very loudly judge me, okay? You do not judge me silently.
Well,
Malaki asked because Malaki said they recognized you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
How so?
From Vosh's chat, probably.
Alright.
Been to the checkup
I was in Vosh's chat, I guess.
podcast.
But-
Dr. Turbin works
Oh no, go ahead.
out of UCSF as a leading expert in child and adolescent psychiatry. He's known for his extensive work on the mental health of transgender youth and his advocacy for evidence-based healthcare. He's also the author of a new book titled Free to Be: Understanding Kids and Gender Identity. In this conversation, I wanted to focus on some topics that have been just under-discussed or discussed poorly given heavy political or ideological polarization. Focusing on the science only, we go in-depth covering gender-affirming care, puberty blockers, transitioning during childhood, transgender athletes, anti-trans legislation, and so much more. Join us as we uncover the crucial truths about mental health, identity, and the path to inclusive care. Let's start off by setting the table and getting some explanations for
Those
certain
are
terms that
supposed
we're
to be
going to use throughout this
non-political?
Sorry?
Those are supposed to be non-political.
What? Supposed to be non-political?
The things he just talked about. Like, don't get me wrong. Yeah, they are part of a they are part of a debate right now. They are part of a political discourse. All the access to care and trans people in sports.
Yeah, but I think when he says, I don't know. I can only speculate. I think he's just gonna focus on the procedures themselves, not whether or not it should be done or could be done, etc.
Yeah. Well,
Like, I don't think it's political to say giving someone X amount of estrogen 5 times per day will cause these sort of changes to the body. That would be an example of medical healthcare being treated in a quote-unquote non-political way, no?
I mean, it depends. It depends on the context. It also, like, because it's not so much like something being political. It's not so much about the content of what or like the words that are being said, but rather the context.
Yeah, I told you the context, the description of the procedure and how to proceed.
Well, that doesn't. I mean, the.
Like when my doctor says I'm gonna prescribe you 5 boxes of estrogen, is he being political?
I mean, could describe what it does and everything. And whether you consider it political is. I mean, it's kind of a loaded a question to ask, right?
Why? What am I loading?
Well, someone could say, someone could go ahead and say, no, I don't want the doctor to be able to prescribe things. And
what do you mean you don't want doctor to be able to prescribe things? That's a completely separate subject, isn't it?
Oh, well, and
like a surgery itself isn't political because someone from the outside says, I want to stop this surgery because of political reasons.
Well, someone going to school isn't political, but when it's, let's say what's it called? When the first, the desegregation.
Also, people mean different things when they say political. Usually when, like, especially it rubs me the wrong way when politicians say, I'm not going to be political. To which I always ask, well, what the fuck? What? What do you mean you're not going to be political? It's your job to be political. What do you mean? Like, usually when people say political, they mean divisive, I feel like.
Yeah, and like people's lives are trans people's lives are made to be divisive. They are pushed and they are focused on as part of as part of the political discourse, and someone could nothing. I mean, it's kind of like nothing is political until it becomes it, right?
I mean, I suppose so, but until it becomes it's not, then you could still say no.
Yeah, but it's just that too many people just having a doctor that's being able to having access to a doctor that's able to prescribe you hormones is a challenge that.
Yeah, but that's a different topic from, like, it doesn't change the fact that the visit itself will not be political, right? The visit at the doctor's.
Like, there is a context in which, the doctor won't, doctors aren't even allowed to accept trans people.
Yeah, there are contexts like that, but I assume they're not. Okay, let's just see what they're gonna talk about.
We don't need to go and.
Because what I found is a great part of the disagreement and discussion that has taken place largely surrounds misunderstanding. Semantics, vocabulary, nomenclature. That's actually a lot of science.
I don't know. I feel like a lot of the disagreement comes from disgust and feeling that it's unnatural and bad, not just from misunderstanding the science. I don't think like many people who are transphobes aren't just people that are missing the right amount of information from a well-meaning doctor, you know? I
Yeah,
feel like they would just ban the doctor if they had their way, you know?
It's
I feel
hard
like
to pin. It's hard to pin down in like a universal way in which people come to reject trans care or reject trans people as a concept or be transphobic, but because like all people come from different angles, and
all people come from different angles. True. Spoken like a true commie.
But like what's more surprising is that they end up supporting going in the same direction, even though they come from different directions.
Sure.
From different perspectives. Like you can have someone who's apparently well learned like this. You remember this Bogardus guy?
Who? Who was that again?
Thomas Bogardus. Might remember him from his debate with Vash, in which Vash talked about agua.
Oh, that, okay. Oh my gosh. Oh, Mr. Bourgeois. Yes, I remember Mr. Bourgeois. All too
like,
well.
It's just he apparently is learned and then decides, well, I'm going to justify those things that kind of undergirds as he sees the things that oppose transgender ideology or something.
True. Not all Vosh's debates are good, but more like 50% are. He doesn't do debates anymore. He ran away from debates. Should do more debates, isn't that right, Estelle?
I don't know. I have not watched Vosh in years.
Yeah, I was talking about that I should do more debates.
Oh,
yeah.
Maybe. I never feel really good about them, about doing debates.
How many debates have you done?
I don't know. I've just I've had arguments with people.
Didn't you debate that streamer that called on to this show once? Didn't you debate a trans girl on philosophy?
Oh, you mean Femia?
Yeah.
Kind of, yeah. But, well, I mean, I wasn't satisfied by how I talked about it, and now it was on morality, I think, and I'm more learned now, I guess.
I suppose so. Alright, let's continue. Let's watch this. I'm trying to add shading to the...
So we're going to be using a whole lot of terminology throughout the conversation. I want folks to be aware of it. And this is a good lecture for me because despite being a family medicine doctor that sees patients of all ages, of all demographics, I never had a really good quality lecture on transgender care. And I feel like this is a great place to start for doctors, non-doctors, because it's going to be pretty universal in the explanations. So when we're talking about an individual who's struggling with either their sex, gender, or gender identity, can you take us through the levels of that?
Also, I'm going to already say here that a very specific type of trans person is being discussed here, right?
Yeah, well, also they're kind of trying to have a he's kind of framing it as like this processes or this this disease that not necessarily in terms of a negative way, but like how it presents itself, how this thing, there's a thing that's that we have to discuss, and that's kind of the base of.
Yeah, but I can see contexts in which this actually isn't a bad thing, right? Like when we discuss gender dysphoria, that is something that you usually want to actually do something about, right? That is something that causes you.
I'm not talking
discomfort.
about like that there's something, there shouldn't be something done about it. Like
Yeah, when they're discussing the methods of assisting people that have that dysphoria, I think that's fine.
Oh, sure, but I'm just talking about this is how I've seen like people talk, people who
Talk about being trans in general. Yeah, I've seen that.
like in medicine.
Like it's a problem to be fixed. Yeah, I've
well,
definitely seen that sort of approach.
Well,
Or
I think it's
to be
also
cured. But
I'm more talking about the framing of the thing rather than even if it's something to be cured. It's just there's this thing that's at hand, and we deal with it in well, contingent but kind of determined ways.
What do you mean?
Sure. That we take it from the bottom. Oh, there. If this thing happens, if this a sign of the body or this thing that this person says is happens, then we have to do this. But it's.
I mean, that is mostly how medicine works, no?
Yeah, yeah, that's mostly how medicine works. But that wouldn't. I mean.
Yeah.
That's kind of an advantage of medicine, but also
like what other model could we sort of adopt that would be better?
Well, I would say that it's hard to make hard to just talk about those things. It's not that I'm saying that it's just something that should be removed if we don't have an alternative, even if we don't have an alternative. Like I'm just talking about the context that these things are formed.
Like I assume the context is a person coming to the doctor and saying, I have this dysphoria and I want to do something about it. The doctor is saying, okay.
Well, yeah, but I'm just talking about the context around medicine in general, right? And which transfers to things, which like kind of becomes a social, I think that people used to live their lives
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah. Yes.
Give me a moment.
Sorry. Sorry.
Oh, I was just asked to give me a moment
Oh.
to get my thoughts together.
Okay.
So, let's say. It's hard to make comparisons that don't sound kind of stupid because
Yeah.
You could frame a lot of things using a medical lens, like this person, we should administer this person but because they need the energy in that to live.
So we should administer them what?
Let's say carbohydrates. They
Okay.
need carbohydrates to
Yeah.
have enough energy and
Energy, yeah?
Well, the energy.
Yeah.
Which does happen when someone is like in such a position when they are. Well, it would be more general than just carbohydrate. It would be just food in general or
Yeah.
intravenous nutrients for
Yeah.
someone.
The person is hungry, so we shall administer the person a meal.
Yeah.
We shall feed the person. Okay. So what's the problem?
Well, at which point is it appropriate to medicalize someone, to make their to kind of dictate their needs for them instead of them? Well, clearly we see like someone who has inertia or is victim in some circumstances of malnutrition. We see that as medically necessary to say we're gonna administer them nutrients.
Yeah.
Which I think is fine. Like, I mean, like, we don't want people with anorexia to die of malnutrition, right?
Yeah. Like.
But at which.
Like, I don't think that like the medicalization is something that sort of happens in Poland. It happened to me. Like when I think of medicalization, I think of barriers. Like you have to meet certain conditions to get what you need, or you have to have a specific, like you have to prove to me that you have this specific type of thing before I give you what you need. But when the meaning is, oh, I have dysphoria, I feel horrible, and I feel like there's this and that, and like I would like to start HRT, and the doctor says, oh, okay, the regimen that would best be for you would be this amount of pills and that amount of pills that would not harm your body and would make sure that you would not develop clots, and that they would probably, I don't know, give you the sort of body that you would like. I'm not sure if I would see that as medicalization necessarily.
Well, like
for example, when I asked, even when I asked my doctor, I said, oh, I feel like this part of my body is not really getting where I'd like it to be. Then he was like, oh, okay, well, I guess I'll just have to prescribe you a different type of estrogen to take extra so that you sort of get that result that you want. Maybe.
Yeah. Well, like in that case, there's like, I would maybe formulate something like there's positive medicalization or thing.
But I definitely know what you're talking about with the medicalization that's negative. Because I've experienced it.
Medicalization that's supposed to restrict access or
Yeah,
deny
but like
treatment.
the first doctor that I met basically told me that I'm just a crazy guy, you know, that needs help and probably has no friend. Like, do you have friends? Yes. My God, seriously? Like that doctor was asking me with complete seriousness. Wait, you do? Like, yeah, I do. Yeah. Yeah.
Like, why would having? I mean,
because the idea was that I was a disturbed loner that had no friends and decided to change my gender to, I don't know, find luck with guys instead of girls. That was the idea, which he blatantly just told me. Like the doctor asked me straight up, and how is what you're planning to do gonna help you get girls? I'm like, wait, what does that have to do with anything?
Yeah, it seems like he's more putting of his own conceptions onto you than
Yeah.
Like,
I remember because that's like the only clinic that has a branch for trans people, you know. Like I remember being very discouraged after because I went to any first doctor in hopes that they would sort of direct me to the branch that is dedicated to trans people, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I got this, and I sort of decided not to get too discouraged and try again. And I remember the psychologist that is sort of responsible for taking care of trans people telling me, "Oh, that doctor, he's on his way out. He's about to get fired."
I like. At least you had this doctor on your side.
Yeah. It's like, oh, but still the process itself, and it's not even always doctor's fault. Keep in mind, then that's a thing that is political, right? That the fact that in order to move anything forward, I had to go through a whole battery of tests, like TERFs or gender criticals, or even trans women that exclude non-binary people complain about how they had to go through things that non-binary people don't, and like I find that comical because a lot of people in the US, at least that might change, but that's a whole different matter. Like usually there's informed consent and many other mechanisms through which people can just get access to HRT easily, and they still sort of want to gatekeep non-binary people from, I don't even know. They want to call them frauds and posers or whatever, you know? And I probably went through more hoops than them and still find it ridiculous to treat non-binary people this way. Like I feel people should go through less hoops, not more. Like I had a test for schizophrenia for like to be able to move my gender. Yeah. Like they tested when I'm not schizophrenic before my gender healthcare could be moved forward.
Yeah, and sometimes you kind of, well, I mean, I kind of force the hands of the specialists who attend that to me because I just didn't go through them. I just went to a certain site on the internet.
You can't do that in Poland.
I can't. You can't do that.
No.
You can't get contraband.
I mean, what sort of contraband?
Well, I mean, the point of contraband is that it's disguised so that you can't know what's inside of it, or like you'll think it's something else. the border or like the mail inspections will.
Oh, I'm not sure what you're talking about. I'm confused.
I'm talking about gray market thing, like things that aren't necessarily illegal, but the
like in Poland, estrogen is a prescribed drug.
Yeah.
You can only get it for a prescription from a doctor.
Well, I think here too, but it's just okay. You know Kefals.
Yeah, I know Kefals.
That's the site that she was talking about.
Yeah, but as far as I understand, like, I'm not sure what that means for prescriptions, etc. But as I understand it, for example, in the US, estrogen is an uncontrolled substance that you can just buy.
It's just yeah, but I'm not in the US.
Yeah, same. Exactly.
But you can still buy it. It's just you buy it from third-party resellers, people who repackage hormones that they were able to get in their country, and then sell it to you for a markup, I guess. And that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if that's ideal.
I mean, it beats not having access to them or having to wait.
Fine.
It's not ideal, that's for sure. But like, it's an option. And I did end up. Well, I did end up getting a prescription.
Let's see what they have to say. I'm doing shading.
We kinda went away from the video a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there are 4 terms that are important. So there's sex, or sex assigned at birth, and it has a bunch of different definitions, right? So you could...
Oh, testosterone is in... Okay, I get it. Okay.
You could use sex chromosomes as your definition. You could use external genitalia. You could use internal sex organs. You could use hormone levels, and that creates all this confusion. So we usually just go with what's on someone's birth certificate while recognizing that there are complexities where those don't all align for everyone.
Yeah, it's interesting that we have not yet found a conclusion.
On which term we like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why do you think that is?
I think it's just that there are all these different variables, and for most people they align, right? So most of the time it's okay or not a huge deal to conflate those different domains of sex. For most people, their sex chromosomes predict their gametes, predict their external genitalia. But if you work in gender medicine or if you work with intersex people, it's just important to recognize that those aren't all the same for all people.
Is it wrong then to say, since it is concordant for the wide majority of people, to say that that is the norm, and then there are conditions that fall outside the norm, but we can still use vocabulary as the norm?
Norm feels harsh because it's kind of pathologizing, I think. But I think we can say it's most common.
Can we... totally fair.
Yeah.
I know we get very worried about creating pathology or labeling pathology. Why are we so afraid of being outside of the norm? Whereas in certain aspects, we celebrate being outside the norm. In other aspects, we're afraid of it, or maybe it makes us feel bad about ourselves. What do you think drives that?
Yeah, you're just a nice person, I think. So, right, that's how I think too. So this comes up all the time with should gender dysphoria be in the DSM. So gender dysphoria is technically a mental health condition in the DSM. The reason we have it there is there are a lot of people who are really psychologically distressed from their gender identity being different from their sex assigned at birth. And then we want them to be able to get mental health treatment and gender affirming care, et cetera. So it's in there largely for insurance purposes. However, people weaponize that all the time
That's
and then
how I
say
understood
being
it.
trans is a mental illness. It's bad. We shouldn't affirm people. We shouldn't treat people as their gender identity, which is not what we mean in
Right.
the DSM. And when I see it in there, I think, well, you shouldn't pathologize gender dysphoria the same way you shouldn't pathologize bipolar disorder or depression or schizophrenia. But then, a lot of people would come back at me and say, are you living in the real world? We do stigmatize all of those things. And so it creates a real problem when we do label things as pathologies. There shouldn't be stigma attached to it, but in the real world for patients, there just is.
I absolutely see the stigma, and that's something we fight back against on the channel so often.
I mean, I will say that as much as the conversation is nice, it is definitely a political discussion. Okay?
Yeah.
This is definitely not a not political discussion, okay?
But, well, maybe I'm just being a language determinist, but
Yeah.
isn't the pathos and pathology, it's something that something that's supposed to evoke pity or sadness. That's
Not necessarily.
about pathos.
Yeah, but like now you're just talking about the etymology of the word, but it doesn't mean that it's designed to like to have those, like, most people feel rather negative thoughts about pathology. Something that is pathological is considered not sad and pity-worthy, but negative and bad. Like a pathological family is not a family that most people feel, oh, that's sad and oh, we all pity them. It's usually abusive people think abusive parents, etc. Right? That's a pathological family.
Yeah.
Which you
for
could
sure.
feel. Then again, you have the difference between empathy and pity, right?
Yeah. Are those from, is pity from the same root?
Pity? I'm not sure.
It's like
But it's not
something
always helpful to look into the etymology of the word to see how it
Yeah.
functions today, considering that, I don't know, gay is a good example of that, isn't it? The word gay?
Yeah. Well, I mean, we would want all gay people to be gay.
No, I mean, gay used to mean something totally different, didn't it?
Well, which is happy
Yeah.
or joyful. Or you have the gay science.
Yeah. Or the Flintstone song that has "We'll have a gay old time."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, all gay people should have a gay old time.
I mean, yeah, but you know what I mean. Or boner, I guess. There you go. Boner changed its meaning pretty significantly, didn't it?
Yeah. Well, sometimes a boner is a big boner.
Yeah, but you know what boner used to mean, right?
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying.
What did it used to mean?
A goof. Oh, shucks. I did a boner.
Yeah, or like yeah, something like that. Something like that.
So sometimes having a boner can be a big boner. In the inappropriate condition.
All right, let's continue. We haven't gone far.
Does the fact that stigma exists mean that we shouldn't call it a pathology?
Do you have a specific example that you're thinking?
Well, like you mentioned bipolar disorder.
Uh-huh.
To say that this is a pathology, one that people could benefit from treatment for the pathology, stigma surrounding the pathology, certainly wrong. But to call it a pathology, is that technically inaccurate, medically inaccurate, wrong ethically by any means?
So a big thing that happened in psychiatry is we got a lot of flack for calling things pathology that people didn't think were pathologies. And so,
can you give us an example of that? I know what you're going to say, but
yeah,
I like this.
gender dysphoria is a good example. It actually came up a lot with different substance use. So I think it was the nicotine lobby. This is an example where we should call it a pathology because nicotine is addictive. But psychiatry got a lot of backlash for calling a lot of things that people commonly do.
What about sexual
pathologies.
preference? Well, maybe not sexual preference.
Homosexuality.
Homosexuality is what I
too.
thought you were going to reference. But
then the way they kept that in later, which is kind of the same with gender dysphoria, is saying like if you have ego dystonic homosexuality, if you're upset about your homosexuality, that is a pathology. Which on a certain level, yeah, we don't want people to be upset. So ultimately, what they did in the DSM-4 was they added this criterion to almost every single diagnosis that you need to have impairment in functioning from your condition. So for gender dysphoria, you have to be distressed about your gender incongruence and then also have some sort of distress around that causes impairment in functioning. And, I think it's logical to call.
Sorry?
I don't necessarily like the way he's framing it. Like, he's framing it as if, as if there's like such a thing as a pathology, and there's things that should maybe be labeled as pathologies that aren't labeled as pathologies because people have complained about it.
It's not about complaining about it, though. That's not what he said. That's definitely not what he said. That when people complain about it, it should be called a pathology. Like I think there's a stark difference between complaining about something and being in distress over something, right?
No, I'm talking about like, there were those things in the DSM that were labeled as pathologies, but we don't label them as pathologies anymore because people complained about it.
Oh yeah, people got a lot of. I mean, that is how things change, right? There's a norm, and people sort of push against it, and then the norm changes. He just described how it changed. Like that, he said that the field received a lot of flack over how the terms were used, and so the things were changed. Like, I don't think it's like a matter of, people complained, so it was changed. Because, like, any change could be then framed like that, right? Oh my gosh, women got rights because people complained, women complained. Women whined and did their whole suffrage movement, and therefore things changed.
Well, there could be an argument that, they could talk about, we changed our vision of what's the pathology, and then those things fell outside of that vision, so we removed them. That could be a way to change what's called a pathology.
What do you mean we changed our vision?
Well, we could say, there is a committee on the DSM-5. There's a lot of doctors that are working on it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they decide what goes in, what doesn't go in, and they could make a decision that, they
did,
this thing
didn't
doesn't
they?
fit our criteria anymore.
They sort of did, didn't they?
What are you talking about specifically?
Pathology? Didn't they describe that they changed the criteria, etc.?
I'm talking about a more wider vision of what's a pathology.
Sorry? A what?
A wider vision of what's a pathology and what's not.
What is the wider vision?
Well, let's talk about pathology. What defines pathology in your opinion?
Didn't they say it? They said that it's something that is detrimental to your functioning.
Well, they were talking about things like dysphoria in specific.
Yeah, and it can be detrimental to your functioning. No?
In a context. Well, I mean.
Oh yeah, and in that context, it would be this. In that yeah.
It is. It's not. It's dysphoria because it's no, it's not. It's damaging to your functioning because it's dysphoria. It's dysphoria because it is damaging to your functioning. If it,
Yeah, but
if it,
but some people can have dysphoria and it can like they can still function in life.
well,
And there
then
are people to whom it's so detrimental that they cannot function normally anymore.
Well, then it wouldn't be clinically significant, and thus.
What do you mean it would
They
not be
wouldn't
clinically
be talking
significant? Wait, what do you mean
Well,
it would not be clinically significant? What do you mean by that?
If someone shows some symptoms of, say, autism or what's being considered as autism, but
Yeah.
doesn't impede their functioning in any way, then it's not like it's.
Then
I feel.
Then it's not one.
I feel it's the way that functions is more. It can't really be capsulated by it's damaging to one's functioning.
Well, it's not. It's like to the point
But
of
in
you
some
cannot.
ways it is.
Oh.
Because that's the criteria for the diagnostic.
Well, the criteria is that it's detrimental to the point that you cannot function because of it.
For the diagnostic?
For the diagnostic,
Because,
yeah.
Because
yeah, for the diagnostic, yes.
In the US, to get access to hormones,
yeah,
you have to, in many.
Well, yeah, but that's like the question isn't
covered by the insurance.
No, the question isn't like I'm pretty sure that the having gender dysphoria is the requirement to get the medicine, not this said dysphoria being categorized as a pathology.
Like the thing is that we're talking about a lot of variables or a lot of concepts that are being mixed together, because how the medical institutions deal with insurance companies is a big part of. Well, he said because he said it. He said it, and that gender dysphoria being considered a disorder is.
No, he didn't say that. No. Yeah, I mean, yes, he said that it's by being part of DSM, whatever. Yeah, he said that it's merely for insurance purposes. Yeah.
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 There's a role that's not exclusively like, oh, we're trying to just categorize things for like there is an aspect of we're trying to categorize things, but it also has to be for helping people. Medicine has to help people.
Oh yeah.
And there's also the fact, like, helping people in what way, in what conditions. Do we help them adapt to their circumstances, or do we push them to change their circumstances?
Okay.
Do we give them medicine to...
Well, I'm not sure what does that have to do with the pathology, non-pathology thing.
Well, because if living with an abusive parent makes you unable to function in society,
then usually you are taken away from that parent.
Yeah, but that's a different perspective than making the that's not really something that a doctor can prescribe, right? Even if
Oh yeah, because that's not a medical condition.
but
It's not related to medicine, but
doesn't
yeah.
doesn't it
I'm
use
not
the
sure
same
why
criteria?
I'm not
It
sure
doesn't.
why you're. Wait, I'm not sure why this example.
Well, doesn't it create psychological distress?
Why?
Living with an abusive parent?
Well, it does, but what does that have to do with anything?
Well,
There's a, you know that there is the term pathological family is a thing that exists, right?
yeah. But
Yeah.
like,
And that actually falls under the purview of an abusive parent.
it's about the ways that we delineate between what's in the body and what's not in the body, and that's not part of
What do you mean by in the body
medicine.
and not in the body?
Well, something that's caused by, in some ways, in other ways, it is considered a pathology, but something that's caused by a bullet. Wait, why? Something that is caused by, let's say.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm trying Malaki, but I'm not very good at it. Okay, let's say you have mesothelioma. This is caused by asbestos particles. Well, sometimes I think there has to be other things that can cause mesothelioma.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Okay. No.
Minerals.
Yeah. Yes. Go on. Yeah.
Clearly it's caused by something that's internal, right?
Isn't it caused by something that is external?
Well, is it?
All the presence of asbestos, no? That's external.
Well, sure, but, well...
Like the cause is clearly external, no?
Oh, well, now we're talking about cause and effect, right?
Oh yeah, like the asbestos clearly somehow got into your body. The cause is clearly external. Like if someone stabbed you and you have a stab wound, the cause is not internal. Someone stabbed you.
Well, I mean...
Like the stabbing did not happen within you. Someone stabbed you.
I mean, there's socially predetermined ways in which we tend to cement cause and effect, right? Like
it's the cause of your thing is still external. An external thing affected your body, and now you have the condition.
You're dying because of blood loss, right? And
but the cause of the blood loss is external. Clearly, the stabbing. Like if you inhale gas and you're dying from a deadly gas, the cause is not internal. Your body did not produce a gas that's killing you. Inhale the gas. The cause is external.
If you ask the person to stab you,
I mean, the internal repercussions, they are internal, but the cause of the internal repercussions is external still.
Well, if you would stab yourself, then the cause would be internal.
Why?
Because you took.
Like we're not talking about psychological. My internal thoughts caused me to stab me. We're talking about the cause of the wound happening. An external knife enter your body and cause the wound. No, still.
I mean, when
Like
we
how,
talk
can you
about,
give me an example of an external cause of something then?
I mean, I took the example of self-harm, someone stabbing themselves.
No, can you give me an example of something that you would call an external cause of something?
An external to what?
To any condition in your body.
Oh, to your body? Well, I mean, you could say that someone stabbing you is external to you. That's putting the cause somewhere and putting determining a cause in the stabbing of the other person.
Yeah.
But the more you talk about those things, the more it becomes a reflection of or it's a much broader discussion of how, well, if your mother is making, or if some social factors you're in makes you feel bad, or cause you to feel
Yeah.
that certain way about your body.
Yeah. Well, those are environmental factors. Those are external.
But then we talk about dysphoria
Yeah.
as being situated completely inside of a body, of a mind.
I mean, it can be internal, it can be external. Didn't you yourself say that people don't experience those things the same, every single person?
I mean,
It can be a mixture of both.
I wouldn't say that every person is an island unto themselves.
Yeah, but
I'm questioning the whole thing of like determining what's internal, what's external. And sure, it might be like minute differences in how someone grew up at a very young age that caused them to have a certain perspective on themselves that lead them to be trans at a young age, or lead them
well,
to
yeah, but
be
I'm not sure what the point is. Like, of course, yes, but I know what are you trying to say?
I'm saying that there's a wider discussion that medicine isn't really equipped to do.
Why?
And sure, it's fine.
I mean, it sort of does, doesn't it? Like medicine as we know it. Like, it seems like I don't know. It feels to me like you're discussing medicine from years ago. Like, current medicine does take into consideration environmental factors, how they affect, especially in psychology and psychiatry would be the domain of these things.
Well, let's say the U.S. bans HRT for everyone, and medicine like the medical associations all say that it's necessary.
Yeah.
But they are in a context where they can't really do much, and because that's how we've segmented things, right?
Mm-hmm.
That they can't really be very political.
Yeah.
That's the part where medicine can't really go. They can't really go into. They can go a little bit into the social. There's like things like social workers, which aren't. Well, they aren't really medical.
I mean,
people, but
don't psychologists and psychiatrists go into the social?
Yeah.
They're
well,
doctors.
like there's group therapy.
There's individual therapy.
Yeah, but there's a certain context in always that it has to be done in a certain way and such. It's not necessarily like I'm not going to say this should be stopped right now and because it's just completely bad. There's nothing to be done about it. I think that they do a lot of work, right? But I'm talking about what they do and what the conditions that shape this existence, this thing we call medicine.
Well, yeah, but I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure where you're going with this.
I'm not going on a political project.
Yeah, but I'm not sure where you're going with this on any level, to be honest.
On any level?
Yes.
I mean, are we talking about medicine or not?
We are, but I'm not sure what point you're making.
What point would you want me to make?
Well, I cannot make your point for you. If you want to make a point, then make it.
Well, I did a lot. I did say a lot of points. I did say a lot of things.
I mean, yeah, but what is like I know that there's a problem with medicalization, but as you've said, there's a lot that you said that I'm not really sure where you're going with it.
Well, help me make a political project out of this.
Oh, that's not really like. Like, what am I? Okay. Well, then I just say okay and move on. Right?
Sure. But
yeah, but not everything is turned into a pathology.
I mean, what do we want to be turned into a pathology?
I don't know. What do we want to be turned into pathology, and what is a pathology to us? Like the way they describe it, it's like a thing that is so detrimental that it makes it impossible for a person to function as they describe it.
Yeah, but a lot of things can make a person.
Yeah, but they're talking about it in the medical context, like that's, like it's a bit silly to respond to it with that, right? Like it's like saying a broken leg is when, like, we recognize a broken leg when it really hurts and you cannot really stand on your 2 feet. Well, okay, there are many different ways that you can make someone not be able to stand on their own feet, right?
No, actually, a broken leg is when the femur is, or the femur or the humerus or all the bones that we recognize as being part of the leg are...
All of them?
No, one or at least one of them is broken.
What does it mean, broken?
there is a break in the continuity. I mean, we can go on and on about it.
So if a bone is cut, then is it broken?
Depends. There are ways
On what?
in which I mean, there are procedures that involve breaking bones. But like, would it be thought of as like breaking the bone is considered part of the process, but this is a particular language that is used in a particular context.
Yeah.
And that
medical context. Like if you have this particular condition and the condition is severe to the point of not being able to function, then that condition becomes a pathology as they explain it, I think.
Yeah. But a broken bone is kind of one of the things we can say is contained to a body that we can fix, but also, well, you could talk about the context about it. Maybe it's like you have a mafia that is going around and breaking people's legs.
I mean, that is a thing that happens.
Yeah. And would we call that the pathology? Probably not.
I mean, the behavior of the mafia would probably be considered pathological and criminal.
Maybe.
But it's a mafia breaking your leg is not a medical condition. It's not a medical.
But then
there's no disease called the mafia, unless you want to call it a social disease.
Well, like that's the thing. You can go and make. Run away with it. You can say, well, the disease is now social. Then what?
Then what?
The doctors become politicians?
Well, no, not. Like, what do you mean?
Well, because if it's a disease, then it has to be fixed by doctors.
I mean, the results, yeah, psychological effects, physical effects, yeah.
Well, not just the results.
And what? What else?
Well, it might not be fixable by doctors because of because that's not the role that the doctors hold in that context.
Well, yeah, but again, what is your point?
That being a doctor is
Has limitations? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, but what does that have to... Yes. There's a limit to what a doctor can do.
And I just think it's nice to be aware of what those things mean. I don't know. I'm making a social critique.
I mean, yeah, but it's also nice to be able to focus on what you can do. Like, if you only focus on what you cannot do, then you will not do anything at the end of the day.
Sure.
Like, if you go out and... If I go out and, like, talk to people about their experiences being kidnapped by the Russians, then okay, yeah, sure, I cannot stop the kidnappings with what I'm doing, but I can talk to people about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It, think we can stop, but make one thing about everything. At least it seems, when I'm talking with you, at the very least, I can't help but make one thing about everything. And sure, everything is about. I guess that's the way I interact with you.
Oh, well. I guess that's just something that I will have to deal with. Is that's not something that I can change, is it?
Maybe the solution is that
We're gonna have to have a big fallout and finish our show in the fold in a big flashy argument. This is our the fold moment. We are in the fold.
I don't think this is as much as a thing that is as heated as Sunday and Brooke.
Yeah. Probably not. Like, I understand what you're saying, but I just, it's just, there are limitations, and
there are lots
if someone comes to dysphoria, and the dysphoria is also it's exasperated by the fact that you have parents that are completely unsupportive. Like, the doctor won't be able to make your parents supportive, of course, right?
Yeah.
And that will make the dysphoria worse, whether you like it or not. We want blood. My goodness.
Oh, well, Lucy, I think you want blood? Lucy, I think you're
go for blood like in the kindergarten. No, you dirty whore.
But then I think of myself, and I can be dirty sometimes.
Yeah. You just say no, you dirty whore.
Well, I might say yes.
No, that's not going for blood. That's being agreeable, which is bad.
Well, I mean, that's my I guess that's my defect. I can't not be agreeable.
Well, even when it comes to very bad things?
Depends, I guess.
Like, would you be agreeable to do something like the Secretary of Homeland Security did?
No, I don't think. I don't know what she did, but
she killed her 14-month puppy or something because the puppy was untrainable.
No, I wouldn't do that. Well, I would.
Trainable puppy. Gee, imagine if I okay, Fido, that's one bite too lots. That's one bite too many, buddy. I'm taking you out back. I'm taking you out back now. You're getting shot. Jesus Christ.
That would be being disagreeable with the puppy.
Imagine. That's one book too many. That's one prank too many, Fido. I'm sorry, there's a shed out back, and
Did he eat more of your books?
A few, yeah. A few.
Oh no.
He tore a book that's pretty valuable to shreds from the 19th century. from 18 something something.
Yeah.
I should take him out back.
I would try to be agreeable with the books too.
One moment. I'm gonna have to let him back in now. Entertain the audience. Or something. Yeah, that's right.
Do you know about the...
It was in French too. Be right back.
Oh yeah, You know those streamers like Northern Lion, they make it look so easy. They bring up they invent bits out of thin air, and they make you laugh about with it, or they make you that's disgusting. And like there's his recent gay arc where he's like, oh, I'm just comfortable about talking about my sexuality or talking about things I would totally never do. And Northern Lion, Maki, you know? NL. You don't know him? He's bald. He's also a streamer. But he's a Canadian streamer. He's pretty entertaining, if I say so myself. Though I don't know. I'm only watching the greatest hits.
Oh, I got grapes.
Grapes?
Chodź, Gigi boy. Gigiuś, baby boyu. No tak. Jesteś baby boyem? Jesteś baby boyem? Wow, Estelle advertised another streamer on Lucy's stream. Oh wow, okay. Hold on.
What? No, I'm
Who are you advertising? What the hell? That's such a faux pax.
No, I'm talking about celebrities.
Wow, that is such a faux pax to do.
No, it's faux pas.
Yeah, that is such a faux pax to do.
Faux pas?
Yeah, it's such a faux pax. How do you...
X is silent. Silent.
Wow, okay. That's racist. Okay.
That's a
You're trying to dictate my use of... You're trying to medicate my language use. Exactly.
I prescribe you 50 silent S's.
SS? Oh my god.
Silent S's.
Silent SS. Okay. I see where it's going.
One S, two S's.
Silent SS. I see. Okay. This is going in a very bad direction really quick.
I prescribe you 100 silent ENT.
Le poisson steve. That's right. Poisson steve.
What? Le poisson Steve?
Yeah, the poisson steve. That's right. It was very bad. You're trying to be the arbiter of my language use. Not good. Not good. Okay?
Well, from now on...
Dictating me the only one pronunciation acceptable.
Is it?
I don't know many songs actually. Yeah, of course. You see my use of the languages pathological.
You
even.
could try making making an animation about Poisson Steve.
Pussy Steve?
Poisson. No?
Maybe. It would take me 5 years, but I could. It took me 5 hours or more to animate 1 second. You're supposed to be the one good with language. I meant a cat. It's okay.
You met a cat?
Yeah.
And then you're not good at language anymore? I didn't know.
I still
that
have
it's
10
hard
cats.
like that. So cats make you not good at language.
Yeah. You know.
No, I didn't know.
Fido is actually pretty friendly to cats. I think. They always run away from him. Which is understandable, since they see a big dog.
Yeah. So, shall we continue the...
Oh, this Malaki. Apologies. Is it a bad joke? Rodé. I know this microphone. I've seen it somewhere before.
That a pathology. But again, the problem is it just constantly gets misinterpreted, that people think what we're calling the pathology is the fact that the person's trans, not the sequelae that are coming from.
Sure. And I think then in common tongue, we start using medical terms not in the way that they were intended to be used, which happens very frequently with our vocabulary. That's why vocabulary needs to shift. And that's why I think it's valuable that we kickstart the conversation.
Yes, because this is the biggest nightmare in gender medicine. Is there are so many times where we have a technical term or the way we use certain language that's not how the general population uses language, and then it just creates a ton of confusion.
Right. So we have sex being either chromosomes, gametes, but in the end, we end up with birth certificate.
Let's do birth certificate.
Yeah, birth certificate. And usually the birth certificate is representative of all those things unless you fall into a unique category of a medical condition.
Exactly.
Next, gender. Where does gender fall in that spectrum?
So the way I use gender, and people use it a million different ways.
I'm not sure. Being trans is not a pathology, definitely.
Like, I don't necessarily
Which is necessary, which is often is viewed as a pathology, is something to be fixed. Which is why I have such a big issue with that loner box take, by the way. Oh God, did I have a problem with what loner box had to say about being trans and the potential trans pill?
Yeah.
It's such a
Would you
big
take
problem.
the pill that makes you no longer trans?
With that, if there will be a pill that would just fix your dysphoria or whatever, or make you cis, then that will be the best and preferable treatment. And that it's the best because this society is not accepting right now, and we can't hope to change society anytime soon. So that will be just the preferable treatment.
Well, it
the
would
default
be the
treatment.
Same. To me, it would be the same as offering, oh, there's this pill that makes you no longer feel bad about being enslaved. Would you take it?
Sort of. I don't know. I chose to compare it to something a little bit closer. It's like it'd be like saying, yeah, with this pill you'll just be not attracted to the same sex anymore. You'll not be gay anymore. You know?
Yeah.
And I think that it just changes a certain aspect of yourself. And you shouldn't just be forced to change an aspect about yourself because society is not there yet, you know?
Yeah, and well, I mean...
Well, the pill will make you cis. The pill example wasn't just about dysphoria. It was just, it will make you cis.
A lot of people
magically.
just are are waiting or want something to make them feel normal. They like.
Like, you remember that Breath of Fire game that I sometimes play on stream? Have you seen me play that Breath of Fire game?
What was it about?
About the dragon?
Was it a PS1 game?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, with the boy with blue hair. Yeah, Breath of Fire 3. Spoiler alert. It's basically about the genocide of the dragons, right? There's this goddess that decided dragons were too dangerous. She decided to genocide them along the way. It turned out that the dragons didn't even defend themselves, because if they'd actually defended themselves, they could have wrecked those that genocided them. And the protagonist goes to that goddess to ask her why she did what she did. And there's a scene in which she says that the protagonist must give up his power, must stop being a dragon and live in her base forever, you know, seclude himself, because he's basically the last one, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there's this nice scene that I think encapsulates very well this sentiment of the cis pill, etc. When the protagonist thinks to himself that he thought about many things, about friends, about what to do, but most of all, he thought to himself that if he gave up his power, he would no longer be himself.
Yeah.
You know? And if you would take that cis pill, you would basically no longer be yourself.
Like the society and things like that are internalized in people. Makes us want to be repressed. Wants someone to tell us, no, you're not. You don't do that. And
what is my dog doing? Hold on. I think I'm gonna have to shoo him out back. Oh yeah, that game is very political. Genocide is pretty political, actually. Hold on.
I didn't know that.
I'm gonna have to shoot him. Sorry. He's untrainable.
Sometimes we see of like conservatives who are gay, that they
one of the good ones.
They're that, but also that they're kind of wanting themselves to be oppressed. They want those things to not be allowed to them. Oh, I don't want gay marriage because like I don't want to be. I think that marriage is for a man and a woman. Oh, I'm gay. Well, that's all right. Like it's more apparent, it's more obvious in like in conservatives who are gay themselves, but I think it still applies to well, all conservatives. All conservatives are people who seek to be denied or seek to have things that to them yeah, I shouldn't be allowed to do that. I shouldn't be allowed to think about those things. I shouldn't be allowed to be trans. No one should be allowed to be trans.
True. At some point, you just hit the limit of labels, and labels become more of a liability than anything useful, you know?
Sure.
Like, if I sleep with a man, depending on who you ask, they will either call me gay or straight.
I think he didn't get the first part of what I'm saying. And
I'm talking about something different. I'm talking about that at some point you had a hard limitation of labels being used to describe things. Like even the label of being trans hits a limit at some point.
Yeah. You know, there's someone there's a lot of interesting discussions about semiotics and representation.
Yeah. Which you should not have representation because it's sinful and against God.
Well, I mean, then you wouldn't really be able to have language.
Language is for cowards. What do you mean? Yeah.
Sure, let's talk about, well, let's not talk.
Language is for the weak-willed. Okay? Just
So
do what God tells you and it will be...
Are you weak-willed?
Me? Of course.
You're using...
Of course I'm weak-willed. I'm saying that all the time. My goodness. It's been... Oh, how long has this stream been? Jesus Christ. 8 hours.
8 hours?
Yeah.
Time goes fast when you're with friends.
Because do you know how this stream began?
No.
It began because I wanted to create an asset for the stream. But I decided that since like I'm gonna do it, I might as well do it on stream instead of just offline.
Oh yeah, that's a good way to... I mean, I don't treat like turning my hobbies into things, but...
Oh, it's not really turning my hobby. I'm making an asset for my stream.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, are you still...
Am I still? Yeah, I've been doing it while we were talking, yeah.
Oh no, I'm talking about, are we going to continue or...
Oh yeah, we can continue a few more minutes.
Ways, but I use it as a shorthand for gender identity. So one's psychological sense of themselves and their identity in relationship to masculinity and femininity. It sounds like an easier definition than it is. And so I think of it as having 3 parts. The first part being like a transcendent sense of gender identity is what I call it. It's just that feeling of being, you know, male or female in a way you can't put into words, like almost like an emotion. You just feel male or you feel female. And I think people feel that to varying degrees, like most different mental health measures that we look at. Then there is how you relate to gender roles and expectations. I think of that as like your social gender identity. And then that has a million different domains too, right? Because we put everything in these male and female social categories like colors and toys and if you're assertive or if you're emotional, etc. And those things are all super fraught, right? Because they get into stereotypes. So that's the hardest one to talk about, are people's social sense of their gender identity. And then the third part is how you relate to your physical body. So your primary sex characteristics are the sex characteristics you're born with, like external genitals that we talked about. And then secondary sex characteristics are things that come from puberty. And so how you feel about those parts of your body is also part of it. And as you can imagine, these things are all really complicated and intertwine. But your gender identity is how you conceptualize yourself in relationship to all of those things.
Would you say gender identity is binary?
No, right? Because it's these, not only are there these three categories, that like your transcendent sense, your social sense, your physical sense, but within those, there are so many different things, right? So within, and it gets so complicated because how you relate to gender roles and expectations is different culture by culture. You probably don't relate to every single like masculine social characteristic, right? I don't know that I've met anyone who relates to all of the things that their given social group or society considers masculine or feminine. So that one's like infinitely complicated. And then what we know from working with trans patients is that even the physical one can be kind of complex. So some people might be really, really distressed by their chest, but not so much by their genitals, for instance.
Yeah, that's a thing, yeah.
Yeah.
Is that right, Estelle?
That do be something that trans people feel.
Yeah. True.
Like to me, the interesting part is where we put those kind of nodes where we say those are the things we have to like dance around.
What do you mean by dance around?
Well, okay, sure. There's infinitely many genders, or infinitely many different ways that bodies can develop, but they have to. But there is the maleness and the femaleness at one side, maleness at one side, femaleness at the other, and and this is how we can trace a bimodal distribution.
Yeah. Oh, we're going back to our debate. Okay, nice.
And
well, not maleness and femaleness, masculinity and femininity.
I mean, when we're talking about
sex,
characteristics, there. But then, how do we choose what counts and what doesn't count as female or male?
I mean, I'm gonna go with the smartest answer. It depends on what sort of model you adopt, I suppose.
I guess.
Technically speaking, depending on what criteria you choose, you could say that I've got a female cock, and my female cock is closer to being female on the bimodal distribution of traits. Okay, as opposed to my siblings' male cock, what makes him closer. Swimming can be a hobby. And it depends. It depends on what criteria. It literally depends on what criteria you adopt. And what you want to use it for, I guess.
Yeah. I like, to me it's not pretty interesting to be determining what the hell to be determining those as like, oh, this is the end all and be all of this is the truth. This is the true feminine. This is the true masculine. And even then, like going and like saying, why the fuck are we talking about this as being the masculine and this being the feminine? Why do we care so much about that?
Right.
There's ways that people fall into, and I wouldn't be like, oh, you're contradicting someone making contingent statements on themselves. But I think it's my message is like, be open about yourself and open about other people. I guess that's the thing I would go with today.
Because it's reasonable to say, based off that definition, you could take someone into a different year, 1,000 years ago, or perhaps in a different part of the world, and they might feel differently about their gender identity based on the culture they find themselves in.
Yeah, and it might even change for a given person across their life, right? So I give the example, and it's not just trans people, right? Cisgender people have gender identities also that are really a complex mix of these things. So I'll give the example, like a 18-year-old woman probably thinks very differently about her womanhood than, when she's maybe later in midlife and has 3 children.
I had a psychologist across from me not too long ago, Dr. Alima too, and he talked about how it's important to have less things that we consider our identities. And he wasn't talking about gender specifically. He was talking about, I identify as a doctor. I identify as a psychologist. I identify as an Indian.
Lucy, love you, need rest. Thank you. Stepan Kobyler. I might rest soon. A bit. I might have to walk Fido as well. But if you like what I do, okay, is this the perfect time to do my shilling thing?
Sure.
If you like what I do, consider joining this page and subscribing or donating. Yeah, also.
Oh, what he was talking about, this psychiatrist was talking about having less things being part of your identity.
Oh, wait, what is he talking about? Less things being part of your identity or less identities? I thought he said having less identities. Hold on.
In American or identify.
Yeah, less identities.
Talking about gender specifically.
Yeah, not
things
parts.
That we consider our identities.
And things that we consider our identity, not things that are part of our identity,
Talking about gender specifically, he was talking about, I identify as a doctor. I identify as a psychologist. I identify as an Indian American, or whatever these different identities were. And he thought that the more identities we had, the more pathology that then can be created. Do you vibe with that notion, or do you feel like that's an overread of the situation?
What's a pathology example from that?
You would oftentimes have to overact in order to stay true to your identity. So if someone challenges your identity as a doctor, you can get offended and create anxieties and depressive symptoms as a result. Someone challenges your identity as a man, it can create all these symptoms. So the less identities of these cultures that you have, perhaps you'd have less situations where you can be hurt.
So what do you think?
Like, this clearly creates attention, right? Trans people things is that they want to seemingly for some people, they have this identity and they want their identity to be respected. But I think that in some parts, it's not even about having one's identity be respected. It's about the conditions for respect that are not
it's
being
about
met.
the need to prove oneself that you're really the thing.
Yeah.
There's
but
examples
even-
revolved about proving oneself that you really are the thing.
But then it's not like, like it's not on the personal thing. Yeah, I mean, some people do have what one might call a pathology that makes it their need to be respected as something is it affects them too much in their life. But also you might have a social space, a social milieu that is very not it doesn't accept very well difference, and having your social position threatened, your identity threatened, can have serious consequences for you.
Yeah.
Can well, sure, maybe someone maybe you shouldn't take your identity as a doctor very seriously, but if well, I mean, that's kind of not talking about how there are responsibilities that a doctor has to towards their patients, and if you don't maintain that identity of being a good doctor, of being someone who cares, you might not get clients or even be expelled.
Yeah.
I guess I could see that, but I don't necessarily think that you need to be so rigid about every part of your identity. You're like I was saying, like your conceptualization of your masculinity could change over time, and that's okay. And I think also just different people. I don't know if that's a realistic thing to ask people, right? Because everyone has things that are important to them as part of their identity. I don't think you can tell them to just make that not part of their identity.
Well, I guess the question more specifically is, what is the value in thinking about our identity often? Or just thinking about it in general?
I don't think you have to.
Okay.
Necessarily.
Do you think about your identity often?
I guess in a certain way. Maybe I mean, I don't really care about my identity. I guess one could say I'm trans. Do I really care about I care about being people showing respect, saying that they care about not being mean to me needlessly. Right.
But there probably are times when you do.
In which situation would that happen?
Like you probably think about your doctor identity when you're at the hospital.
Fair.
It's important.
Yeah.
You probably think about...
Sorry?
He's saying a similar thing to what I said.
Yeah.
Your gender identity when you go out in public and people are treating you a certain way based on how you express your gender, for instance.
And for the individuals that are going through a gender identity situation where their sex that was on their birth certificate.
I mean, I'm sometimes just forced to think about my identity in everyday life, you know?
Yeah.
Like Polish is gendered as heck, and I get misgendered every day in many casual interactions, you know? And that sort of forces me to think about my identity a bit.
yeah. I get misgendered, and like you can if with people that you kind of know a bit, you can I guess have some charity.
I mean, yeah, you can have charity by, like, of course, but it still affects you, right?
Yeah.
Like it can be affected with charity. The fact that people see you a certain way also affects you, even if you're charitable to the people themselves.
Yeah, the those situations.
Does not match up with what their gender identity currently is, that can become a mental health issue.
Sometimes yes, sometimes no. So there are trans people who have a gender identity that isn't in like alignment, if you will, or it's incongruent with their sex assigned at birth, who are doing great. There are a lot of people in my book who are doing amazing. So Nicole Maines is in my book. She had gender dysphoria in the past. Like she was really distressed with her body not aligning with her female gender identity, but she got puberty blockers and hormones, and now she's a TV star.
Mm-hmm.
She was the first trans superhero on TV. She was just on Yellow Jackets. She just had a book come out, and she is not depressed.
Mm-hmm.
So, right, for some people, they're trans and they don't have mental health problems. And then for other people, they do, particularly. And often that distress is from societal stigma or from that dysphoria, if you will, that comes from your body not aligning with the way you feel in terms of your gender identity.
So if you are in a situation where your sex and your gender identity are incongruent, there has been the term gender dysphoria, gender incongruence being presented. What do those two terms specifically mean, and how are they different?
So gender
Okay, we're gonna finish for now, okay? And I'll rest a bit.
I don't really hate that guy. He seems to be doing all right. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's not bad as well. I finished.
It's just a discussion that I like having more than saying, "Oh, this guy is doing such a bad job."
Yeah, that is nice to be able to say. Yeah.
Alright, have a good one, Lucy.
Yeah.
See ya.
We'll see.
later.
I'm gonna finish stream for now, and rest has been ordered by the viewers to rest. Yeah. Yeah. I'll see you. I'm gonna raid you to Vetcom, because I bet Vetcom is streaming right now. Thank you. Thank you for the compliment. Thank you, I will... Oh, Vetcom is not on. I will raid you to Ukrainian storks, okay? If you like storks, then you will like those Ukrainian storks. See you, bye bye.